Chapter 3642. Risking his life with a 50% chance of success. Feng Ying didn't think it was worth it. Besides, although the 3 pills were good, if he lost his life, it would be meaningless. Since he had left, the others had no reason to stay. The group continued their journey. The Hell Rock Golem appeared once again, chasing after them. But right now, the group had gotten used to this kind of chase. They weren't as scared as before. Outside the Ghost Demon Palace, a dead body was suddenly thrown out. Who's dead? Everyone turned around and looked. Liu Haoran, it's really him, but this is too fast. I wonder what kind of trouble he encountered. Everyone was surprised. It had only been less than an hour since they entered the palace. Someone had just died. Trash. I hope the others aren't as useless as this guy. The 10 Divine Core warriors didn't care about the dead Liu Haoran at all. They only cared about the things in the Ghost Demon Palace. They had experienced this before. The more difficult it was, the higher the chance of getting something good in the end. They still couldn't see the end of the light bridge. Everyone was still running for their lives. The terrifying Hell Rock Golem was tirelessly chasing after them. Luckily, they all had some recovery pills, which prevented them from being caught by the Hell Rock Golem due to the depletion of their Jin Yuan. Among all of them, Ling Xiao was the most relaxed. He didn't even need to use any pills. As long as the Heart of Gold existed, it would constantly deplete his potential. While running for his life, his cultivation was also increasing. At the very least, his potential could allow him to increase his current cultivation by 10% to 100% of his cultivation sea's energy. Even if his potential was depleted, he still had a large amount of demon beast cores and pills he could convert into potential. Besides Ling Xiao, the most relaxed one was Lei Ying. It was obvious that he was the strongest amongst all of them. There was no doubt about that. As for the second-ranked Hokage, he was also feeling tired. The rest of them were all relying on their pills to persevere. After all, they were all men who had experienced bloody battles. They wouldn't fall so easily. Of course, besides the fact that they wanted to survive, they were also tempted by the treasures along the way. It was also their motivation. Although they didn't find any treasures in the first few places. But that didn't stop them from finding more opportunities. Perhaps there would be a time when he would get something satisfactory. There's something else. Someone shouted out in surprise. This surprise was not only due to the appearance of the treasure. More importantly, he could rest for 10 minutes. Every time a treasure appeared, the Hell Rock monsters chasing after them would disappear. Ling Xiao looked in that direction. About 10 meters away from the light bridge, there was another pavilion. In the pavilion, an old man with white hair and beard was drinking by himself. The old man drank wine while playing chess. As for that game of chess, it was also a game played by himself. Beside him was a treasure chest. It looked very exquisite and beautiful. When the old man saw everyone, he suddenly stopped what he was doing and said with a smile, "Do you want this?" That voice seemed to be filled with great temptation. Everyone nodded subconsciously. However, at that moment, a black shadow appeared in Ling Xiao's soul sea. He instantly regained his clarity. That was close. That was a soul technique. It's too strange. He took a deep breath and looked at the old man again. He no longer had the sage-like demeanor from before. However, the rest of the people seemed to be bewitched by the old man. Their eyes were filled with greed and they seemed to want to rush over. "Wake up." Ling Xiao gently patted Feng Xiaomeng. Among everyone, only Feng Xiaomeng's attitude towards him was the best. He just conveniently helped her. Feng Xiaomeng woke up from the illusion and looked at Ling Xiao gratefully. She admired Ling Xiao even more in her heart. Among the rest of the people, there were also some who came back to their senses. After Feng Xiaomeng, it was Lei Ying. The lightning stimulated his body and woke him up. Chen Qian actually woke up after Lei Ying. This made Ling Xiao a little surprised. "Wake up." Lei Ying roared, thunder and lightning roared. Everyone woke up. But even so, greedy people are still greedy people. Feng Ying looked at Lei Ying and said, "I didn't expect to have an illusion. But that person, that thing seems to be real. Don't be impulsive. Since he can make us hallucinate once, He can make us hallucinate twice. You think those things are real, but maybe it's just an illusion. Think about Liu Haoran's experience. The treasures near the light bridge are obviously not to be taken. Hurry up, there will be better things ahead. Lei Ying reminded. Everyone felt that Lei Ying's words were reasonable. Even Feng Ying, who was full of greed, chose to give up again. This was not easy. Feng Xiaomeng was about to leave with everyone, but found Ling Xiao was thinking about something. You're not going? Feng Xiaomeng was stunned. What if I say I want to go and take the treasure chest? What do you think? Ling Xiao smiled. You're crazy. Feng Xiaomeng was taken aback. Even you can't resist the temptation? Hey. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly stepped onto the light bridge. His entire person was like an eagle as he pounced towards the pavilion. Ah! Feng Xiaomeng's face turned pale with fright. Before, Ling Xiao helped her, so she naturally didn't want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. Many pavilions appeared, and everyone gave up. No one dared to take the treasures inside. Liu Haoran was the first to take the risk, and he died miserably. Will Ling Xiao be the second? Wu tilde tilde the black wind whistled and rushed toward Ling Xiao like a fierce beast. This scene was exactly the same as what Liu Haoran encountered before. Humph, simply reckless. Even we don't dare to go over, but he dares to risk his life. This is another Liu Haoran. Although several people had already left, Chen Qian, Feng Ying, and a few others still hesitated for a moment. Then, he saw this shocking scene. Feng Ying was obviously disdainful of Ling Xiao. But at this moment, a strange scene appeared. On Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao suddenly changed in the air, and his figure suddenly accelerated. That black wind couldn't catch him in time and ended up pouncing on nothing. The distance of 10 meters was covered in an instant. Ling Xiao was already standing on top of the pavilion. What a good movement technique. This guy's instantaneous burst of speed is even faster than mine. Feng Ying felt that his face was burning. He originally thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure, but who knew that it would be such a situation? But the moment he stepped onto the pavilion, Ling Xiao also met with trouble. That old man suddenly stood up and blasted a palm at Ling Xiao. Feng Xiaomeng's heart jumped to her throat again. Break for me. Ling Xiao bit his finger and suddenly shot out his blood. After hitting that old man, he instantly turned into a talisman. Falling to the ground. So it's an illusion talisman. Feng Ying seemed to have seen many things and had already seen through that thing. Illusion talisman, as long as it was activated, it could automatically maintain the illusion. It was very terrifying. Chapter 3643. Ling Xiao looked at the illusion talisman. The quality of this talisman was pretty good, it could be used 3 times. Even though he had already used it once, he still had 2 more chances to use it. He placed the talisman into his storage ring. Then, he checked the old man's wine. This wine was indeed good stuff, it could greatly increase one's cultivation base. For Ling Xiao, it could increase the limit of his potential, and at the same time, it could increase the energy in his cultivation sea. It could also increase the strength of his body. He picked it up and drank all of it. If he took it away, it would cause more trouble, so he might as well use it now. After drinking the wine, Ling Xiao's body shone with a dazzling golden light. He had transformed into a huge black tortoise. He could feel that his physical body had improved by a level. From the peak king rank black tortoise divine physique, he had now become a first-order emperor rank black tortoise divine physique. Not only that, the energy in his cultivation sea had also increased by 30%. The limit of his potential had also increased by 20%. Furthermore, the consumed potential had been completely replenished. While drinking, he opened the treasure chest. He took out the item from the chest. It was a violet sun pill. The reason why he came here was because of this violet sun pill. Now, he already had 2 purple sun pills on him. As long as he could gather 10 of them and concoct them into the violet sun fortune pill, he would be able to break through to the divine core realm without any problems. It's a violet sun pill, it's mine. Feng Ying didn't hesitate to reveal his greed. For half-step divine core warriors like him, the violet sun pill was extremely important. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao had left the pavilion and returned to the light bridge. With Heifeng's speed, there was no way he could catch up with him. Feng Xiaoming couldn't shut her mouth for a long time after witnessing this. She thought she had overestimated Ling Xiao. However, she did not expect Ling Xiao to be even more powerful than she had imagined. "Buddy, I don't need anything else, but that violet sun pill, you have to give it to me." Feng Ying arrived in front of Ling Xiao and said in a ferocious manner. At the same time, he unleashed his wind martial soul. A frightening aura exploded out from his body. Although he was only at the half-step divine core realm, he had only formed 10% of his water core. However, he was still much stronger than a martial artist at the 9th level of the divine vein realm. "Brother Kazkij, I'll help you, but the wine on him belongs to me." At this time, Little Wimp also stood out. He sneered at Ling Xiao. There weren't many people left. If Kazkij wants to deal with Ling Xiao, it's basically impossible for others to interfere. Now, even Little Wimp had joined in. The situation instantly became extremely unfavorable to Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling, I'll help you deal with that brat." Feng Xiaoming stopped Little Wimp. After careful consideration, she decided to stand on Ling Xiao's side. It wasn't just because Ling Xiao could help her. More importantly, she was a person who knew how to repay kindness. "You want something, right? Come on." Ling Xiao sneered and jumped off the light bridge. He knew that his strength was definitely not as good as Kazkij under normal circumstances. That was why he had chosen such a unique way of fighting. The Kazkij hesitated for a moment before rushing out. It looked like greed could really make a person go crazy. The black wind whistled. Kazkij was able to dodge it with his wind martial soul. But, compared to Ling Xiao's cosmic body, his speed was still slower. After stepping out of the light bridge, Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Kazkij felt a huge sense of danger. He wanted to return to the light bridge. But, Ling Xiao's attack had already arrived. Hell Shadow Strike. In the darkness, Kazkij couldn't see Ling Xiao's attack, but he could still feel it. He desperately tried to block it. Although he managed to block Ling Xiao's attack, he was still hit by the black wind. At the same time, Ling Xiao was also hit by the black wind. However, with the First Order Emperor Realm Black Tortoise divine body, Ling Xiao's body had become extremely strong. The black wind couldn't cause any damage to him at this moment. But, Kazkij was different. Although he was a half-step divine core warrior, because he had hastily used his true yuan to attack Ling Xiao, he didn't have enough true yuan left. He didn't have enough true yuan to block the black wind. After being hit by the black wind, his body quickly started to rot. But, this guy was still much stronger than Liu Haoran. At the critical moment, he actually took out a talisman and turned into a golden beam, escaping onto the light bridge. Seeing Kazkij being attacked by Ling Xiao, Little Naughty had a bad feeling. He turned around and tried to escape. But, Ling Xiao wouldn't let him go. This guy was so evil, if he didn't kill him, he would be in a lot of trouble in the future. With a flash, Ling Xiao unleashed the black flame sword and pierced Little Naughty's throat. After that, he kicked Little Naughty out of the light bridge. Little Naughty didn't even have the chance to scream before his body was completely corroded by the black wind. Ghost Devil Highness. Everyone watched as a dead body flew out from the light bridge. They were all shocked. Compared to Liu Haoran's death, it had only been 20 minutes, but another person had died. "It's that little naughty kid, he's so strong, why is he dead?" "No, he's not dead yet, he's still alive." Someone moved closer to take a look. They found that the little naughty kid was still alive. "What happened?" One of the divine core warriors asked. "Ling Xiao. That Ling Xiao." Little Naughty only managed to say a few words before his head tilted to the side, and he stopped breathing. Ling Xiao, could it be that he's using his power to take revenge? One of the divine core warriors furrowed his brows and said, "As long as he doesn't get delayed, it doesn't matter what he does. If he can't get any good treasures in the end, he'll have to die." Another divine core warrior said with a cold voice. Right at this moment, another man was thrown out from the light bridge. This man didn't look dead, but he was seriously injured. His condition was much better than Little Naughty's. But, He was on the verge of dying. The crowd took a closer look. This man was one of the 3 seeded contestants, Feng Ying. Could it be that something terrifying happened? Even Feng Ying has been eliminated. Feng Ying was someone recommended by all the Divine Core warriors. Not only was he eliminated, but he was also seriously injured. This naturally caused the crowd to panic and speculate. Feng Ying, what's going on? The man who asked was the boss of the Sworn Brotherhood, Quang Shi. He was one of the 10 Divine Core warriors. Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who sneak attacked me. He was trying to steal my treasures. Damn it. Feng Ying said while gnashing his teeth. It was Ling Xiao again. If Little Naughty was eliminated, the 10 Divine Core warriors could still accept it. But now, Feng Ying was eliminated, and this made them angry. Feng Ying was someone they had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. Not only was he going to help them steal treasures from the Ghost Devil Palace, he was also their successor. This Ling Xiao, he deserves to die. Quang Shi's expression was extremely gloomy. He had just learned that all the men from the Sworn Brotherhood had been eliminated. And now, he had encountered something like this. How could he possibly be in a good mood? Guys, don't be angry. Once this is over, we'll just kill that guy. How dare he attack the seeded contestant we've chosen? What had happened was a huge matter that concerned their reputation. It wasn't just about stealing treasures anymore. Even if Ling Xiao gave them all his treasures, he still wouldn't be able to escape death. Chapter 3644. After killing Little Wimp and Feng Ying, Ling Xiao didn't feel any guilt or pity at all. They coveted what he had worked so hard to get. Damn it. However, what he didn't know was that killing someone in the Ghost Demon Palace didn't mean one would die. Instead, the degree of injury would be determined according to certain rules. Some people would die, and some would only suffer from serious injuries. This wasn't something Ling Xiao could fully grasp. But, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After entering the Ghost Demon Palace, he had no intention of handing over anything he got to those 10 Divine Core warriors. Why? They had worked so hard to get the treasures, but those 10 Divine Core warriors were going to get them without doing anything. Let's hurry up, the Hell Rock Golem is here. Chen Qian suddenly retracted all his hatred, and once again displayed the same enthusiasm as before. Just now, after watching the fight between Ling Xiao and Feng Ying, he had come to a conclusion. Trying to kill Ling Xiao on this bridge of light was just a dream. Therefore, he might as well get closer to Ling Xiao, and then take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Sure enough, the Hell Rock Golem had appeared again. No one dared stay any longer, and they hurriedly rushed forward. After walking for another half an hour, Ling Xiao found out that the few men who had left earlier were waiting in front of a huge bronze door. Miss Feng, have a sip of this. I think this is the end of the first stage. The second stage will be even more troublesome. Ling Xiao still had some wine left behind. Although it wasn't much, Feng Xiaomeng was still willing to help him. He wasn't a stingy man. Feng Xiaomeng was a girl, but she had a straightforward personality. She took a look at the wine gourd, then she took a sip from it. After drinking the wine, not only did her fatigue disappear, she also felt that her cultivation had improved a lot. Normally, she would have needed 1 or 2 years to improve her cultivation, but now, she had done it in an instant. In fact, Ling Xiao was even more surprised than her. Ling Xiao's journey had stimulated the potential of the wine, and it had increased the energy in his cultivation C to 100%. Even for him, if he wanted to increase the energy in his cultivation C to 100% in the bloody battlefield, he would need a lot of time. However, he was able to finish the wine in half an hour. Coming to the Ghost Demon Palace was the right choice. There were simply endless opportunities. I wonder what kind of good stuff there will be in the second level. He couldn't help but feel excited. At this moment, the giant bronze door suddenly opened. It seemed that the door had opened because all the survivors had arrived. Ling Xiao was even more certain that this Ghost Devil Palace was not an ordinary ruin, but a training ground specially used to train martial artists. Everything was done according to certain rules. For example, when the Hell Rock monster was about to catch up to them, it suddenly disappeared. They probably wouldn't appear again unless they returned to this place. Where is the Kazekage? Reikage asked coldly. Kazekage and Hokage were both ninja warriors, and the three of them were originally together. Therefore, he didn't care about Little Wimp's disappearance, but Wind Shadow's disappearance made him a little unhappy. I killed him, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Anyway, when he killed Kazekage, several people saw it, so it was impossible to hide it. He might as well tell them the truth. You think you can kill Kazekage? Hokage said disdainfully. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders. It was up to him to believe it or not. He was too lazy to explain. His attitude made Reikage and Hokage very angry. A mere 6th level of Divine Vein Realm dared to be disrespectful to them. He was simply courting death. What, you want to kill me here? Ling Xiao mocked. So what if I kill you? Hokage suddenly trembled and pounced on Ling Xiao. 2 fire snakes shot out from his hands. You don't even use an Emperor-level martial skill, and you want to kill me? Ling Xiao instantly turned into a white light and dodged. Looking at the Hokage indifferently, he said, if you want to kill me, then let's waste our time here. I guess if no one enters this gate, then I will kill you. If no one enters, it will close soon. Bullshit, you speak as if you know everything. Hokage scolded, but he was quickly slapped in the face. As expected, the door began to close slowly. Not good, everyone is in the door. Hokage, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill him. Let's go. Reikage rushed in first. The others didn't dare to be negligent. If they were trapped here, who knew if the Hell Rock monster would appear again? Moreover, they were here for the treasure. If they couldn't enter the 2nd level, then what was the point? The moment they entered the bronze door, it closed. A stench of corpse chi suddenly rushed toward them. Everyone could even see a large number of moving zombies. These zombies were extremely fast and could even jump a long distance in the air. However, Ling Xiao and the others hadn't entered the zombies' attack range yet, so they weren't attacked yet. This place is eerie. It's even scarier than the 1st level. Everyone needs to be careful. Reikage reminded and walked out first. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and walked while observing the surroundings. He wasn't a reckless person. Since it was confirmed that this ghost demon palace was most likely a trial site. Everything seemed to be working normally. This zombie cave should also be a test. It wouldn't force people to die. As long as they didn't make any stupid mistakes, they wouldn't die. Of course, there would definitely be a reward in the zombie cave. Miss Feng, follow me. Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed Feng Xiaomeng's hand. At that moment, Feng Xiaomeng wanted to shake it off, but she restrained herself. However, her face was bright red. No one had ever dared to grab her hand like this. After walking for a while, the group of 7 discovered 2 doors. There were words written on the doors. One was the door of poison, the other was the door of raging flames. Anyway, neither of them was easy to deal with. Reikage had always thought of himself as the leader of this group. The others seemed to be subconsciously willing to listen to him, the strongest person. Big brother Reikage, what do we do next? Zhong Beiyun couldn't help but ask. We can only split up. Reikage thought for a while and said. While he was thinking, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye had already figured out the situation of this zombie cave. 2 doors, just like the literal meaning. Inside the door of poison, there were a large number of poisonous zombies. Inside the door of raging flames, there were more ghostfire zombies. His Tai Chi eye could completely reflect the map of the zombie cave into his mind. How to go, where was the safest, it was all clear at a glance. It was simply like a real map. Ling Xiao had encountered this kind of thing before. When he first obtained the Mountain River Martial Spirit, it had this function. After the Mountain River Martial Spirit advanced, all the auxiliary functions were integrated into the Tai Chi eye. Therefore, to him, this zombie cave seemed mysterious and unfathomable. In fact, all the secrets were already placed in front of his eyes. This Ling Xiao, where did he come from? He feels too mysterious. Feng Xiaomeng saw Ling Xiao's performance and couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 3645. When Feng Xiaomeng saw the smile on Ling Xiao's face, she knew that Ling Xiao must have a deep understanding of the zombie cave. Following him was definitely the right choice. After Reikage's arrangement, The 7 of them were divided into 2 teams. Rakage led one team and Kazekage led the other. Both of them were seeded contestants and were the strongest, so the others had no objections. However, Rakage's team only had 3 people, but they were all elites. They were Rakage, Heiyu, and Feng Xiaomeng. The other team was Naruto, Chen Qian, Ling Xiao, and Zhong Beiyun. I want to be in the same team as Ling Xiao, Feng Xiaomeng suddenly said. Rakage frowned. This Feng Xiaomeng, he wanted to protect her, but she didn't give him any face. Mph, up to you. Then Naruto, come over and let them perish on their own. Rakage snorted coldly. Big brother Rakage, don't. Let Chen Qian be in the same team as you. This Chen Qian is not weak. Naruto glanced at Ling Xiao. It was obvious that he was up to no good. That was why he didn't want to be separated from Ling Xiao. He was still brooding over the fact that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Now that they were in the zombie cave, there was naturally an opportunity. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could perform better than him in the zombie cave. Big brother, I choose the blazing door. Then I'll take the poison door. Rakage seemed to have guessed Naruto's thoughts. Naruto had a fire martial spirit. Naruto would have a greater advantage if he took the blazing door. It should be easy to kill Ling Xiao. After splitting up, both teams entered the blazing door and poison door respectively. Just as they entered the blazing door, Ling Xiao and the others were attacked. Ghostfire zombies were covered in blue ghostfire. It was very strange. There were about a dozen of them, and each of them wasn't weak. Most of them were in the 7th or 8th level of the Divine Vein realm. Only one of them should be the leader of the Ghostfire zombies. Its strength had reached the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm. Kill. Naruto attacked first and released his fire martial spirit. Those Ghostfire couldn't do any harm to him. He punched out, and fire snakes danced wildly. 4 will-o'-the-wisp zombies had their bodies pierced through and fell to the ground. It seemed that the fire snake released by the fire shadow was not an ordinary fire snake, but a demonic fire. Even though the netherflame zombie was capable of executing flames as well, it was still weaker than Zhongxian, so it would still be burned to death. The troublesome one was the will-o'-the-wisp zombie leader. Although it didn't attack immediately, it caused the temperature in the cave to rise sharply. This made them feel very uncomfortable. It could be imagined that in an almost enclosed environment, the temperature had suddenly risen to more than 50 degrees. Everyone was so hot that they couldn't breathe, let alone fight. Fortunately, these people were not weak. Otherwise, just this high temperature alone could suffocate them to death. Zhong Beiyun's strength was weaker, and it was obvious that she was in a terrible situation. However, she was still a 9th-level Divine Vein realm martial artist. Therefore, he endured the scorching heat and killed a will-o'-the-wisp zombie. Feng Xiaomeng was stronger, and her performance was second only to Hokage. Ling Xiao didn't make a move for a long time. This made the Hokage very uncomfortable. Boy, what are you trying to do? Ling Xiao didn't bother with him. Instead, he took out the arcanum bow. He silently circulated his true yuan. 2 true yuan arrows appeared on the arcane bow. One was black, and the other was white. He was planning to use the arcane bow to unleash the 9 Revolutions Celestial Demon skill. After all, the 9 Revolutions Celestial Demon skill didn't have any requirements for the weapon. Divine Light, Incoming Demonic Shadow, Die. The black and white sword beams pierced through dozens of zombies and arrived in front of the zombie leader. The 2 sword beams then merged into one. The will-o'-the-wisp zombie leader didn't have time to dodge, and was knocked away by the terrifying force. With Ling Xiao's current strength, it wasn't difficult for him to kill a 9th-level Divine Vein realm martial artist with an Emperor skill. However, this kind of refreshing battle could only be found in the Divine Vein realm. After breaking through to the Divine Core realm, it would be impossible for him to do this again. After the will-o'-the-wisp zombie leader died, the temperature in the cave quickly dropped back to its original level. Because of this, the battle between these men became much easier. Zhong Beiyun also became more active in killing the zombies. After a short moment, they had killed all the will-o'-the-wisp zombies. Hokage, there are some things you don't understand, so don't talk nonsense. Haven't you heard of the saying, Capture the leader first. Ling Xiao didn't forget to make fun of the Hokage. Temph, I don't need you to do anything. I can kill that will-o'-the-wisp zombie leader myself. The Hokage let out a cold snort. Although his words were tough, he didn't have a good expression on his face. He knew that this time, he had made a fool of himself. Therefore, he could only use his actions to cover up his embarrassment. They continued walking forward. While they were walking forward, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye was able to capture a larger area of the map. This zombie cave was much larger. Currently, his Tai Chi eye could only capture an area of 100 meters. Therefore, he could only see an area of 100 meters. Luckily, he could capture all the paths they took with his Tai Chi eye. Along the way, because of Ling Xiao's warning, although they were ambushed a few times, everyone was prepared. Therefore, it didn't take them much effort. Because of this, Ling Xiao's status in the group had increased a lot. Not only did Feng Xiaoming trust him, even Zhong Beiyun started worshipping him. Only the Hokage was getting more and more jealous. They walked forward for another hour or so. Even if they could perfectly deal with the will-o'-the-wisp zombie every time. The continuous battle also made the four of them a little tired. The Hokage suggested to take a break, and no one objected. Suddenly, Zhong Beiyun let out a shrill scream. Then, her head actually hit the wall of the cave. It was as if she had gone crazy. At the same time, the Hokage also felt that he seemed to have been bitten by something. Suddenly, his consciousness became a little blurry. He began to hallucinate. Not good, this thing can make people hallucinate. The Hokage hurriedly sat cross-legged, hoping to use his soul power to repel this illusion. Previously, when he had encountered the illusion talisman, he had relied on his willpower to resist the control of the illusion. Ling Xiao glanced at the Hokage and ignored him. Instead, he walked over and grabbed Zhong Beiyun. Then, with a thought, a terrifying soul power was released, turning into a soul spike. It pierced into Zhong Beiyun's body. Moments later, a small black bug fell to the ground. It was already dead. This is called the ghost louse. Although its strength is very weak, the gas it releases can make people hallucinate. Many experts who didn't pay attention have fallen in its hands. Ling Xiao picked up the ghost louse and said. At this time, Zhong Beiyun had recovered from her madness, her face was full of horror. That insect is very small, but it can produce gas that makes people crazy. It is really terrifying. So, the Hokage was also hit by the ghost louse's hallucination gas? Zhong Beiyun asked. Yeah. Ling Xiao nodded. Are you going to kill him? Feng Xiaoming suddenly asked. Because the Hokage wanted to kill Ling Xiao before, Ling Xiao's action was reasonable. Chapter 3646. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, if he dies, we will lose a powerful force. What Ling Xiao didn't say was that he would definitely kill this Hokage, but it wasn't the time yet. After he saved Zhong Beiyun, he hit the Hokage with his palm. A cold force invaded the Hokage's body, and the ghost louse was immediately frozen into ice and fell to the ground. The Hokage also returned to normal. You saved me. The Hokage looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. That's right. You have to remember to repay kindness. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Temph, even without you, I would still be fine. The Hokage said disdainfully. Is that so? Ling Xiao suddenly showed a playful smile and said, there are more than 10 ghost louse here. You think I killed 2 and that's it? Feng Xiaoming, Zhong Beiyun, come and stand with me. Who are you trying to fool? The Hokage didn't believe it at all. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly grabbed the cave wall with both hands. The other 3 didn't see anything. The ghost louse was too small and blended into the darkness, making it impossible to identify. However, this Ling Xiao easily caught 2 and directly froze them to death. Hokage, good luck to you. There are at least 6 ghost louse here. They are only afraid of soul force and cold. Ling Xiao smiled and actually didn't care about Naruto. Instead, he began to observe the environment here. Suddenly, he dashed to a corner and punched the wall. There was a shining crystal in the wall. Energy essence. The Hokage exclaimed. That's right. Ghost louse likes to absorb the energy of martial artists and then make it into energy essence. Therefore, wherever they appear, there will be energy essence. This thing is good stuff. He smiled and directly swallowed the energy essence. When the energy essence entered his stomach, the consumed potential was completely recovered, and the upper limit of potential increased by 10%. Not only that, he felt that the door of breakthrough was almost half opened. If everything went smoothly, he would probably be able to advance to the 7th level of the divine vein realm soon. At that point of time, he wouldn't even need to fear a half-step divine core warrior. Why are there no more ghost lice? The Hokage was afraid of the ghost louse, so he didn't dare to compete with Ling Xiao for the energy essence. However, even after Ling Xiao took the energy essence, he did not see a single ghost louse. The Hokage suddenly realized that he had been fooled. Brat, how dare you lie to me? The Hokage was furious. That's right, so what if I lied to you? Who asked you to be so stupid? Ling Xiao said mockingly, you'd better be obedient. Let me remind you that there are little things like the ghost lice in this zombie cave. Although it's not as obvious as zombies, its damage is not inferior to zombies at all. The Hokage's face changed again and again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, go. He believed that he was stronger than Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao held an even greater advantage. That was his familiarity with the Ghost Demon Palace. This Ling Xiao was like a walking encyclopedia. He was really afraid that he would encounter something like the ghost louse again. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would be dead for sure. Ling Xiao wanted to take advantage of his combat strength. He also wanted to take advantage of Ling Xiao's knowledge. The two of them didn't have any conflicts for now, so they could only work together and move forward. For the next hour, they continued to move forward in this zombie cave with a complicated terrain. Every once in a while, they would be attacked by will-o'-the-wisp zombies. They also had to be careful of the dangers hidden in the dark. For example, traps, and the ghost louse. With Ling Xiao's reminder, the group was able to get through this difficult situation. The Hokage started to feel lucky that he didn't try to kill Ling Xiao. If he did, even if he wasn't killed by these dangers, he would have lost a layer of his skin. Along the way, Ling Xiao had obtained a lot of energy essences, and he had consumed all of them. He and the others could only be considered strangers. Even with Feng Xiaomeng, he hadn't known her for long, so there was no need to share. And this energy essence, no matter how much there was, he wouldn't complain about it. Even if he gave Feng Xiaomeng or Zhong Beiyun a few pills to replenish true essence, he wouldn't give it to them. Gradually, the door to breakthrough opened wider and wider. Ling Xiao's body even started to release the aura that only a martial artist at the 7th level of the divine vein realm should have. This Ling Xiao is definitely a scourge if we leave him alive. As long as we walk out of the zombie cave, we must kill him. Otherwise, all the good things will be snatched away by him alone. The Hokage was very afraid in his heart. Ling Xiao's existence was a huge threat to him. Even though he could still protect him through the crisis now, he would become a powerful opponent in the future. He was scheming against Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao not be scheming against him? If the Hokage didn't listen obediently, then he could only kill the Hokage. But that would have to be after his cultivation breakthrough. It would be very difficult to win if they were to fight head-on now. Everyone, be careful. I think we've reached the end of this path. The closer we get to the end, the more dangerous it will be. Ling Xiao reminded them. He had been to many ruins, so he had experience in this area. The other three nodded their heads. They continued walking forward for a while. Suddenly, they felt a scorching heat approaching. Terrifying noises kept sounding out. Just by listening to the noises, they could tell how many wildfire zombies there were. Let's retreat first. Ling Xiao used his Taikai eye and looked around. Damn it, they had just walked into the nest of wildfire zombies. There were at least 100 wildfire zombies. And most of them were at the 9th level of the divine vein realm. One of them was even scarier. It was a half-step divine core wildfire zombie king. Hearing his order to retreat, no one dared to hesitate. But right at this moment, the temperature in the cave began to rise rapidly. The path they were taking to retreat had turned red from the heat. The temperature had reached over 100 degrees Celsius. Everyone had to circulate their true yuan to protect their bodies. If not, they would be burned to death by the high temperature. But even so, Zhong Beiyun was still panting heavily. Her eyes were blurred, and she looked like she was about to die. Feng Xiaoming wasn't in a good condition either. Only Hu Ying was still normal. After all, he had a fire martial soul, and his resistance to high temperatures was much stronger than ordinary people. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao unleashed his extreme cold domain. It caused the temperature to drop slightly, but it was still around 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. It was much hotter than the wildfire zombie king. Kill. Ling Xiao took out his profound theory bow and started shooting at the wildfire zombies. Every time, 3 true yuan arrows would be shot out. Every time, 3 wildfire zombies would be killed. However, the wildfire zombie king was too far back, and it was too strong. It wasn't easy for Ling Xiao to kill it with just 1 arrow. Zhong Beiyun and Feng Xiaoming were fighting desperately as well. As for Hu Ying, he was fighting and retreating at the same time. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to care about this idiot. While shooting at the wildfire zombies, he was also harassing the wildfire zombie king with arrows. This prevented it from launching a more powerful attack. You idiots can continue, I'm leaving. There were many forks in this zombie cave. Hu Ying didn't want to wait for his death here. Chapter 3647. In the Hokage's mind, although Ling Xiao could help him overcome many difficulties, this time, he was sure that Ling Xiao was at his wit's end. The half-step divine core ghost fire zombie king was simply too strong. Even the Hokage didn't have the confidence to defeat it. Not to mention Ling Xiao. That bastard, he really ran away. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. But, he didn't have the time to think too much about it. Brother Ling, let's run. There's no way the 3 of us can defeat so many ghost fire zombies. Feng Xiaoming suggested. Can you stall that half-step divine core zombie king? Ling Xiao didn't seem like he was going to leave. Instead, he asked. Yes. Feng Xiaoming thought for a moment and said, but, even if I can stall it, there are still a few hundred ghost fire zombies left. There are more than a dozen ghost fire zombie leaders here. You and Zhong Beiyun are no match for them. Then you don't have to worry about it. Just lure the ghost fire zombie king away, then run for your life. There are many paths here, and one ghost fire zombie king shouldn't be able to do anything to you. Zhong Beiyun, you should get ready to run as well. I'll bring up the rear, you two choose a safe path. Ling Xiao wasn't a great person. It was just that he had some trump cards that he didn't want others to see. Therefore, he had to let Feng Xiaoming and Zhong Beiyun leave. Of course, Feng Xiaoming was willing to help him take away a ghost fire zombie king, and this would greatly reduce the pressure on him. I'll lure away a ghost fire zombie leader for you as well. During this period of time, Zhong Beiyun had been eating Ling Xiao's pills, and she had grown a lot. Therefore, the ghost fire zombie leader couldn't pose too much of a threat to him. As long as he was careful, he should be able to kill it. Alright, let's do it now. Feng Xiaoming, just focus on attacking that ghost fire zombie king. Barrier martial soul. Ling Xiao unleashed his barrier martial soul, leaving only the ghost fire zombie king and a ghost fire zombie leader outside. Although this barrier martial soul could be broken from the outside, it wasn't easy. It's even harder to break it from the inside. Unless they killed Ling Xiao directly. So when Feng Xiaoming attacked the ghost fire zombie king outside, the ghost fire zombie king chased after her. As for Zhong Beiyun, she also lured away a will-o'-the-wisp zombie leader and escaped with Feng Xiaoming. It was always safer with 2 people together. Brother Ling, if you can't kill him, then run. Don't force yourself. Feng Xiaoming's voice sounded from afar. Ling Xiao smiled. Escape? Why did he run away? After sensing that the 2 of them had gone far away, Ling Xiao instantly released his Tyrant martial spirit. After that, a terrifying heavenly flame was released from the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The entire barrier was burning. Heavenly flame. Ling Xiao was using heavenly flame. It was many times more powerful than the will-o'-the-wisp. The will-o'-the-wisp zombies groaned in pain and were all burned to ashes in an instant. After killing all the ghost fire zombies, Ling Xiao did not choose to leave. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Previously, he had already opened more than half of the gate of breakthrough. This time, the martial spirit of the Tyrant heavens had incinerated hundreds of ghostfire zombies. A huge amount of murderous aura entered his body and was absorbed by the yin-yang universal tiger. It stimulated his cultivation, causing him to break through again. Therefore, he decided to break through to the 7th level of the divine vein realm here before leaving. About half an hour later, a terrifying energy erupted from Ling Xiao's body. Luckily, he had the barrier martial spirit. If not, he might have attracted the attention of all the people around him. 7th level of the divine vein realm. For Ling Xiao, this was not just a breakthrough. It meant that his combat strength was now strong enough to fight a half-step divine core warrior. No matter if it was Lei Ying or Hu Ying, as long as he ran into anyone who dared to harm him, he would kill them without hesitation. Time to go. Ling Xiao stood up and sped up. Almost all the ghostfire zombies in the Gate of Raging Flames would run away when they sensed his aura. They no longer dared to fight him. Therefore, for the rest of the time, he didn't run into any enemies. Half an hour later, the Gate of Raging Flames and the Gate of Deadly Poison finally merged into one. A huge underground palace appeared in front of him. This place should be the final destination of the 2nd stage. He couldn't see what was inside, but he could sense the smell of some rare treasures coming from inside. Of course, there were enemies as well. The other 6 men were waiting for him there. There were many ghostfire zombies and deadly poison zombies nearby. Obviously, they were killed by them. You actually made it out alive. Hu Ying was surprised. There were so many ghostfire zombies surrounding Ling Xiao. He thought Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to make it out alive. Hehe, sorry to disappoint you. Ling Xiao said with a sneer. Brother Ling, it's good that you're here. It seems like the final destination requires all the remaining people to enter together. We've sent some puppets to check it out. There are many good things inside. But too bad, it's very dangerous, even the puppets were killed. Feng Xiaomeng was very happy when she saw Ling Xiao. She had been very worried about him. Zhong Beiyun let out a sigh of relief as well. Thank you for your concern. Someone wants me dead, but too bad, I'm a cat, I have 9 lives. Ling Xiao gazed at Hu Ying coldly. Now that he had broken through, it was time to kill Hu Ying. What's the situation inside? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Obviously, now wasn't the time to kill Hu Ying. With Lei Koge here, it wouldn't be easy. He had to wait until Hu Ying was alone. Ian, the situation is bad. Feng Xiaomeng said, there are 3 ghostfire zombie kings and 3 deadly poison zombie kings. All of them are at the half-step divine core realm, 1st level water core realm. Of course, these aren't the scariest ones. The scariest one is the zombie emperor. That guy has reached the 9th level water core realm. None of us can win alone. We have to work together. Besides that, there are countless ghostfire zombies and ghostfire zombie leaders. My puppets were killed before they could find out more. Hearing up to here, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. As long as there weren't any divine core zombies, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. For the current Jiang Chen, only a divine core zombie could make him feel fear. There are some things that I don't have to say. There are 7 of us here, and it's impossible for us to work together. So, don't even think about working together. After learning his lesson from Hu Ying, Ling Xiao didn't want to work together with these people. What if someone suddenly decided to run away? Wouldn't that be a trap? This time, whoever dares to run away alone, or take all the treasures alone, they will all die. Lei Koge said with a cold voice, Ling Xiao, although we have some grudges against each other, this tomb chamber isn't going to be easy. Don't be careless. Whatever grudges you have, we'll talk about them after we pass this trial. Hehe, you're right. If someone dares to run away, or take all the treasures alone, we'll kill them all. Can't we just kill them? Ling Xiao said with a grin on his face. Of course, we can work together and kill those people. Lei Koge nodded his head. All right, we'll listen to you for now. Let's try working together. Right now, Ling Xiao didn't want to start a conflict with Lei Koge. But, after entering the tomb chamber, He would decide what to do based on the situation. Besides Feng Xiaomeng and Zhong Beiyun, he didn't trust anyone else. Chapter 3648. It had to be said that the combined strength of these 7 people was still very strong. Besides Ling Xiao, the weakest among them was at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. The strongest was at the half-step Divine Core Realm. Although Ling Xiao was only at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm, his combat strength was on par with a half-step Divine Core Warrior. Therefore, after entering the tomb, those ordinary Ghostfire zombies and deadly poison zombies were no match for them. They were all killed with ease. Don't underestimate the enemy. The zombies we'll face next will be stronger, and a zombie leader or even a zombie king might appear at any time. If we encounter a zombie king, don't fight it alone, work together and kill it. With our combined strength, as long as we work together, this zombie king will be no match for us. Lei Ying reminded everyone as he walked forward. Everyone nodded their heads. No rare treasures had appeared yet. There was no harm in working together. Instead, they could move forward faster. About 10 minutes later, the group encountered more than 200 zombies at the same time. One of them was a Ghostfire Zombie King. Thunderstorm Fist. Facing the Ghostfire Zombie King, Lei Ying let out a furious roar. He threw out a frightening punch. The Ghostfire Zombie King was sent flying by the punch. At the same time, dozens of zombies were killed. A first-grade Emperor martial skill, but it's obviously a higher level than the 9-layered demonic slash. It should be a high-level first-grade Emperor martial skill. Ling Xiao was trying to estimate Lei Ying's strength. He was much stronger than Feng Ying and Hue Ying. No wonder both of them called him Big Brother. Black Feather Kill. When the Ghostfire Zombie King fell to the ground, Black Feather suddenly attacked. A black feather fell off from his body and flew away with a strong wind. It pierced into the Ghostfire Zombie King's body. The Ghostfire Zombie King was torn into pieces. Another first-grade Emperor martial skill, and it's a high-level one. Looks like this black feather isn't any weaker than Lei Ying. And he's really ruthless. Ling Xiao thought to himself. After the Ghostfire Zombie King was killed, all the other zombies were killed in an instant. Ling Xiao didn't even have the chance to attack. The group continued moving forward. A few minutes later, they encountered another deadly poison zombie king. However, this deadly poison zombie king was much stronger than the Ghostfire. The deadly zombie king, and the others didn't dare approach it. Ling Xiao, don't you have a lot of ideas? You didn't even make a move just now. You can't be thinking of doing nothing, right? That poisonous fog made everyone somewhat fearful, and they did not dare to rashly approach it. The Hokage looked back and sneered. Hee, if I make a move, you won't be able to do anything. Ling Xiao sneered and walked towards the poisonous fog. Suddenly, 9 snake heads appeared behind him. The 9 snake heads opened their mouths and sucked in all the poisonous fog. Kill. This time, Raikage and Heiyu joined forces again, but this time, they attacked at the same time. Their attacks landed directly on the poison zombie king's body, severely injuring the poisonous zombie king. In the end, the poisonous zombie king's fists were no match for 4 hands, and he was beaten to death by everyone. Very successful. There are only 6 Ghostfire zombie kings here. We've already killed 2 of them. As long as we follow this rhythm, all the zombie kings here will be destroyed by us. Raikage looked at Ling Xiao, and his eyes flashed with splendor. Everyone knew how strong Heiyu was. But Ling Xiao was actually not afraid of the poisonous zombie king's poison. He was also not afraid of the Ghostfire zombie king's ghostfire. What exactly was this fellow's martial spirit? Of course, this splendor only lasted for an instant. He was in a good mood right now, so he didn't have time to care about that. I'm afraid it won't go that smoothly. Ling Xiao suddenly said, Everyone, prepare to fight with your lives on the line. The zombie emperor is here. Where is it? You said it would come, and you want to trick people again? The Hokage had suffered a loss from Ling Xiao, so he didn't believe it at all. But Feng Xiaomeng and Zhong Beiyun were already prepared. Chen Qian didn't dare to be negligent. He had always kept a low profile, but he believed in Ling Xiao's judgment. The rest of them were still hesitating when suddenly, a gust of fishy wind blew over. It really is the zombie emperor. Reikage was shocked, and only then did he realize that Ling Xiao's judgment was right. But it was useless to say that now. The terrifying zombie emperor was tall, about 4 meters tall. Half of his body was burning with ghost flames, and the other half was spitting out poisonous mist. He had 2 heads, and his appearance was incomparably ferocious. Oh no, I didn't expect this zombie emperor's reaction to be so sensitive. I'm afraid the remaining 4 zombie kings will also come over. Reikage frowned. His premonition quickly turned into reality. Other than the 4 zombie kings, they also brought nearly 1,000 zombies. They were densely packed and completely surrounded the 7 of them. Reikage pulled out a long blade that flickered with lightning. It was an immortal grade emperor weapon. This allowed his attack power to increase further. Berserk Thunder Slash. This Berserk Thunder Slash seemed to have been transformed from the Berserk Thunder Fist, but its power was even stronger. It seemed that Reikage was also a genius, or else his clansmen had improved this fist technique for him. The saber energy of the gale slashed out crazily, and actually pushed the zombie emperor back 4 to 5 steps. There was also a terrifying wound on his body. More than 20 zombies around him were killed in an instant. But before everyone could be happy, the wound on the zombie emperor's body instantly healed. This is troublesome. This zombie emperor is even more terrifying than I imagined. Reikage frowned, and his expression was very ugly. Coupled with the densely packed zombies around them, their current situation was very troublesome. A large amount of poisonous mist filled the passageway. The high temperature was also wreaking havoc. Ling Xiao, think of a way. At this time, the first person Reikage thought of was Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao should have the best way to deal with this poisonous mist and high temperature. Others definitely couldn't. If I make a move now, will I be able to get more things later? Ling Xiao laughed. If you don't make a move, you won't be able to live. Reikage said coldly. That's not necessarily true. Believe it or not, let's make a bet. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Forget it, if you can solve this crisis, you can have 1/3 of the things you get, and we'll split the rest equally. Reikage gritted his teeth and said. Thank you very much. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. At the same time, 9 snake heads appeared behind him, and a ferocious undead bird appeared. Absorb. At that moment, the poisonous mist and high temperature were all sucked into the body of the 9 snake general and the undead bird, and transformed into the potential of Ling Xiao's body. The consumption just now was also instantly recovered. Ling Xiao, you're too despicable. You have such ability, but you take advantage of it. Hokage scolded. Hehe, if you have the ability, I'll give you 1/3 of it, and you'll clean up these zombies. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. If I had the ability, why would I ask you to help me? Hokage muttered. If you don't have the ability, then shut your stinky mouth. No one will think you're mute. Next, this is a free service. Ling Xiao took out a piece of alchemy formation stone. Then he threw it out. In an instant, lightning fell. Like a rain of arrows. Bombarding the zombies. Chapter 3649. Formation. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. This Ling Xiao was getting more and more surprising. Not only could he absorb the poisonous fog and high temperature, he actually knew how to use formations. Moreover, the power of this formation was not weak. Basically, ordinary zombies and zombie leaders couldn't withstand it at all. Even the zombie king and zombie emperor had no choice but to defend for a while and were unable to attack. A moment later, the ground was filled with the remains of zombies. There were only 4 zombie kings and 1 zombie emperor left. Everyone was dumbfounded. Reikage, I'll leave that zombie emperor to you and Hokage. The rest of you, deal with the 4 zombie kings and quickly end the battle. At this moment, Ling Xiao had become the commander. As for the others, they also subconsciously accepted his orders. Feng Xiaomeng dealt with a zombie king alone, Ling Xiao dealt with a zombie king alone, and Heiyu dealt with a zombie king alone. The 4th zombie king was jointly dealt with by Chen Qian and Zhong Beiyun. Everything went very smoothly. Heiyu and Ling Xiao took the lead to kill the zombie king, followed by Feng Xiaomeng and Chen Qian. Next, there was only 1 zombie emperor left. Raikage and Hokage teamed up and were evenly matched with the zombie emperor. But just as everyone was thinking about how to get rid of the zombie emperor, trouble was coming. The zombie emperor suddenly scuttled out from the gap between Raikage and Hokage. At that moment, Raikage and Hokage could have stopped the zombie emperor, but they didn't. Because they saw the zombie emperor pouncing towards Ling Xiao. These two dogs realized that success was imminent. They were ready to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had never underestimated his opponent. Seeing the zombie emperor pouncing over, he instantly entered the yin-yang universal light tiger beast soul transformation. Then, he activated the cosmic light body and turned into a white light, dodging the zombie emperor's attack. The zombie emperor crashed into the wall of the cave, causing the entire tomb to shake. This power was not small. If he was really hit by it, Ling Xiao would probably be injured even if he didn't die. "Why aren't you helping?" Feng Xiaoming shouted and already charged over. Zhong Beiyun also went over to help. But the others did not move. This was what Ling Xiao was worried about. These people did not have any intention of being united at all. They saw that success was imminent. Therefore, he had no intention of letting Ling Xiao live. With one less person sharing the treasures, they would be able to get a lot more. Feng Xiaomeng's strength was not bad. Her sword pierced the zombie emperor's back, causing the zombie emperor to pause for a moment. Although Zhong Beiyun couldn't help much, she still seized the opportunity to stab him twice. The zombie emperor was injured. However, the wound was healing at an accelerated rate. "Heal my ass. Bloody plague." Ling Xiao suddenly released the bloody plague. The wound on the zombie emperor that was originally healing suddenly stopped. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he suddenly launched an attack. The third form of the 9 transformation technique of the fiend god, heaven-splitting divine light, demon shadow soaring. His 9 revolutions god-fiend art was also a high-grade first-order emperor-class martial skill. It was much better than the 9-fold demonic slash. The third style was much more powerful than the first 2 styles. A terrifying attack came crashing down. The zombie emperor knelt down on the ground. Feng Xiaomeng also unleashed an emperor-class martial skill, cutting off both of the zombie emperor's legs. On the other hand, Zhong Beiyun stabbed her blade into the zombie emperor's neck. But even so, the zombie emperor was still alive. "Get out of my way." Right at this moment, Lei Ying suddenly dashed over and stabbed his blade into the zombie emperor's body. A crystal suddenly emerged from the zombie emperor's body. Energy essence, and this energy essence is much bigger than the one produced by the ghost louse. There was no way Ling Xiao would let such a good thing fall into Lei Ying's hands. "Get lost." Without saying anything, Ling Xiao immediately unleashed the 7 Swords fusion and attacked Lei Ying. His attack was something that even a half-step divine core warrior wouldn't dare not defend against. Using this opportunity, Ling Xiao grabbed the energy essence and swallowed it. In an instant, he could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 50%. The upper limit of his potential had also increased by 30%. "Damn it, how dare you steal from me?" Lei Ying roared out. "You're so fucking shameless. The zombie emperor was nearly killed by the 3 of us, and you're here to take advantage of it. How dare you say it's yours?" Ling Xiao scolded. "I knew you weren't a good person, but I never expected you to be so shameless. You better hand over that thing, or else, don't even think about taking any of the things we're going to find later." Lei Ying said coldly. "You can try." Ling Xiao stared at Lei Ying, showing no signs of backing down. Swoosh. "Hey, you suddenly left. Not good, that guy wants to steal from us, let's go." When Lei Ying saw the situation, he didn't want to be left behind. Without hesitation, he dashed out. The rest of the group didn't want to be left behind. There were no longer any monsters in this tomb chamber, they just needed to focus on searching for treasures. Not long after that, the group of 7 arrived at the zombie emperor's nest. Compared to the dead atmosphere in the other places, this place was much more peaceful. This place, however, was full of vitality. All kinds of plants were growing on the walls of the cave. The ground was covered with weeds as well. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and saw that there were some natural treasures growing in the places where the plants were hidden. They were all fruits that were of great help to one's cultivation, body, and soul. Without any hesitation, he used his cosmic body and quickly picked them. The others also realized this and hurriedly went to snatch them. There were a total of 3 fruits: cultivation fruit, flesh fruit, and soul fruit. There were about 100 of them. 50 of them were ripe and the most suitable for consumption. All of them were taken by Ling Xiao. The rest were either not ripe or not effective. Ling Xiao left them to the others, in case he got beaten up by the group. In any case, no one knew that he had picked good things. After collecting the fruits, everyone ate them and then cultivated here. Ling Xiao also sat cross-legged with Feng Xiaomeng and Zhong Beiyun. He gave 5 of the 50 fruits he had obtained to the 2 of them and let them eat them secretly. After all, these 2 had helped him before. To be honest, if not for these 2 people, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the zombie emperor so easily. All 45 fruits were eaten by Ling Xiao. He could feel that his first-order emperor divine body, the black tortoise divine body, had leveled up from the low grade to the high grade, skipping the mid grade. His soul strength had also increased by 30%. He was much stronger than before. Originally, when his soul strength reached the 4 major regions, his advantage wasn't that obvious. But now, with a 30% increase, his advantage had been increased by a lot. His foundation was strong, and 30% wasn't a small amount. As for his cultivation, the energy in his cultivation ocean had increased from 50% to 80%. His potential limit had also increased by 30%. Although he still hadn't broken through, he had still made great progress. As far as he was concerned, this trip to the Ghost Devil Palace was a huge gain for him. The stronger he was now, the more confident he would be when facing those 10 divine core warriors. Chapter 3650. Ling Xiao's strength had skyrocketed. Everyone else's strength had also increased. 2 hours later, Lei Ying and Hui Ying were the first to leave. After that, everyone else left as well. Ling Xiao and Feng Xiaomeng were the last to leave. Feng Xiaomeng actually had a lot of questions about Ling Xiao's calmness, but she didn't ask them in the end. Both of them walked out of the tomb chamber and saw a door in front of them. They knew this was the entrance to the final stage. The first stage is the Light Bridge Abyss, the second stage is the Zombie Cave. I wonder what the third stage is? Feng Xiaomeng asked curiously. Fortuitous Encounter Mountain. Ling Xiao pointed at the 3 words above the door and said with a smile. You 2 are really slow. Lei Ying said unhappily. He wanted to enter the third stage as soon as possible, but he was still blocked by this door. Are you in a hurry to die? Ling Xiao looked at Lei Ying with disdain. Right at this moment, the door opened, and a blue portal appeared. This portal seems to be a random portal. Miss Feng, be careful. Ling Xiao reminded her. While they were talking, everyone else had already entered the portal. Feng Xiaomeng nodded her head and said, The reason I'm able to come this far is all thanks to Brother Ling's care. If you need my help, just use this to call me. She gave Ling Xiao a help talisman. Once it was used, it would instantly bring Feng Xiaomeng to Ling Xiao's side. Thank you. Ling Xiao didn't refuse. Feng Xiaomeng was a half-step divine core warrior, and she was a great help to him. If he really needed her help, he wouldn't refuse. Let's go. The 2 of them also stepped through the door. In the next moment, Feng Xiaomeng felt like she had landed on solid ground. This was a huge mountain range, and she was currently in a basin. There were all sorts of strange flowers and plants growing in this basin. The air was filled with energy. It was at least 10 times denser than the outside world. Ling Xiao is really good, he can actually tell that this is a random portal. There's no one around me, I can cultivate here for a while. Feng Xiaomeng wasn't in a hurry to search for treasures. In any case, the Ghost Demon Palace did not set a time limit. Besides, this cultivation resource was great for her, and she didn't have to hand it over to any divine core warriors. It would be a waste if she didn't use it. On the other side, Heiyu was pleasantly surprised. My luck is really good. I actually teleported directly to the front of the ruins. In front of him was an ancient building. Although part of it had already collapsed, it still exuded an ancient and strange aura. Although there was definitely great danger in this place. But at the same time, there were also great opportunities. Heiyu was a confident person. Although he was also afraid of death, he cared more about treasures. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he walked into the ruins and began to explore alone. Miracle Mountain had already determined the characteristics of this final stage. That was a fortuitous encounter. As long as you have the ability, you will be able to obtain extremely good things in this stage. Heiyu was considered to be extremely lucky as he came directly to the ruins. Feng Xiaomeng's luck was not as good. She only came to a cultivation ground with abundant spirit qi. However, Reikage was even more unlucky than her. He was directly teleported to the nest of a group of demonic beasts. Among this group of demonic beasts, there were actually two whose strength was equivalent to that of the zombie emperor. He was no match for them at all. Without even thinking, he directly killed his way out and escaped. Ling Xiao's luck was not too good either. He was directly teleported into a bone-piercing cold pool. It was so cold that he could not help but shiver. However, after releasing the undying bird-beast soul and circulating the deviant fire to expel the cold, then, he observed his surroundings. He suddenly felt that his luck might not be bad. There was actually not a single demonic beast around this cold pool. And about a mile away, he could hear the roars of demonic beasts. There must be a reason for this. Could it be that there's something in the cold pool? This was the most normal thought. Otherwise, although this cold pool was cold, those ice-type demonic beasts would be eager to join in the fun. Let's go down and take a look. Anyway, even with the Tai Chi eye, it was impossible to see the situation at the bottom of the cold pool. He could only go down and take a look. Thinking of this, he directly jumped down. If others saw this action, they would probably call him a lunatic. Everyone could see that this cold pool was definitely not a good place. It was very likely that he would lose his life after going down. But Ling Xiao was not afraid. Not only could he use the deviant fire to expel the cold, but he also had the emperor-level black tortoise divine body. His physical body was incomparably strong. A place that was dangerous for others might not be dangerous for him. From the requirements of this ghost demon palace, he could see some knack for it. Inside, only divine pulse realm martial artists were required to enter. In other words, this was a place for divine pulse realm martial artists to train. Even if it was dangerous, it could not be too crazy. It was definitely still within the tolerance limit of divine pulse realm martial artists. The moment Ling Xiao entered the water, he could feel a terrifying chill enveloping his whole body. Even the deviant fire could not withstand it. Fortunately, he still had the emperor-level black tortoise divine body to resist, so he could still withstand it. If it really didn't work, he still had the 100 transformation divine weapon as the last line of defense. If it didn't work, he could still release the immortal fire. Anyway, he had a lot of trump cards. If he encountered a crisis, he could easily deal with it. But even so, the horror of the cold pool was still beyond Ling Xiao's expectations. He suddenly realized that the thing inside the cold pool might not be the reward of the trial. It might be something used to maintain the fortuitous encounter mountain. In the end, not only did he release the immortal fire, he even used the divine fire. He even released the divine fire in order to take out the thing inside the cold pool. Right when he took out the thing, it was as if the entire fortuitous encounter mountain was shaking. After that, the cold pool was no longer cold, and a huge amount of demon beasts started gathering around it. Ling Xiao was startled. He quickly turned around and ran. What a joke! Even if it was him, he would be surrounded by thousands of half-step divine core demon beasts. Even if he did, he would not be able to survive. He found a safe place. After that, he took out the treasure he just obtained from the cold pool. When he touched it, it was bone-piercing cold, as if it could even freeze his bones. But since he had the divine fire burning in his hand, he wasn't afraid. It looks like an amber, but why does it look like a dragon inside the amber? Ling Xiao had never seen an amber like this. You're in luck, this is called the Amber Azure Dragon, and it contains the soul of the Azure Dragon. Use it to improve your Frost Dragon Beast soul. With it, you should be able to break through to the 9th level of the Divine Core Realm. Also, with the help of this Amber Azure Dragon, your Frost Dragon Beast Soul should be able to evolve into a Divine Ice Dragon. Yuan Venerate reminded. I see. Ling Xiao looked around and made sure there was no one around. After that, he unleashed his barrier martial soul and started fusing with the Amber Azure Dragon. About an hour later, a frightening coldness was unleashed from his body. It was not any weaker than the coldness he felt in the cold pool. At the same time, his Frost Dragon Beast Soul had successfully evolved into a Divine Ice Dragon Beast Soul. Chapter 3651. Not only did the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul's power increase greatly, he also obtained a second powerful skill. The first was Frost Dragon Breath. The second was Ice Eon. Ice Eon and Ice Eon had similar names, but the situation was completely different. Ice Eon was a weapon. Ice Eon was a terrifying wide-range skill. Whether it was power or range, it was 10 times greater than Frost Dragon Breath. If he encountered a large number of enemies, it would be a great killing weapon. Moreover, after fusing with the Amber Azure Dragon, Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy had also reached 100%. He was not far from the next breakthrough. However, he did not intend to break through so quickly. If he broke through without fighting, his foundation would be unstable. He'd better go and practice first. He began to use the Tai Chi Eye to search the surroundings and tried to fly. His flying was different from other martial artists. He did not rely on his true essence, but on his transformed wings. Both the unbounded heavenly rat and the undying bird could fly. It's okay. I can fly at a low altitude, similar to the feather race. Ling Xiao had been reminded of this by the harpy. Even though he had tried in the past, he had failed. It was probably because he was too weak. Now that his cultivation was about to break through to the 8th level of the Divine Pulse Realm, he could finally fly at a low altitude. And people without wings still could not do it. Unless they relied on Dharma treasures and beasts. The so-called low altitude was more than 20 meters in the sky, which was not bad. As he flew, he used the Tai Chi Eye to search for the next relic. Since this was the Miracle Mountain, there would definitely be many relics. About 10 minutes later, he found another relic. So he jumped and flew down. This strange place was actually a sect. However, this sect was now facing the predicament of being destroyed. Ling Xiao knew that the people here were all transformed by the Ghost Demon Hall and not real people. However, this situation was definitely not by chance. He believed that there must be something good. It was as if he was an outsider who had stepped into the conflict of others. Both sides seemed to not see him. He could not attack these people. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind, please choose a faction. The attacking side is the Martial Alliance under the rule of the Imperial Court. The defending side is a sect called the Ghost Demon Hall. They need to protect themselves. With the disparity in strength between the two sides, the Ghost Devil Palace is almost certain to be defeated. After hearing this voice, Ling Xiao thought about it carefully. Normally, such missions would be assigned to protect the Ghost Demon Hall. Why was there a choice? Could it be that different choices led to different rewards? After all, the difficulty was different. If he chose Martial League, the difficulty level would be extremely low. Hence, the items he would obtain would probably not be much better. If he chose the Ghost Demon Palace, the difficulty would be extremely high, and the items he would obtain should not be bad. I choose Martial League. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold grin. Since he knew that this was just an illusion, there was no need for pity or sympathy. Even if the Ghost Devil Palace was destroyed, it would only be an illusion. Therefore, he didn't care at all. The choice has been made and cannot be changed. If you choose to protect the Ghost Devil Hall, you will receive 3 Violet Sun Pills and a set of 2nd level Emperor-class soul techniques. If you choose to destroy the Ghost Devil Palace, you will be rewarded with 1,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. As expected. This reward was exactly what Ling Xiao had in mind. However, so what if this was the rule of the trial grounds? He was here to break this rule. After choosing a side, the battle soon began. The Martial League was much stronger than the Ghost Devil Palace. Destroying the Ghost Devil Palace was a piece of cake. After that, it was time to loot. Basically, everything in the Ghost Devil Palace had been looted. As for the 3 violet sun pills and a set of second-level Emperor-class soul techniques, they were all taken by the Martial League's leader. This Martial League's leader was a half-step Divine Core warrior, a 9th-level Water Core warrior. His strength was on par with the Zombie Emperor. No one dared to provoke him. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him at all. Because he was on the same side, he easily approached the Martial League's leader. Then, he suddenly transformed into his Shadow Warrior form. He unleashed the Hell Shadow Strike. He ambushed the Martial League's leader. Although the Martial League's leader reacted quickly, one of his arms was still chopped off by Ling Xiao, and his storage ring was taken away. After that, Ling Xiao sped up into the sky and left. He didn't stop at all. That place was just an ancient ruin. After he left the area of the ruin, those men couldn't chase after him anymore. Heh, this is really something that I didn't put in the effort to obtain. The number of violet sun pills has increased to 5. And I even got a set of second-level Emperor-class soul techniques. Although this set of second-level Emperor-class soul techniques could only be cultivated after reaching the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm, it didn't matter. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation speed, it was only a matter of time before he reached that level. He put away the 2 items, then checked the Martial League's leader's storage ring. There was actually nothing else. It looked like this was really a scenario created by a formation. Even the items were pre-ordered in advance. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao didn't stay any longer. He continued his search. Along the way, he bumped into Feng Xiaoming, who had just come out from cultivating in the mountains. Feng Xiaoming's cultivation had obviously become stronger. Go over there, there's an ancient ruin. Let's try our luck. Ling Xiao believed that since that place was a simulation, he would be able to participate in the trial. Since he got the treasure, Feng Xiaoming should be able to as well. Thank you. Feng Xiaoming thanked Jiang Chen, then she left. Ling Xiao didn't stay any longer, because no one knew what would happen next. It was better to get more good stuff as soon as possible. Another half an hour passed. Ling Xiao came to the gate of an ancient city. In this ancient city, there was a strange aura from beyond the heavens. It was strange, but it was also somewhat familiar. In the ancient city, the buildings were all made of metal. He had never seen such buildings before. Near the ancient city, there were demonic beasts patrolling. However, this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao. It was just that he didn't want to make a move rashly, so he still went to the ancient city gate in his Shadow Dancer form. A corner of the city gate was broken, but it was enough for one person to enter easily. Someone came here? Ling Xiao noticed that there were traces of hands touching on the city gate. He used the Taikai eye to analyze it. So it's him. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The result of the Taikai eye's analysis was that the person who entered this ancient city was none other than Hua Ying. With a smile on his face, he walked into the ancient city and set up a spirit formation near the city gate. This was to prevent Hua Ying from taking the opportunity to slip away. Bang! In front of him was a majestic city lord mansion. A person was suddenly blasted out. He rolled a few times on the ground before getting up. Ling Xiao noticed that the person who got up was Hua Ying. And the people chasing him were actually some metal puppets. These puppets were much more advanced than the puppets in the 4 major regions. Their entire bodies were perfect. He didn't know what kind of metal they were made of. The most amazing thing was that these puppets didn't consume spirit stones. Chapter 3652. These metal puppets had a special structure in their bodies that could directly absorb spirit energy from the air to fight. It was very similar to human warriors. It's too advanced. This should be a technology that only the Shunji continent has. It's worthy of being a relic from outer space. I guess this thing is also from outer space. Ling Xiao was a little emotional. Don't F*King be emotional. Hurry up and help. These guys are very difficult to deal with. The Hokage also saw Ling Xiao and couldn't help but roar. Why should I help you? Ling Xiao sarcastically said, it's good enough that I don't kill you. He stood there and watched the show. However, The metal puppet that rushed out only chased the hokage for about 100 meters, and it seemed to be pulled back by a force. It suddenly disappeared. Ling Xiao guessed that this should be the metal puppet that guarded the city lord's mansion. It wouldn't be too far away. If he wanted to go in, he had to defeat these metal puppets. Otherwise, there was really no way. Ling Xiao, I can't go in alone, and you can't go in alone either. There are good things in here. Why don't we forget our hatred for the time being and enter the city lord's mansion together? We'll split the things we get 50-50. The hokage looked at Ling Xiao and said. As he spoke, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He thought that Ling Xiao didn't see it. In fact, Ling Xiao saw it clearly. Okay, then let's go in together. Ling Xiao was a bold and skillful person. Anyway, he had already sealed the city gate. Even if the hokage wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to escape this time. Moreover, the hokage obviously came here earlier than him, and obviously knew more about this ancient city. He just wanted to use this guy. Then he would kill him. The hokage probably had the same idea. Then it would depend on who could out-scheme who. Both of them had ulterior motives. It was just a tacit understanding. They joined forces to enter the city lord's mansion. Hokage, how long have you been in this ancient city? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Not long, I didn't get anything anyway. The hokage said casually. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. This was simply a case of revealing 300 taels of silver here. The more you say you didn't get anything, the more likely it is that you got something good. However, it probably wouldn't be as good as what he got. After all, the real treasure of this ancient city hasn't been obtained yet. There were signs of fighting at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. This was obviously the place where the hokage and the metal puppets fought. The metal puppets on the periphery looked relatively weak. Therefore, many of them have been killed by the hokage. What was truly troublesome was the treasury of the city lord's mansion. The most powerful metal puppets were stationed there. The hokage was also directly killed by such a powerful metal puppet. He had no choice but to invite Ling Xiao in. Otherwise, with his temper, he would never do that even if he was beaten to death. The metal puppets guarding the treasury are very strong. The weakest of them is at least at the 9th level of the divine vein realm. Moreover, the defenses of these metal puppets were too terrifying. My flames can't melt it. I really don't know what material it is made of. Along the way, the hokage said angrily. Ling Xiao listened to his words, but at the same time, he used the Tai Chi eye to observe the surrounding situation. The hokage deliberately left out some things in his introduction. That was the danger hidden in the dark. There were mechanisms and metal puppets hiding in the dark. If he didn't have the Tai Chi eye, he really couldn't see it. This guy was obviously preparing to scheme against Ling Xiao. However, he didn't know Ling Xiao's ability. The two came to the vicinity of the treasury. Ling Xiao began to observe the situation. This treasure trove was not fake. There was a fascinating aura coming from it. Moreover, the guards were very strict. Brother Ling, your speed is very fast. Why don't you help me lure these metal puppets away, and I'll sneak in to get the treasure. At that time, we'll split it 50-50 according to the agreement. The hokage smiled and said to Ling Xiao. No problem. Ling Xiao agreed readily. So straightforward. The hokage was a little surprised. According to the understanding of ordinary people, it was obviously more dangerous to lure the guards, and the other party might escape after taking the treasure. Such a bad thing. Ling Xiao actually agreed directly. Who cares? Since he agreed, I've saved a lot of trouble. The hokage couldn't figure it out, so he simply didn't think about it. In fact, he had already thought about how to kill Ling Xiao. No matter which option Ling Xiao chose, he would let Ling Xiao die without a burial place. If Ling Xiao chose to lure the guards away. If that was the case, he would deliberately trigger the hidden dangers. He wanted to create more difficulties and send Ling Xiao to his death. If Ling Xiao chose to snatch the treasure, that was even simpler. He wasn't going to lure the guards away. Instead, he was going to lure them straight to Ling Xiao. When the guards and Ling Xiao fought, he would fish in troubled waters. No matter which choice he made, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Of course, this was only his choice. He never thought that Ling Xiao would use the same method to trick him. This kind of person simply had the mentality of an ostrich. There were a total of more than 30 guards near the treasure house. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and directly took out the profound theory bow. An arrow shot out. It hit one of the metal puppets. This attack quickly attracted the attention of all the metal puppets. However, only 2 metal puppets rushed out, and the rest were still guarding there. Ling Xiao sneered and directly threw out the formation refining stone. Thunder and lightning fell down, although it didn't cause much damage to these powerful metal puppets. However, it made the metal puppets unable to stay in place. They all began to chase Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling is really powerful, I'll have to trouble you." The Hokage smirked and went directly into the treasure house. Ling Xiao directly trapped the puppets in the treasure house into his boundary martial spirit. However, he didn't hunt them, but used his body movement to constantly dodge. While dodging, he was also observing the situation in the treasure house. Under the magical effect of the Tai Chi eye, everything in the treasure house could be seen at a glance. Perhaps in order not to destroy the things in the treasure house, there were no lethal mechanisms or guards inside. However, there were protective formations. After the Hokage went in, he wanted to take away those treasures, but he failed several times in a row. He didn't understand formations at all, so he couldn't break them at all. Seeing this situation, Ling Xiao sneered. The Hokage's value was almost gone. He released the boundary martial spirit, rushed to the treasure house, and then instantly entered the state of Shadow Warrior. The Hokage, who was trying to break the formation inside, suddenly found that the guards had returned. He was shocked. "Ling Xiao, that trash, is really useless. He escaped so quickly. Or is he dead?" No matter what the situation was, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. He hurriedly rushed out. The guards chased the Hokage away. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, slowly entered the treasure room. The Hokage had already checked the situation here for him. Other than the defensive formation, there shouldn't be anything else. So what he had to do was to break the defensive formation here. This was very simple for him. Chapter 3653. Hue Ying had been tricked by Ling Xiao. He was faced with the difficult situation of being surrounded by those metal guards. Ling Xiao took advantage of this opportunity to enter the treasury. He had already known that this place was blocked by a defensive array formation. However, this array formation wasn't a problem for him. As long as he had enough time, he would definitely be able to break it. The reason he had chosen to lure the guards away was to let Hue Ying enter the treasury. He just wanted to let Hue Ying go through the mechanism for him. Since there was such a person he could use, it would be a waste not to use him. There were many treasures in the treasury. Puppets, weapons, armor, jewelry, jade, paintings, and so on. However, most of them were just ornamental items. Otherwise, they were antiques that couldn't be used. These weren't very useful to martialists. Therefore, Ling Xiao targeted the items that he could use and began to cooperate with the Yuan Venerate to break the defensive array formation. The array formation here was very complicated. In addition to a large defensive array formation, each treasure also had a small defensive array formation. It was obvious that the previous owner of these things cherished them very much. First, he set his sights on a bow. This was also a mysterious bow. However, its grade was much higher than the one he had received from the Purple Mansion army. It was actually a divine mysterious bow. There were also 3 arrows in a set. However, these 3 arrows were a little special. One looked like a burning flame, one looked like a frozen frost, and the last one was almost completely transparent. If Ling Xiao hadn't used his Taiji eye, he wouldn't have seen it. The 3 arrows were of the same grade as the mysterious bow. They were all divine mysterious bow. "Master, thank you for your trouble. I'll leave this to you." The Yuan Venerate flew out, nodded and began to break the array formation. Ling Xiao was about to search for the next item that would be useful to him. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura came from outside the door. "Hee. You actually didn't die. That's really rare." Ling Xiao looked at Hue Ying, who was standing at the door, and joked. Hua Ying was covered in injuries. He was battered and exhausted. It was as if he had been gang-raped by those metal guards. He was full of resentment. If we're going to die, then let's all die together. I can't wait to tear you to shreds. The metal guard had already returned. However, it seemed that there were fewer of them. He should have been killed by the Hokage. But there were still many. In order to kill Ling Xiao, Hokage didn't hesitate to fight with Ling Xiao in the treasure house. Terrifying flames surged wildly. Fire cloud, evil god. The Hokage roared and punched out. He unleashed his most proficient emperor-level martial skill. He actually transformed into the appearance of an evil god. He charged towards Ling Xiao. If you're not dead, then you should cherish your life. But since you've returned, you can die. Ling Xiao has long wanted to kill the Hokage. This was the perfect opportunity. He did not hold back at all. He instantly entered the yin-yang universal light tiger beast soul transformation. Then Ice Age was unsheathed. They turned into black and white swords. The third move of the 9 transformation fiend god technique, heaven-splitting divine light, demon shadow soars into the heavens, was unleashed. Their attacks exploded at the entrance of the treasure house. The 2 metal guards that pounced over were directly sent flying by the terrifying energy impact. They fell to the ground, flickering with electric sparks and motionless. How can you be so strong? Even if you break through, you're only at the 7th level of the divine pulse realm. The moment the 2 attacks collided, the Hokage knew that he had underestimated his opponent. Ling Xiao's combat strength was not inferior to Raikage's at all. That terrifying black and white sword light directly shattered his fire cloud evil god. He was also sent flying. He fell heavily to the ground. The metal guard that pounced on him gave him a beating. After a while, he was motionless. Ling Xiao didn't care whether he was dead or not. Suddenly, the Frost Divine Dragon martial soul was released. Ice Age. A terrifying cold current instantly filled the entire treasure house within a range of about 1,000 meters. All the guards and the Hokage who had fallen to the ground were frozen into ice sculptures. Everything was peaceful. And the most wonderful thing was that the entrance of the treasure house was completely frozen. Unless he came into contact with this freezing effect, someone else could break these ice sculptures. Otherwise, he would definitely be very safe in the treasure house. Disciple, the array formation has been broken. The Yuan Venerate's voice was heard. Ling Xiao was delighted. He hurriedly scurried over and took the Divine Emperor Arcana bow in his hands. The feeling of holding it in his hands was really different. The 3 arrows were also put away by him. These 3 arrows were probably arrows that could be reused. Otherwise, only 3 of them wouldn't be qualified to be called a Divine Emperor Arcana bow. He put this good thing in his storage ring. Ling Xiao stared at the next treasure cabinet. Another 3 purple sun pills. After I get them, I have 8 pills. I'm still 2 pills away from 10. Master, thank you for your trouble. Ling Xiao let the Yuan Venerate break the array formation while he searched for things that were useful to him. This would save more time. Rumble. All of a sudden, the ground began to shake. Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on. He opened his Taiji eye and looked outside. A gigantic hell rock golem had appeared in the ancient city. It was heading towards the mayor's mansion. In less than 10 minutes, it would arrive at the treasure house. Damn it, as expected, I can't get all the fortuitous encounters in this fortuitous encounter mountain. I think after I get a certain number of fortuitous encounters, a new rule will be triggered. It will start spawning divine core hell rock golems and hunt down the cultivators. These rules were all guessed by Ling Xiao, but he didn't think there was any problem with them. He wasn't wrong about what happened in the first and second stage. In the last 10 minutes, all I got was a set of Divine Emperor weapon bows and arrows, 3 purple sun pills, a defensive talisman that can withstand a full force strike from a Divine Core warrior, and an exquisite 9th level Divine Core Infernal Phoenix Beast Core. Damn it, there are so many good things, but I have to give them all up. He was no match for a Divine Core warrior. He only had 10 minutes to choose and take out the next items. Basically, he could only take out 1 item. Disciple, don't be too greedy. You've got more than enough good things. If you die, you'll lose everything. Yuan Venerate reminded him. I know. Ling Xiao understood this. Therefore, even if he was regretful, he had to hurry up and choose the next item. At the same time, a hell rock golem had spawned at the same place as the rest of the cultivators. Even the distance between them was the same as Ling Xiao. It looked like his deduction was right again. Exit of the Ghost Devil Palace. 10 divine core warriors were still waiting at the same place. It had been 3 days since the 10 divine vein geniuses were sent into the Ghost Devil Palace. Liu Haoran, Feng Ying, and Little Wimp had all been eliminated at the beginning. Chapter 3654. Being eliminated basically meant death. Even if one was seriously injured like Kazkij, it was almost the same as death. The previous record should be 4 days. This is already the morning of the 4th day. It is estimated that the massacre has begun again. I don't know how many people can come out alive this time. The leader of the Brotherhood said coldly. The others also seemed a little nervous. Obviously, the more people alive, the better for them, because then they would get more good things. If they came out dead, then nothing on their bodies would be left behind. According to past experience, only 2 or 3 people could come out alive in the end. There were still 7 people inside. It was already the last day. Perhaps the result would be better than they imagined. But who knows? The closer it was to the end, the greater the danger. As long as the portal at the exit of the Ghost Devil Palace is still lit, it means that there are still people alive inside. Reikij and Hokage should be able to survive to the end. One of them said, the 2 of them are the strongest, smart, and capable, so they shouldn't be robbed of the limelight by others. However, it was as if the heavens were deliberately teasing him. Just as he finished speaking, one of them was thrown out of the cave. Everyone looked over. It turned out to be Hokage. And it was Hokage who was almost on his last breath. Hokage's whole body was not only frustrated, but also seriously frostbitten. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. He kept repeating this name in his mouth. Calm down. One of them injected true essence to help Hokage dispel the cold, temporarily relieving Hokage's pain. Tell me, what's going on? He asked. That Ling Xiao is really despicable and shameless. I almost got the treasure of one of the ruins. But who knew that Ling Xiao actually knew the method of invisibility? While I was not paying attention, he injured me. I was besieged by those guards. It became like this. Hokage gritted his teeth and said, 10 seniors, you must avenge me. Don't worry, we will avenge you. Kazkij and Hokage were both seeded players, and they were carefully cultivated by the 10 of them. They were actually seriously injured by Ling Xiao. Feng Ying was the most miserable. When he came out, he didn't have any treasures on him. This Hokage is not bad, he has a lot of treasures on him, although they are all messy things. It was useless for a divine core warrior. However, there was no problem in exchanging them for high-tier spirit stones. Ghost Devil Palace, Fortuitous Encounter Mountain. The Hell Rock monster's speed was obviously increasing. With each passing minute, the speed increased. According to Ling Xiao's calculations, the Hell Rock monster only needed half an hour to reach its maximum speed. In other words, he had to leave this Fortuitous Encounter Mountain and the Ghost Devil Palace in half an hour. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. He looked at the treasury. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He didn't continue to search for treasures. After letting the Yuan Venerate return to the Mountain River realm, he began to search for an exit. Only after finding the exit would he be able to solve the problem more calmly. In the beginning, he was still able to maintain his composure. But after 20 minutes, he would have to run for his life at nearly 80% of his speed. Fortunately, at the 25th minute mark, he found the location of the exit. Help Talisman. He immediately used the Help Talisman. Of course, he wasn't asking for help. He wanted to help Feng Xiaomeng. That was too dangerous, I was so close to being killed. Feng Xiaomeng's face was filled with joy. This is the exit. As long as you don't leave the 100-meter radius of the exit, the Hell Rock monster won't attack. Now, it's up to you whether you want to leave or continue searching for treasures. But I can only save you once. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Xiaomeng and said, "What do you plan to do?" Feng Xiaomeng was ready to leave. If she died here, it would be too depressing. "I still want to try." "Try what?" Feng Xiaomeng was stunned. "Try and see if I can get something better." Ling Xiao smiled and ran out of the safe zone. The hell rock monster that was chasing him was already moving at an extremely fast speed. Instead of being entangled by this guy, it's better to just kill it, Ling Xiao thought as he ran. But if it was a head-on battle, he definitely had no chance of winning. But the hell rock monster was still a hell rock monster. It was a mechanical existence that acted according to the rules here. It was brainless. Ling Xiao believed that he could play it to death. He took out the Xuanji bow. Then, he narked an ice arrow and shot it out. The target was very big, he didn't even need to aim and could easily hit it. The moment the ice arrow hit the hell rock monster, the hell rock monster's body was immediately wrapped in a thick layer of ice. But the Tai Chi Eye told Ling Xiao that this could only last for about a minute. Fortunately, the ice arrow had reappeared in the storage ring. It just showed that it couldn't be used anymore. The Tai Chi Eye analyzed that the cooldown time of the ice arrow was 10 minutes. So it couldn't be used continuously. But 1 minute of freezing time was enough for Ling Xiao to do a lot of things. He took out Ice Age. It turned into black and white swords. He released the innate Godfiend Sword Soul. "Let's test this move on you." The fourth style of the 9 transformation technique, God Descends, Demon Suppresses the 3 realms. This was a style that Ling Xiao learned after entering the Ghost Shrine. Its power was 5 times stronger than the third style. It was also his most powerful attack. The power of God and Devil exploded. The innate Godfiend Sword Soul almost merged with the 2 swords. The entire fortuitous encounter mountain was shaking. This heavy blow slammed into the frozen Hell Rock Golem. Even though the Hell Rock monster was a first-rank Divine Core warrior. However, he was still sent flying. It rolled on the ground for dozens of times before it finally stopped. Damn it! Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Because the Tai Chi Eye told him something he didn't want to admit. Although the Hell Rock monster was injured, only one of its ears fell off. The Hell Rock monster wasn't injured at all. "No, I can't attack it directly. Looks like I have to use the environment." Ling Xiao kept running as fast as he could while thinking about how to deal with the Hell Rock monster. Suddenly, an idea emerged in his mind. When he was on his way to the ancient city, he saw a powerful divine core demon beast. He touched the illusion talisman in his storage ring. Ling Xiao came up with a plan. He started sprinting towards the divine core wolf. The Hell Rock monster was chasing after him. At this point, 28 minutes had passed. The Hell Rock monster was almost catching up with him. But, he could already see the giant wolf. After that, he unleashed the illusion talisman and transformed into the Shadow Warrior form. When the Hell Rock monster saw Ling Xiao, it immediately charged towards him. But, what surprised it was that the weak human had suddenly become extremely strong. Too bad, it didn't have a brain. It couldn't imagine that it was just an illusion. Chapter 3655. What the Hell Rock Golem saw wasn't Ling Xiao, it was the giant wolf. Far away, Ling Xiao was resting while watching the fight between the 2 monsters. The giant wolf, more precisely, it was a giant wolf from hell. Although it was only a first divine core warrior, it was still a giant wolf. However, it should be able to help Ling Xiao evolve the 3-headed lava hound into a 3-headed hellhound. Of course, he wouldn't leave so easily. When 2 tigers fought, one of them would definitely be injured. No matter which one was injured, he would have a way to kill the other one. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Killing a divine core Hell Rock Golem? Others would say that it was a crazy idea. However, Ling Xiao had put all of this into action. Of course, luckily, he had the illusion talisman and the Tai Chi Eye. He had accurately grasped every single moment, and that was why he was able to achieve such a beautiful moment. The fight between the 2 monsters didn't last long. In the end, both of them perished together. The Hell Rock Golem was a puppet, It didn't have a demon beast core. But the giant wolf's demon beast core was taken by Ling Xiao on the spot. After that, he left. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time. Who knew when the next Hell Rock Golem would appear? He only had one use of the illusion talisman left. Therefore, if possible, he wanted to return to the ancient city and get 1 or 2 more items. Then, he would leave. Feng Xiaomeng, He Yu, and Chen Qian had arrived at the exit. But it seemed like the safe zone was shrinking. At first, there was still 100 meters. But now, there were only 50 meters left. The rules were clear, they couldn't stay in the safe zone for too long. If they did, they would be attacked by the Hell Rock Golems. Not far from the safe zone, there were at least 3 Hell Rock Golems staring at them. When he returned to the ancient city, Ling Xiao chose a target. It was a strange fossil. According to the analysis of the Taikai Eye, this fossil was nearly 100,000 years old. And it came from outer space. 100,000 years old, and it still had life force. This shocked Ling Xiao. He was sure that this fossil was something good. Therefore, he set this fossil as his final target. Master, thank you for your trouble. At this moment, many brand new metal guards suddenly appeared in the ancient city. Ling Xiao had no choice but to fight. Even so, he was still the most comfortable one. These metal guards were much easier to deal with than the powerful Hell Rock monsters. The others were not as carefree as him. He was chased by the Hell Rock monster. Zhong Beiyun had been killed by the Hell Rock monster. He didn't know if she was really dead or not. Feng Xiaomeng chose to leave through the exit. That was because the range of the safe zone had shrunk to 10 meters. There was no point in staying any longer. Before he left, he could only pray that Ling Xiao could create a miracle. She couldn't help with anything else. Outside the Ghost Demon Palace, Zhong Beiyun was thrown out with serious injuries. No one cared if he was injured or not, they only cared about the treasures on his body. Those divine core warriors made it sound nice, they would only take 70%, and the remaining 30%. But when Zhong Beiyun was seriously injured, they actually snatched everything away. Zhong Beiyun didn't dare to say anything. He was worried that if he said anything, he would be killed on the spot by these men. Feng Xiaomeng wasn't injured, and she was a divine core warrior. They only took 70% of the treasures. After all, Feng Xiaomeng had someone backing him up, and they didn't dare offend him. Lei Ying, He Yu, Chen Qian, and Ling Xiao are still inside. I wonder what kind of surprise these 4 will bring us. They had obtained some good treasures from Zhong Beiyun and Feng Xiaomeng. They were treasures that even divine core warriors could use. That was why they were so happy. Not long after Feng Xiaomeng and Zhong Beiyun left, Chen Qian came out. Originally, Chen Qian was here for revenge. But there were too many good treasures in the fortuitous encounter mountain. For a moment, he actually threw the matter of revenge to the side. He came out from the exit as well. That was why he was able to escape unscathed. But he still had to hand over 70% of the treasures. To be honest, he didn't want to give up, but what could he do? Facing a divine core warrior, he had no choice but to fight. There are only 3 left, Lei Ying, He Yu, and Ling Xiao. That Ling Xiao, once he comes out, don't ask him anything, just kill him. The Sworn Society's president let out a cold snort. Obviously, Ling Xiao had completely angered these 10 divine core warriors. Also, Ling Xiao didn't have anyone backing him up, that's why they weren't afraid of him at all. These 10 divine core warriors were all waiting for Ling Xiao to show up. But, after 10 minutes, the one who came out was a severely wounded Lei Ying. Lei Ying was too greedy. He thought he was strong, but in the end, he was killed by the Hell Rock Golem. When he came out, he was severely wounded. Were you set up by that Ling Xiao as well? The Sworn Society's president asked with a cold voice. That's right, I was almost at the exit, but that guy set me up. Lei Ying didn't want to embarrass himself too much, that's why he casually answered. That guy is really capable, he actually set up a few sneak attacks on our men. The Sworn Society's president let out a cold snort, his expression extremely gloomy. Right now, there were only 2 men left in the Ghost Devil Palace. One was He Yu, and the other was Ling Xiao. In the ancient city's treasure vault, the defensive formation was finally broken by a Yuan venerate. Ling Xiao took out the fossil. The moment it entered his hand, he felt something enter his body. In that instant, his body suddenly stiffened. What the hell? He looked into his body with his Taiji eye. He discovered that there was a blood-red electric current running through his body. The aura of life on the fossil had completely disappeared. You're really lucky, kid. This is an elemental life form, and it's an elemental life form from 100,000 years ago. Although it has a certain level of consciousness, it can't differentiate one from the other. As long as you can have a stronger consciousness than it, you can completely control it and make it yours. That blood-red electric current is a special type of electric current. It can continuously temper your body and increase your cultivation speed. It can also give you the most terrifying attack. Don't worry, try to control it. Your soul force is extremely powerful, you can definitely do it. The Yuan venerate's voice rang out. Ling Xiao quickly calmed down. He sat down cross-legged. Then, he released his soul force and directly grabbed the blood electric current that was running around in his body. Then, he began to use the carrot and stick. Through the communication with the blood electric current. Only then did he know that this guy actually wanted to use spirit stones as food. Usually, the higher the spirit stone, the better the effect. Without thinking, he directly took out 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for this little guy to eat. The blood electric current gradually stopped and began to devour the high-grade spirit stones. He hadn't eaten for 100,000 years. He was really starving. After consuming 50,000 high-grade spirit stones from Ling Xiao, he finally stopped eating. And he became obedient. Chapter 3656. It gave Ling Xiao the feeling that this blood-colored electric current was like a part of his body. There should be such an electric current in his body. It could continuously temper his body. At the same time, it could strengthen his cultivation. Hehe, this feeling is not bad. It seems that the door to the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm is about to open. Ling Xiao was very excited. The things that he worked so hard to get were indeed not wasted. Continue. He stood up and looked at the rest of the treasure cabinets. However, at this moment, even bigger trouble came. The City Lord mansion was suddenly penetrated by 2 hell rock monsters. Ling Xiao was almost engulfed by the terrifying attack. He frowned. He killed one, and 2 came. Moreover, the speed of these 2 senses had already reached the speed of a 9th-level Divine Vein Realm martial artist. Although they were not as fast as him, they were almost there. It will probably take me a long time to subdue the blood-colored lightning here. So, new hell rock monsters have appeared. No, I have to run. Although Ling Xiao still wanted to get more and better things, he knew that escaping was more important. He did not dare to delay and hurriedly entered the cosmic light body and flew out. After flying for about 1 mile, suddenly, he saw a person coming in this direction. Who else could it be but He Yu? There were also 4 hell rock monsters chasing after He Yu. Ling Xiao. He Yu obviously saw Ling Xiao and was very surprised. He felt that it was not a problem if he could stay, but he was very surprised that Ling Xiao could stay. He Yu. Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. According to his judgment, if Lei Ying performed well, he could definitely stay until the end. Damn, don't come over. Both of them were being chased by the hell rock monsters. Naturally, they did not want to stay together. Because if they stayed together, it was very likely that they would attract all the hell rock monsters. Ling Xiao flew to the side. He Yu also flew in the other direction. There was no enmity between the 2 of them. However, when He Yu was dealing with the zombie emperor in the zombie cave, he did not help, which made Ling Xiao very unhappy. Therefore, he decided to eliminate He Yu as well. The illusion talisman was cast. The 2 hell rock monsters that had been chasing Ling Xiao suddenly pounced on He Yu and the other 2 hell rock monsters. The effect of the illusion talisman turned the 2 hell rock monsters and Black Feather into their targets. Naturally, they had to give chase. Ling Xiao, I'm not done with you. He Yu roared angrily and ran forward with all his might. It had to be said that as a harpy, This kid was quite fast. He ran all the way to the exit. Then, without stopping, he dashed out. TSK, he didn't die. Ling Xiao pursed his lips. However, when he thought about it, Yu had obviously used a special method to kill the Hell Rock monster. Such a powerful figure was definitely not simple. Since that guy had already been eliminated, he did not care anymore. Now that he was the only one left in Miracle Mountain, he did not know what would happen next. According to his understanding of the trial grounds he had encountered in the past, the person who did the best would definitely be able to obtain additional rewards. He believed that this time would be no exception. Outside the Ghost Demon Palace. It was the 6th day. This had surpassed the record set by the Ghost Demon Palace. All the previous warriors were eliminated on the 4th day. They were either severely injured or dead. Some were even thrown out from the exit. But now, it was the 6th day. There were still 2 people inside. This greatly surprised the 10 Divine Core warriors. At the same time, they were extremely happy. The longer they stayed, the better the rewards they would receive. Swoosh! A figure dashed out from the red portal of the Ghost Demon Palace. Yu. Of course, everyone recognized this man. He was the young man who performed the best in the selection. But right now, the young man had an ugly expression on his face. If he had not been tricked by Ling Xiao, he would have received even better rewards. Damn it! Did Ling Xiao die in there? In everyone's opinion, there was no way Ling Xiao was better than Yu. Since Yu had come out, and Ling Xiao still hadn't come out, he must be dead. Don't be ridiculous, didn't you see? Even if he is dead, his corpse will still be thrown out. We didn't even see his corpse, that means he is still alive. Besides, the red portal of the Ghost Demon Palace hasn't closed yet. This means there are still people alive in there. What this man said was exactly what the 10 Divine Core warriors were thinking. It was just that this kind of thing was really too inconceivable. Ling Xiao was the best among all of them. Ling Xiao is too cunning and despicable. It's because of his despicableness that Ling Xiao is so despicable. Because of his despicable nature, even I was tricked. Yu said with a bitter smile. Even you were tricked by him. The 10 Divine Core warriors were startled for a moment. They couldn't believe it. First, it was Little Wimp, then Wind Shadow, then Hui Ying and Lei Ying. Now, it was Yu's turn. Half of the people who were eliminated had actually been tricked by Ling Xiao before. Good kid, I'm starting to like him, why don't I take him as my disciple? The Sworn Society's president suddenly said with a smile. Before this, he really hated Ling Xiao. But, Ling Xiao's performance had gradually made him interested in this young man. This young man's talent and wisdom were greater than all 9 of them combined. A man like this had a limitless future. I'm just worried that he won't be easy to control. One of them said. Let's give it a try. If he doesn't want to become our disciple and work for us, then we'll have to kill him. Another man said. All right, let's wait for him to come out. Everyone nodded their heads. After that, they asked for 70% of the treasures from Yu. They were really surprised, because the amount of treasures Yu obtained was the total amount of treasures obtained by the previous 8 warriors. If this was the case, Ling Xiao, who hadn't come out yet, would definitely obtain more treasures. Within the Ghost Demon Palace's fortuitous encounter mountain. Right after Yu disappeared, Ling Xiao had once again started his life of running for his life. This time, he really didn't have the time to search for treasures. Because, the number of Hell Rock golems chasing after him had increased to 10. He could only dash left and right, running away like crazy. While running away, his true origin energy was being consumed at an extremely fast rate. The Heart of Gold was constantly releasing energy from his potential. This caused the door to slowly open for him to break through to the next realm. Why didn't he leave? What a joke. He was sure that there would be an ultimate reward waiting for him. It would be a pity if he just left like this. As long as he could persist, he wouldn't leave. He wasn't an idiot. And in the process of escaping, he also discovered a rather strange thing. The blood-red lightning bolt was only about 30 centimeters long. But, while running, it kept releasing electric currents that merged with his muscles and bones. His speed had once again skyrocketed. His speed could still increase even with the cosmic body. With this speed, he was probably invincible amongst all divine vein warriors. Perhaps even some first divine core warriors couldn't be as fast as him. Chapter 3657. The blood-red lightning slowly arrived at Ling Xiao's right hand. On his right hand, a lightning pattern was formed. It was hard to tell what it was, but it looked very strange. Above his right hand, there was a frightening energy brewing. He could feel that this energy could still be strengthened. As long as he kept feeding the blood-red lightning with upper-grade soulstones, the strength of this attack would increase. When it reached a certain level, it could even injure a divine core warrior. But, upper-grade soulstones were too precious. He had fed this guy 50,000 upper-grade soulstones, and he only had 100,000 left. He had to save them for a critical moment. Run, run, run. On the 8th day, a powerful aura emerged from his body. The door to breaking through had been completely opened. His cultivation had broken through to the 8th level of the divine vein realm. At the same time, he was brought up by a white beam. He disappeared from the fortuitous encounter mountain. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange space. According to his Taikai eye, this space should be the center of the Ghost Demon Palace. After thousands of years of searching, after passing through countless planets and worlds, I've finally met you. Kid, congratulations, you're qualified to obtain the best thing in the Ghost Demon Palace. A white figure appeared in front of him. It was a human. A human with an aura similar to the human king. Outside the Ghost Demon Palace. It was the 8th day. Many onlookers had left. But, some new people had arrived. Because they had all heard an interesting thing. Someone had stayed in the Ghost Demon Palace for 8 days and still hadn't come out. The 10 divine core warriors seemed to be getting impatient as well. But, none of them were willing to leave. After all, what if someone came out after they left? They wouldn't be able to get any good things. Therefore, they had no choice but to continue waiting. The 9th day finally arrived. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the bloody battlefield. Finally, a man walked out from the blood-red teleportation formation. On this man's face was a calm smile. I never thought that the most precious thing in the Ghost Demon Palace would be that thing. Ling Xiao lowered his head, still thinking about something. The man with an aura similar to the human king. He had given him the most precious thing. It was a divine pill that belonged to a divine core warrior. The elixir was currently in Ling Xiao's body. It was emitting a frightening aura that only a divine core warrior could possess. Furthermore, this divine pill was a divine pill that had reached the extreme pill realm. Although it was unable to become one with Ling Xiao, it was still able to do so. However, it could cause Ling Xiao's true essence to undergo a qualitative change. This allowed him to possess the quality of a divine core warrior's true yuan when he was still at the divine vein realm. More importantly, this divine pill would be consumed slowly. No matter how much was consumed, it would be absorbed into Ling Xiao's Niden. To help Ling Xiao condense his Niden. This allowed Ling Xiao to ignore the pain of condensing his Niden. After all, he had to know. For most cultivators, the most troublesome thing was to form and improve their inner cores after breaking through to the divine core realm. It was also the most difficult thing. That was why their cultivation was so slow. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, didn't need to care about these things at all. As for the other benefits of this divine pill, he had yet to discover them. However, just these 2 benefits alone were enough to make everyone jealous. Young man, you're finally out. Feng Ying's injuries had completely healed. When he saw Ling Xiao, he immediately roared out in a ferocious manner. Despicable bastard, prepare to die now. Hua Ying furiously roared at Ling Xiao as well. If it wasn't for you, I would have gotten more things in the fortuitous mountain. Hey Yu was extremely angry as well. None of them left. Because they were still waiting to settle the score. Even if those 10 divine core warriors didn't kill Ling Xiao, they would still kill him. Of course, if Ling Xiao became one of those 10 divine core warriors' disciple, there was nothing they could do about it. They could only admit that they were unlucky. Looking at these ferocious men, Ling Xiao let out a disdainful grin. A bunch of losers, how dare you shout in front of me? Idiots. Not only did he not show any signs of nervousness. In fact, he was extremely calm. Fengying, you said I sneak attacked you and nearly killed you. Fine, since you want to die, I'll let you do it. Ling Xiao let out a grin. With a flash of his body, he turned into a blood-red electric current. In an instant, he arrived in front of Hu Ying. No one could stop him. Even those 10 divine core warriors couldn't stop him. Ling Xiao's current speed had surpassed most first divine core warriors. He grabbed onto Fengying's neck. With a grin on his face, he said, "Tell them what you did in there, and why you're going to die. If you dare to lie, I'll break your neck immediately. Junior, stop. We won't hold you responsible. Now, you just need to give us everything you got. Not only will we not kill you, we'll even take you as our disciple," the Sworn Society's president said with a loud voice. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao let out a wild laugh. What are you laughing at? The Sworn Society's president furrowed his brows and asked. I'm laughing at all of you, you're all idiots. Do you really think I'll give you everything? Not to mention all of them, I won't even give you one. Ling Xiao mocked. You're just a bunch of vermin who only know how to bully the weak. This ghost devil palace is not a place you should come to. Presumptuous. The Sworn Society's president had an ugly expression. The other 9 divine core warriors were shocked as well. This Ling Xiao was crazy. How dare he talk back to them? Amongst the crowd, Feng Xiaomeng was worried for Ling Xiao as well. She wanted to thank Ling Xiao. Who knew something like this would happen? As for the rest of the onlookers, they were all startled by Ling Xiao's behavior. They thought Ling Xiao would be in trouble after he came out. He would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. But the current situation was completely different from what they had imagined. You're the presumptuous one. Not only are you shameless, even your subordinates are shameless to the extreme. That's why I've helped you kill them all. Ling Xiao looked at the Sworn Society's president and sneered. Don't think you can cover the sky just because you're a divine core warrior. The sky is bigger than you can imagine. You can't cover it. After that, he turned to He Yu, Hu Ying, Lei Ying and the others. Don't try to cover up your stupidity and incompetence with excuses. Trash will always be trash. If you're not as good as others, you should admit it. Finding excuses is laughable and pathetic. In fact, he didn't need to explain anything. The history of this world was written by the victors. He had one, and that was enough for him. As for what others would say, who could control them? Their mouths were on other people's bodies. Senior, this guy is too arrogant, just kill him. Fengying struggled and shouted out with a hoarse voice. If you didn't say anything, I almost forgot about you. You're in my hands, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Die. Ling Xiao tightened his grip and broke Fengying's neck. After that, a frightening energy was injected into Fengying's body. Fengying's water core was instantly destroyed. Chapter 3658. Fengying was killed. The entire scene fell into a dead silence. A half-step divine core warrior couldn't even withstand a single blow from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, how dare you kill my brother? I'll make you pay with your life. Where are the ninja gang? Come out. Lei Ying, Hu Ying, and Fengying had been in this bloody battlefield for many years. They gathered all their men and formed the ninja gang. There were more than 100 of them. In order to take revenge, he had gathered all the men from the ninja gang here. Right at this moment, an order was given. More than 100 men stood out. Our ninja gang has a total of 110 men. Besides the 3 of us who are half-step divine core warriors, the rest of us are all 9th level divine vein warriors. You killed Fengying. You're provoking the entire ninja gang. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not a man. Lei Ying stared at Ling Xiao with a ferocious expression. The rest of the men had surrounded Ling Xiao. The 10 divine core warriors didn't stop Lei Ying. Obviously, Ling Xiao was a troublemaker. He didn't even want to give them any treasures. A man like this, it didn't matter if he was killed. They didn't have to do anything. The men from the ninja gang surrounded Ling Xiao, not giving him any chance to escape. Obviously, you guys still don't understand. In front of a mighty warrior, numbers are just numbers. Other than that, it's meaningless. Ling Xiao stared at the men in front of him with an indifferent expression. Since they wanted to fight, he would accompany them. Since he had just broken through, he needed an exciting fight to stabilize his cultivation. He needed to get used to it. Stop talking nonsense, attack. Don't show any mercy, kill this guy until he's dead. Lei Ying furiously roared out. He waved his hand, and all the warriors leapt towards Ling Xiao at the same time. There was a puppet master among them. There was also a soul augmentation master. The fighting style of these men had really opened Ling Xiao's eyes. The soul augmentation master was attaching special effects to the weapons of the other men, while he himself stood at the back of the group. Obviously, his own offensive strength wasn't that great. But his support effect was huge. The puppet master controlled powerful puppets. Although his own combat strength was weaker than others, with the help of the puppets. However, it became extremely terrifying. As soon as Raikage gave the order, they released their respective puppet beasts. There was only one puppet beast that was stronger individually. As for the weaker ones, there were many of them. Although the puppet beasts could fight on their own, it was an aimless and chaotic battle. There was no distinction between friend and foe. Therefore, he had to rely on his soul power to control it. He was a powerful puppet master, and at the same time, an expert in the aspect of soul force. There were all kinds of puppets, some of which looked like demonic beasts. There were also some strange things that were clearly just giant swords, but had 4 legs that could attack. The puppet beast was just so magical. Among the demonic beasts, such a situation would never occur. However, puppets didn't have that restriction. At first, Raikage and Hokage didn't attack. Even so, Ling Xiao did not underestimate his opponent. That was more than 109th level Divine Vein Realm experts. It wasn't a joke. He instantly transformed into the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul. At the same time, he released the Yin-Yang Cosmic Light Tiger, the Hell Shadow Rabbit, and the 9 Snake General. Each of these 3 beast souls could double his combat strength. Of course, the most important thing was that their beast souls were extremely useful at critical moments. The reason why he chose the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul as his main beast soul was because, firstly, he wanted to test out the effect of this beast soul transformation. Secondly, this beast soul was extremely suitable for group battles. While transforming, Ling Xiao's body was covered with a ferocious-looking armor. He looked cold and powerful. This caused all the ninja gang members to feel a strong fear in their hearts. Blood-red lightning was circulating within Ling Xiao's body at high speed. Ling Xiao felt that his speed had increased dramatically in an instant. Swoosh! In front of his frightening speed, the ninja gang's encirclement was nothing. How can he be so fast? That's right, even those who have just broken through to the Divine Core Realm can't have such frightening speed. This guy must have found some great treasure in the Ghost Demon Palace. The 10 Divine Core warriors looked at Ling Xiao with greedy expressions. They believed that if they could get their hands on a treasure like this, with their own cultivation, they would definitely be more outstanding than this Ling Xiao. Kill him. What are you waiting for? So what if he's fast? Unleash the inescapable net and trap him, Lei Koge roared out. The 100 men unleashed their attacks almost at the same time. The dense attacks interweaved into a spiderweb-like shape in the air. With this, no matter how fast Ling Xiao was, he would never be able to dodge their attacks. Of course, this was just what they thought. What's the point of having so many people? You're just a bunch of mobs. Frost Divine Dragon, Freezing Dragon Breath. The frightening dragon breath was unleashed from Ling Xiao's mouth. Within the cone-shaped area in front of him, about 30 ninja gang warriors were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Ling Xiao flapped his wings and turned into a beam of light. He destroyed all the ice sculptures. But for the enemies, the nightmare didn't end here. Frost Divine Dragon, Ice Eon. The frightening coldness instantly spread out from Ling Xiao to more than 1,000 meters away. Almost all the enemies were trapped within the coldness, including the 10 Divine Core warriors. In an instant, countless ice sculptures appeared on the battlefield. Of course, the Ice Eon didn't have much of an effect on Divine Core warriors. But it was still effective. The 10 Divine Core warriors didn't pay much attention to the coldness. But, when the coldness entered their bodies, they realized that their movements had become stiff. Ling Xiao saw the opportunity. He suddenly unleashed a critical strike. The Ice Eon exploded. It turned into 2 black and white swords. He unleashed the 4th form of the 9 transformation celestial demon skill, God Descends, Demon Suppression of the 3 realms. The strike landed on the Sworn Society's president's body. This man had a huge grudge against Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao wanted to kill him. When Ling Xiao used the same attack on the Hell Rock Golem, he was only at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. But now, he was at the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Of course, the power of the attack was incomparable. Also, he had a divine core in his body. Although the power of the attack wasn't as strong as a Divine Core warrior's attack, it couldn't be negated by a Divine Core warrior's true yuan. Because, his true yuan was no different from a Divine Core warrior's. Bang! A loud and terrifying explosion sounded out. The Sworn Society's president's stiff body was sent flying away. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The situation was really bad. But, Ling Xiao wouldn't give him a chance to fight back. He took out the profound theory bow and put away the black and white swords. Then, he took out an ice arrow and shot it out. The Sworn Society's president, who was about to stand up, was hit by the ice arrow. His body was frozen again. Even if it was just for a minute. It was more than enough time for Ling Xiao to send him to his death. Yin-Yang Cosmic Tiger, Wrath of the Dark Soul, an attack that could ignore any defense was finally unleashed. Since Ling Xiao had broken through to the next realm, the Wrath of the Dark Soul was now as strong as a first-grade Emperor martial skill. Furthermore, it was a first-grade Emperor martial skill that could ignore any defense. Chapter 3659. The difference between a Divine Vein warrior and a Divine Core warrior was the quality of their true yuan. The strength of their body. After obtaining the divine pill given to him by the Ghost Demon Palace's master, the difference between Ling Xiao and a Divine Core warrior was only the difference in quantity, there was no difference in quality. This was the reason why he was able to severely injure the Sworn Society's master with his 8th level Divine Vein cultivation base. Then, he used the Wrath of the Black Soul to kill the Sworn Society's master. But, a Divine Core warrior was indeed a Divine Core warrior, he was much stronger than anyone could imagine. In the end, Ling Xiao pierced the Sworn Society's master's inner core with a transparent arrow and killed him. The moment the Sworn Society's master died, the entire scene fell into dead silence. Who would have thought that when a man entered the Ghost Demon Palace, he was only a 6th level Divine Vein warrior? After leaving the Ghost Demon Palace, he had the strength to kill a first Divine Core warrior. This was unbelievable. While they were still in shock, Ling Xiao's slaughter didn't stop. Fresh blood stimulated his fighting spirit. Killing made him excited. After killing the Sworn Society's master, Jiang Chen took his storage ring. Ling Xiao retracted the Ice Age. With the Black Flame Fiend sword in his hand, he turned into a blood-red electric current and dashed through the crowd. Wherever he went, the number of ninjas kept dwindling. Lei Ying, this guy is too scary, we're no match for him. He can even kill Divine Core warriors. Let's just run. The Hokage looked at Ling Xiao's killing spree and was so scared that he trembled all over. Let's go. Lei Ying knew what was going on as well. Ling Xiao's combat strength was too frightening. Especially that strange Ice Age, it was able to freeze everything and then unleash a powerful attack. There was no way they could be his match. If they didn't run now, when would they? However, how could Ling Xiao allow them to leave at a time like this? Barrier Martial Soul. Jiang Chen covered everyone from the ninja gang with it. He looked at Lei Ying and Hu Ying coldly and said, "Why weren't you afraid when you were slandering me just now? Now you're afraid. Too bad, it's too late. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. How dare you slaughter the Purple Mansion's soldiers like this? Aren't you afraid that the king will blame you?" Raikage was obviously scared. What a joke. This is the bloody battlefield. Do you not know the rules of the bloody battlefield? Or do I not know? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, "All right, I won't talk nonsense with you. The two of you can come at me together. If you want to live, then come and kill me." To be honest, Ling Xiao could only be considered lucky to have been able to kill the Brotherhood's president. Because the Brotherhood Society's president had underestimated his opponent, he was first ambushed by him and then suppressed by him step by step. He didn't even use 10% of his strength. If it was a real fight, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat a first Divine Core warrior. It was not impossible, but he would have to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. However, it was extremely easy for him to kill a half-step Divine Core warrior. At this time, he didn't put Raikage and Hokage in his eyes. "Let's fight." Raikage tried to get rid of it, but it was unable to do so. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and fight. Raging Thunder Slash. Fire Cloud Evil God. Raikage and Hokage used all of their true chi. He attacked Ling Xiao with all his might. Ling Xiao just stared at them with an indifferent expression. He held the Black Flame Devil sword in his hand. The Fiend God Sword Soul behind his back shone with a black and white light. Sword energy shot up into the sky. Sword intent exploded. The fourth style of the 9 transformation Fiend God skill. God descends to the world, Devil suppresses the 3 realms. Ling Xiao unleashed his attack. A black and white sword beam shot out from the Black Flame Devil sword. The power of God and Devil had merged into one. It was a shocking scene. Bang! The Fire Cloud Evil God was shattered. The Raging Thunder Slash was knocked away. After that, a black and a white beam hit Raikage and Hokage respectively. Both men's throats were penetrated. Blood gushed out from their wounds. Both men had shocked expressions in their eyes. It was as if they couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was so strong. "Almost there, I'm basically invincible under the Divine Vein realm. As for those who have just broken through to the Divine Core realm, I should be able to fight them." Ling Xiao evaluated his combat strength. Compared to before he entered the Ghost Devil Palace, he was much stronger. This was an incomparably huge improvement. Raikage and Hokage were killed. The ninja gang was annihilated. The Sworn Society's president was killed. This scene was simply too shocking. All the onlookers couldn't believe what they were seeing. That young man who was wearing the violet spirit armor of the Violet Palace Army was only a low-level soldier of the Violet Palace Army. How could his combat strength be so terrifying? "I've never seen this guy before. Where is he from?" "That's right, I've been in the bloody battlefield for more than a dozen years, but I've never heard the name Ling Xiao before. He's a monster. I think he just rose to power recently. If not, with his frightening combat strength, he would have become famous in the bloody battlefield. Do you think he's a new Purple Palace Army soldier? I heard there are a lot of geniuses out there. We haven't been out there for more than a dozen years. TSK, amazing, too amazing." The way the onlookers looked at Ling Xiao had completely changed. Before this, they thought Ling Xiao was courting death by offending the ninja gang, and offending those 10 Divine Core warriors was the same as courting death. But now, they no longer thought that way. With Ling Xiao's frightening combat strength, none of those 10 Divine Core warriors could kill him. Jiang Chen took away Lei Ying and Hu Ying's storage rings. Together with the storage ring of the Sworn Society's president, Jiang Chen had a total of 200,000 high-ranked soul stones. Because of this, Jiang Chen now had 300,000 high-ranked soul stones. But even so, he still felt it wasn't enough. The blood-red lightning bolt had consumed too many high-ranked soul stones. "You guys, do you still want my things?" Ling Xiao looked at the remaining 9 Divine Core warriors and asked with a cold voice. All 9 of them had solemn expressions on their faces. Although Ling Xiao had killed the Sworn Society's president just now, he had taken advantage of his opponent's underestimation of him. However, that terrifying attack was not fake at all. Even if they were hit by it, they would still be injured. "I don't believe it. The aura you unleashed just now is only at the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm. You're much stronger than when you first entered the Ghost Devil Palace. I admit that you're a monster with an incredibly fast cultivation speed. But, if that's all you have, don't even think about making us fear you." Finally, a man stood out. This man had a good relationship with the Sworn Society's president. He was also Lei Ying's master in the bloody battlefield. Of course, he didn't want to let Ling Xiao go. "What do you want?" Ling Xiao asked. "What do you want? If you can take a punch from me and survive, we'll let you go," the man said with a cold voice. Ling Xiao knew this guy was trying to test him. But he wasn't someone who could be bullied so easily. "All right. But it's boring to take a punch from you. Let's punch at the same time. Whoever loses, will give the winner 100,000 high-ranked soul stones. What do you think?" Ling Xiao didn't care about other treasures. But he really needed high-ranked soul stones right now. "Deal." The man nodded his head. "Come." The first divine core warrior stood out. After that, he circulated his energy, causing a frightening lightning bolt to appear behind him. It was a blue lightning bolt. Chapter 3660. Coincidentally, I know how to play with lightning as well. Why don't we have a competition? Blood-red lightning bolts started flashing on Ling Xiao's body. Especially his right hand, it looked like he was wearing a blood-red lightning glove. First-level Emperor Realm Martial Skill, Raging Thunder Slash. This was the martial skill unleashed by the Divine Core Warrior. It was the same as Lei Ying's, but its power was many times stronger. Thunderous roars filled the air. The lightning martial soul behind his back was roaring furiously. Facing a Divine Core Warrior, Ling Xiao dared not underestimate him. The blood-red lightning bolt had swallowed 50,000 upper-grade soul stones. He felt it was still not enough. He continued to let the blood-red lightning bolt devour more soul stones. Another 50,000 upper-grade soul stones were swallowed. Finally, he had reached his limit. The blood-red lightning bolt on his right hand had started roaring. Blood Lightning God. This was the name Ling Xiao gave to his blood-red lightning bolt. Actually, he didn't know what it was, he just knew it was extremely powerful. After swallowing 100,000 upper-grade soul stones, the strength of the blood-red lightning bolt had far surpassed all his attacks. Even he didn't know how powerful this attack was. The blue lightning bolt and the blood-red lightning bolt collided in the air. The violent blue and red lightning bolts exploded in the air. The ground was scorched black. Bang! Suddenly, the Divine Core Warrior was knocked flying away. He coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Although he was still able to stand firm, his expression wasn't good. He was knocked back a few hundred meters before he was able to stand firm. As for Ling Xiao, he was only knocked back a few steps. Besides his trembling right hand, everything else was fine. "Looks like you've lost." This blood-colored thunder god's attack power made Ling Xiao very shocked. This attack was almost as powerful as the wrath of the Dark Soul. Even a first Divine Core Warrior would be severely injured by this attack. But the consumption of soul stones was just too terrifying. 100,000 upper-grade soul stones. This was simply an attack with money. If the attack wasn't powerful enough, he wouldn't be able to use it. Besides, after the attack, the blood-red lightning bolt had obviously become much weaker. Ling Xiao hurriedly fed it the high-grade spirit stones. It only recovered after consuming 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. However, he seemed to have grown up a lot. The amount of blood-red lightning in Ling Xiao's body had also increased. The tempering speed had also increased by quite a bit. "I admit defeat." The severely wounded Divine Core Warrior shook his head with a bitter smile, then he turned around and left. A Divine Core Warrior was seriously injured by a Divine Vein Warrior. This was the first time this had happened. But it happened to him. He had no choice but to believe her. "Do you guys want to try it too? But next time, I won't be merciful. If anyone dares to attack me again, I'll kill them." Ling Xiao looked at the remaining 8 Divine Core Warriors and said, if the 8 of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. But the problem was, Ling Xiao wouldn't just stand there and let them kill him. With Ling Xiao's speed, he could easily escape from their pursuit. In the end, the 8 of them would be the ones being hunted down by Ling Xiao. "Young hero, you're a great man, we admire you. You can leave now." After giving it some thought, they decided to give up. It wasn't worth it to offend a man like this. Since they couldn't kill him, they couldn't offend him. You're smart. Ling Xiao sneered, then he turned around and left. Looking at the young man's back, the crowd praised him in their minds. Feng Xiaoming quietly followed him. Brother Ling, you can't go any further, the nether realm is right in front of us. After catching up with Ling Xiao, Feng Xiaoming reminded him. Nether realm? What's that? Ling Xiao was confused. Is it a place where people go after they die? No, it's just that the murderous aura in the nether realm is much denser, and only divine core warriors can enter. The scariest thing is, the people there aren't as nice as us. Basically, they'll kill anyone who disagrees with them. There's no reason for them to do so. There are a total of 13 nether realms in the bloody battlefield, and 10 of them are located in the Purple Palace Royal City. The other 3 are located near the capital cities of the 3 small kingdoms. The Purple Spirit Kingdom is one of them. Therefore, this nether realm is also called the Purple Spirit Nether Realm. Basically, all divine core warriors from the Purple Spirit Kingdom who stayed in the underworld are gathered there. Also, there are divine core demon beasts in the nether realm. Divine vein demon beasts can't survive there. Because of this, I advise you, if you haven't broken through to the divine core realm, don't go there. It's too dangerous. Hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled and said, judging from what you're saying, it's simple. There are too many powerful warriors in the nether realm, and the murderous aura is too strong. Therefore, if you haven't broken through to the divine core realm, you shouldn't go there, right? That's right. Feng Xiaoming nodded her head and said, even if you go there, I hope you'll stay at the edge of the nether realm. The closer you are to the center of the nether realm, the stronger the demon beasts there will be. The Purple Spirit King, Zi Qianye, was a 5th-rank divine core warrior. But, even she didn't dare go near the center of the nether realm. I heard that there are a few terrifying demon beasts that are as strong as her living there. These demon beasts are so terrifying, won't they attack humans? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Normally, they won't, because they need a huge amount of murderous aura to maintain their energy consumption. Basically, they won't leave the center of the nether realm. Feng Xiaoming explained. I see, thank you for reminding me of this, Miss Feng. But, I still want to go to the nether realm and have a look. Because I like the murderous aura. Ling Xiao had the yin-yang cosmic tiger beast soul. The stronger the murderous aura, the more it would help him improve his cultivation. During this period of time, because of the Ghost Devil Palace, his cultivation had been improving at an incredible speed. But, now that he had left the nether realm, it wouldn't be so fast. He had to find a new source of growth. You really want to go there? Feng Xiaoming asked with a bitter smile. Yes. I have to go. Why not? With a smile on his face, Ling Xiao said, we'll meet again in the future. I hope that when we meet again, both of us will have broken through to the divine core realm. After saying that, Ling Xiao transformed into the peerless heavenly mouse beast soul, then he flapped his wings and flew into the distance. Right now, he was able to fly at a low altitude. This was because he had an extra pair of wings. Looking at Ling Xiao's disappearing back, Feng Xiaoming was stunned. She was both surprised and envious at the same time. Forget it, he should be fine. I've seen what he can do in the Ghost Devil Palace. It's time for me to work harder. I've gained a lot this time, and I shouldn't be too far away from breaking through to the divine core realm. Feng Xiaoming left as well. She was planning to return to her stronghold. In this bloody battlefield, there were many families that had lived here for dozens or even hundreds of years. The Feng family was one of them. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about Feng Xiaoming's situation. Right now, he only cared about the Purple Spirit Nether Realm. Finally, he no longer had to be afraid of those warriors who had just broken through to the divine core realm. The bloody battlefield was really his blessed land. If he hadn't entered the bloody battlefield, with his cultivation speed, there was no way he could have broken through so quickly. Chapter 3661. With the ability to fly, it was much faster to travel. Also, the Violet Spirit Underworld was located near the Violet Spirit capital of the bloody battlefield. It was easy to find. Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi Eye, so he wouldn't get lost. In order to reach the Violet Spirit Underworld as soon as possible, he tried his best to avoid any fights along the way. Currently, any demon beasts below the divine core realm could no longer pique his interest. After all, even a half-step divine core demon beast could be killed with just 2 or 3 strikes from him. The help it provided to his cultivation was almost negligible. Right now, it had only been half a month since he entered the bloody battlefield. In just half a month's time, he had achieved such a huge improvement. The cultivation that was extremely difficult in the eyes of others was as easy as eating and drinking for him. As long as he dared to fight, he would definitely break through. Of course, he didn't waste any time on his journey. First, he upgraded the Undying Bird Beast Soul to the Undying Infernal Bird Beast Soul. He also obtained a new skill, Fiery Rebirth. The cooldown time for this skill was 1 day. In other words, he could use it once a day. If he was killed, he would be reborn in the flames of hell. It wouldn't trigger the 9-death reincarnation skill, and it wouldn't conflict with the life rewind skill. With this new skill, Ling Xiao had an extra life. This was really too precious. The ability to revive after death was something that others couldn't get even if they begged for it. But now, Jiang Chen had too. After that, he upgraded the Infernal Cerberus Beast Soul to the Infernal Cerberus Beast Soul. Aside from the Scorching Hell's power being greatly increased, he also obtained a new skill called Gates of Hell. Ling Xiao had tried this skill before. It could open the gates of hell and release the demon beasts guarded by the Infernal Cerberus to fight or defend. It was a summoning skill. If he encountered a powerful enemy, he could use it to create a chance for him to escape. If he encountered someone who didn't know what was good for him, he didn't even need to fight. With the demon beasts in the gates of hell, he could easily kill them. While traveling, Jiang Chen was cultivating. At a certain moment, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a frightening force approaching him. His flying altitude dropped once again. There were still 20 meters left. But now, he could only fly about 10 meters. The further he went, the greater the pressure, and the lower he flew. Looks like we're in the nether realm. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and immediately became vigilant. This place was actually more than 5 kilometers away from the nether realm. They were still very far apart. However, the pressure was actually able to spread over. It was enough to show how terrifying the nether realm was. However, the greater the pressure, the better it was for cultivation. Some martial artists created special cultivation rooms for themselves. The pressure inside was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than outside. Only in this way would one's ability become extremely terrifying. Following this terrifying pressure, it was even more impossible for Ling Xiao to get lost. Disciple, did you notice it? Yuan Venerate suddenly flew out with a frown. There's the aura of a formation, and it's a ceiling formation, Ling Xiao replied. Looks like you've noticed it too. The Yuan Venerate said, this ceiling array formation is extremely powerful and definitely not something an ordinary person can set up. I suspect that the nether realm itself is a place formed by a huge formation. He sealed the baleful aura and the demonic beast. This bloody battlefield is really interesting. Yes, the air is filled with the aura of a formation. It seems like the power of incantations is jumping around. Ling Xiao nodded. In short, be careful. Try to restrain your aura and walk forward, although it will be a little slow. However, there are only 5 kilometers left. Given your walking speed, it will only take about half a day or so. Yuan Venerate said. All right. Ling Xiao was also feeling a lot of pressure as he was flying now. It would be really troublesome if he encountered danger. Yuan Venerate was more experienced than him, so listening to Yuan Venerate would definitely not be wrong. He took a deep breath as he thought about this. Then, he landed on the ground and started to feel weak. His aura was much weaker than before and was not easy to detect. However, what exactly was being suppressed in the nether realm? To be honest, he was really very curious. If it was possible, he had to find an opportunity to take a look. Hey! After walking for about an hour, Ling Xiao suddenly smelled a familiar scent. It was Purple Dragon. He had been with Purple Dragon for a long time, so he could naturally tell what Purple Dragon's aura was. However, judging from Purple Dragon's aura, it was obvious that Purple Dragon was injured. His aura was constantly weakening. Over there. He increased his speed and chased after Purple Dragon. Along the way, he transformed into the Hell Shadow Rabbit. Then, he transformed into a Shadow Warrior. The person who could injure Purple Dragon was at least a second-level Divine Core Warrior. He could not underestimate his enemy. Therefore, using the Shadow Warrior form to approach was the best choice. It's that masked man from before. He was getting closer. It was only about 700 meters away. Ling Xiao opened his Taikai eye and looked over. The person who was fighting Purple Dragon was actually the assassin he saw in Purple Spirit Capital. He was the one who tried to assassinate Purple Dragon, but Ling Xiao had ruined his plan. Today, he had appeared once again. He didn't expect these people to be so persistent. They had actually chased him all the way here. Looking at the situation around him, the two of them had probably been fighting here for a few days and nights. Purple Dragon was much stronger than when he was in Purple Spirit Capital. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for his opponent to kill him in a short period of time. But, after a few days of intense fighting, his opponent had gained the upper hand, and was gradually injuring Purple Dragon. Right now, Purple Dragon had reached a critical moment of life and death. Purple Dragon was only a first-level Divine Core Warrior, a Core Formation Warrior. But, his opponent was a second-level Divine Core Warrior, an Iron Core Warrior. The difference between their basic combat strength was more than 100 times. Even though Purple Dragon was extremely talented and had broken through to the perfect Core Formation realm, he had narrowed the gap between his combat strength and his opponent's. But, he was still no match for his opponent. There wasn't a single wound on his opponent's body. But, Purple Dragon's body was covered with wounds. I came at the right time. If I came a day later, I might not be able to see Purple Dragon again. Ling Xiao sighed. The Iron Core Warrior coldly harumphed, "Young Master Purple Dragon, you were saved last time. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Who are you? Why are you forcing me to do this? You came here from the outside, and you still won't let me go. What did I do to offend you?" Purple Dragon didn't understand. Although he had offended some people before, they were just small problems. But, he couldn't think of anyone who could offend this man and want to kill him. "Ha ha ha, young Master Purple Dragon, do you really think I'll tell you? I'm a very cautious person. Before I kill you, I won't tell you the truth. Of course, if you die, I'll burn a letter for you, telling you my true identity. As for whether you can see it or not, that's none of my business." The man let out a hearty laugh, and his attacks became even fiercer. Chapter 3662. Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would run into Zilong, who was being chased by someone just as he arrived at the Nether Realm. Furthermore, Zilong's life was hanging by a thread. Looking at the situation, Ling Xiao observed for a brief moment, then he approached Zilong in his Shadow Warrior form. Although he was in a hurry to save Zilong, he didn't dare be careless. What if this man had a helper? Therefore, there was nothing wrong with observing him in advance. When Ling Xiao approached Zilong, the second-rank Divine Core Warrior had pressured Zilong to the point where he couldn't breathe. Terrifying attacks came one after another. However, Jiang Chen couldn't tell who this man was from these attacks. But Ling Xiao had the Taikai eye, and because he was in a hurry last time, he didn't have the time to observe. This time, he deliberately peeked through the veil. This face was unfamiliar to him, he had never seen it before. But, Zilong should know who it was. Therefore, he planned to draw a picture of the face and let Zilong recognize it. But right now, saving Zilong's life was more important. The man was attacking Zilong with all his strength, and he had no idea that someone had entered their battle. Right now, Zilong was in great danger. The man's attacks were fierce, and Zilong would probably die in just a few more attacks. Ling Xiao felt a little strange. Didn't Zilong get a talisman from Su Mengzhen? Why didn't he use it? If he had used it, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Didn't she say the talisman could help him escape? Could it be that it was just as Jiang Chen thought, there was something wrong with the talisman? These thoughts flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. It didn't affect his plan to save Zilong. What he needed to do now was to stay calm. Although Zilong was in great danger, he could still withstand 2 or 3 attacks. The purple dragon's martial soul was a purple divine dragon. It was similar to the frost divine dragon. It was far weaker than the top 10 dragon souls. After all, even though they were all dragon souls, there was still a huge difference between their levels. What made Ling Xiao impressed was that Zilong's martial soul had reached the 9th level of the Hutian realm. This was the highest level martial soul he had seen since he arrived in the 4 major regions. It could increase his attacking strength by 9 times. As for his opponent's martial soul, it was only at the 6th level of the Hutian realm. It was far weaker than Zilong's martial soul. Perhaps this was the reason why Zilong was able to survive for a few days. Zilong was on the verge of despair. He had almost exhausted all of his means. He had many talismans on him. Of course, most of them were given to him by his sister. That was why he had been able to hold on until now. But now, there was not a single one left. He hated that he didn't even know who the other party was, and he was going to die here without knowing anything. It was simply depressing. Hehe, it's really exciting to see your desperate expression. The other party sneered and seemed very pleased with himself. This is my final attack. I'll send you to the Western Paradise. As soon as he finished speaking, he circulated his true chi and activated his royal grade martial skill. However, it wasn't a First Order Emperor realm, but a Second Order Emperor realm 100 steps divine fist. This martial skill was also the standard martial skill of the Purple Mansion Army. Basically, only martial artists above the rank of Major General could learn it. Even though it was only a low-grade Second Order Emperor class martial skill. However, compared to a first-level Emperor grade martial skill, it was many times stronger. The strike landed. Zilong was dead for sure. Heaven wants me dead. How hateful. Zilong let out a long sigh and closed his eyes, waiting for death to descend upon him. Since there was no point in struggling, he might as well accept his death. However, right at this moment, a third killing intent suddenly appeared. The opponent's attack didn't land, instead, he let out a muffled snort. Who is it? Zilong opened his eyes, and he saw the Second Order Divine Core Warrior staring at the man in front of him cautiously. Ling Xiao. Zilong was dumbfounded. It was Ling Xiao who saved him again. Don't talk, just lie down. Ling Xiao signaled Zilong to keep quiet. After that, he stared at the opponent. If I'm not mistaken, you're from the Purple Mansion Army as well. If not, you wouldn't be able to enter this bloody battlefield. But, you're really brave to try and assassinate the king's younger brother. What will Yu Chilong do when he learns about this? From the sound of it, his words did not seem to have much meaning. But in fact, he was trying to determine the identity of the assassin by observing his reaction. Yu Chilong was the commander of the Purple Mansion Army. If this man was scared, then he must have been ordered to do so by someone else. If he wasn't scared at all, then this assassination attempt must be related to Yu Chilong. The assassin's reaction couldn't be faked under the Tai Chi eye. So it is related to Yu Chilong. But, I don't understand why. Doesn't Yu Chilong like the king? Ling Xiao had a rough idea of what was going on, but he still couldn't understand why. Buddy, I didn't expect you to come here to die as well. You're the one who saved Zilong last time, right? Fine, I'll kill both of you today, then no one will ever know who I really am. The assassin gazed at Ling Xiao with an indifferent expression. Although Ling Xiao had sneak attacked him with the Hell Shadow Strike, he was still a second-order Divine Core warrior. He was much stronger than Ling Xiao. The Hell Shadow Strike had only forced him to back off, and it had only left a bloody mark on his body. It hadn't caused any real damage. He was sure that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to escape from him. This was the truth. Ling Xiao's speed was now faster than a first-order Divine Core warrior. But, in front of a second-order Divine Core warrior, it was still nothing. Even if he used the Earth-crossing Golden Light skill to escape, his speed was still slower than the assassin's. After all, there was still a huge gap between the Divine Vein realm and the Divine Core realm. Last time, the assassin didn't expect someone to suddenly appear and save him. But, this time, he wouldn't be careless. 100 steps Divine Fist, kill. The assassin suddenly moved his feet, and with a shake of his body, he leapt towards Ling Xiao like a fierce wind. Even if he was facing an 8th order divine vein warrior, the assassin didn't have any intention of showing any mercy. He was actually using a 2nd order emperor martial skill. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. 100 steps divine fist, within 100 steps, he could arrive at his target in an instant. It was as if he was teleporting. He would never make the same mistake as last time. But Ling Xiao was no longer the same Ling Xiao as last time. Last time, he was only at the 3rd order divine vein realm. This time, his cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the divine vein realm. I might as well take his attack. After Ling Xiao obtained the fiery rebirth skill, he had become much bolder. He knew the difference in strength between both parties. If he wanted to hurt his opponent, he would have to do it when his opponent's center was open. The Hell Shadow Strike's attack wasn't strong enough. But he still had 3 skills that could hurt his opponent. The first was the Wrath of the Black Soul, and the second was the Blood Lightning God, and the last one was the 2nd order Emperor Soul skill he obtained from the Ghost Demon Palace, Soul Assassination. It was an attack that targeted the soul. His opponent wouldn't be able to defend against it. If these 3 skills were used consecutively, he could even severely injure this 2nd order divine core warrior. But he had to use them when his opponent was defenseless. If not, it wouldn't be useful. Chapter 3663. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the 100 steps divine fist killed Ling Xiao with a single blow. Even though Ling Xiao had the Black Tortoise divine body and the 100 transformation divine weapon to defend himself, his opponent was still powerful enough to kill him directly. Ling Xiao! Zilong screamed in shock. Originally, he only thought of Ling Xiao as an ordinary friend. Because Ling Xiao saved his life, he felt that it was a little interesting. He even thought that Ling Xiao might have some ulterior motives and coveted something from the monarch mansion. But this time, he completely abandoned such thoughts. How could a person who was willing to risk his life to save him covet something from the monarch mansion? He really deserved to die for doubting Ling Xiao. He was worse than a pig or a dog. Even a pig or a dog knew how to repay a debt of gratitude. You actually killed Ling Xiao. I'm going to die with you. Zilong struggled to stand up. At this moment, his eyes were filled with terrifying hatred. The power in his body was rising crazily. Boom. Following a terrifying loud noise. He actually broke through. Zilong, who had reached the complete core formation realm long ago, stayed in this realm for a full 10 years. Now, because of Ling Xiao's death, he broke through to the Iron Core realm in anger. What? The assassin was shocked, but immediately calmed down. "PH, what's the use of breaking through now? You're already seriously injured." Indeed, if Zilong had broken through before he was injured, this assassin would definitely not be his opponent. But now, it was too late. Zilong also knew this, but he just wanted to avenge Ling Xiao. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He activated what little vital essence he had left, planning to die together with his opponent. However, at this moment, no one noticed. Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground bleeding from his 7 orifices, had a strange blue flame burning in his eyes. Even the blood that flowed out completely disappeared. After a while, Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. Under Zilong's stunned expression, he suddenly stretched out his right hand. Crimson Thunder God. The furious blood-red lightning bolts crazily pounced on the assassin. The killer had no time to react. Even though he was a 2nd-level divine core warrior, he still couldn't break the rules. After the attack just now, his old force had just dissipated, and his new force had yet to return, so his middle gate was wide open. In the face of this violent attack, he could only endure it. The terrifying lightning struck the assassin. The assassin's skin emitted a burnt smell. He was blasted back 4 or 5 steps, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "Brat, you're finished." The assassin thought that this was Ling Xiao's strongest attack. To be able to injure him, of course, it was strong. But even if he was injured, he could still kill Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a terrifying soul force rushed into his soul realm. Soul Assassination, a high-grade 2nd-order Emperor realm soul skill, Even this second-level Divine Core warrior's face had turned deathly pale, and his eyes were glazed over. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. The situation was extremely bad. However, this was not the end. While the assassin was still in a daze, Ling Xiao unleashed his final attack. Wrath of the Dark Soul. The terrifying yin-yang cosmic tiger leapt towards the assassin. It looked like it was going to devour the assassin. A second-level Divine Core warrior was sent flying a few hundred meters away by the impact. He rolled a few times on the ground before he finally managed to escape. Damn it, who the hell is that guy? Why is he so terrifying? The assassin's mind was filled with questions as he ran away. His opponent was just an 8th-level Divine Vein warrior. But he was able to come back from the dead, and he was able to unleash such a terrifying attack. It was impossible for the assassin to defend himself. If he continued to stay here, he would be no match for Zilong. What else could he do other than run away? Wait for his death. Looking at the assassin leaving, Ling Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. Both the Wrath of the Dark Soul and Soul Assassination had a cooldown period. If his opponent didn't care, then he would be in danger. As for the Blood Lightning God, it was even more troublesome. That attack had consumed 100,000 high-grade soul stones. The Blood Lightning God withered once again. Ling Xiao had no choice but to feed it with high-grade soul stones once again. I really can't afford to use this skill. Although it's powerful, the consumption is just too terrifying. He shook his head with a bitter smile, then he turned to Zilong and said, "We can't stay here any longer, let's leave now." The attack just now must have attracted the attention of the nearby warriors. If it was just a first-level Divine Core warrior, he could still handle it. But if it was a second-level Divine Core warrior, he would be dead for sure. Therefore, right now, the most important thing was to run for his life. Bang! Zilong, who was still full of energy just now, saw Ling Xiao come back to life, and saw the assassin run away. Finally, with a single breath, he collapsed to the ground. "Hey, are you all right?" Ling Xiao hurriedly ran over and asked. "I won't die any time soon," Zilong said with a bitter smile, "but all my internal organs are severely damaged. Even my inner core is damaged. If I can't get treated in time, even if I don't die, I'll become a cripple in the future. Let's talk on the way." Ling Xiao placed the purple dragon into the beast ring without any explanation. After that, he started running towards the exit of the Nether Realm. Not long after they left, a few Divine Core warriors appeared on the battlefield. After confirming that no one was around, they turned around and left. If they had left just a few minutes later, they would have been slaughtered like sheep. This was the Nether Realm, it was an unreasonable place. Even if Zilong was the king's younger brother, it was useless. All the people here lived on the edge of their blades, and they could die at any moment. No one was afraid of Zi Qianye. "Is there any way I can help you?" Ling Xiao asked after he felt safe. He had been taking good care of Zilong. When he was in the Zi Mansion army, if it wasn't for Zilong protecting him, he would have been killed by Tang Yi. Before this, he just wanted to use his relationship with Zilong. At least he would have someone to rely on. No one would come looking for trouble. But, after spending some time together, he felt that Zilong was a friend worth making. Therefore, he wouldn't just watch Zilong die, or become a cripple. "I've troubled you a lot, how could I?" Zilong said with a bitter smile. "You don't think of me as your brother." Ling Xiao's expression suddenly turned cold. "You're right, I'm just an ordinary man, how could I be your brother?" "Brother Ling, please don't misunderstand." "Fine, I don't mind telling you. I'm afraid that only the 9 Lives flower can heal my injuries. In the entire Violet Spirit Kingdom, I think only Yu Qilong has the 9 Lives flower." Zilong said with a bitter smile. "So you're saying you need Yu Qilong to save you with the 9 Lives flower?" Ling Xiao confirmed. "Yes, that's right. Brother Qilong likes my sister, I don't think he'll leave me in the lurch." Zilong didn't realize that the men who tried to assassinate him were most likely sent by Yu Qilong. Ling Xiao didn't have any solid evidence, so he didn't say anything. Chapter 3664. According to Ling Xiao's conjecture, since Yu Qilong chose to assassinate and not attack openly, This meant that at least on the surface, he would listen to Zi Qianye. In that case, as long as Zi Qianye made a move, the 9 lives flower could be obtained. Also, I need to confirm something. Zilong's eyes suddenly became sharp. Oh! Ling Xiao looked at Zilong in the beast ring curiously. Is it about Yu Qilong? That's right. Actually, Brother Ling should have thought of it long ago. That person was very likely sent by Yu Qilong to kill me. But I don't understand. I have a good relationship with Yu Qilong, and Yu Qilong likes my sister. What is he after by doing this? It turned out that Zilong had also noticed Yu Qilong's problem. He was just unwilling to believe it for now. Hihi, I didn't say it because I was afraid you would misunderstand. But since you've already brought it up, I won't hide it anymore. Indeed, I also suspect that person was sent by Yu Qilong. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but I'm also puzzled about this matter. Purely in terms of relationship, Yu Qilong should be trying to curry favor with you. Why would he kill you? There's probably something we don't know about here. The 9 lives flower can save me, but it's very important to the Yu clan. Even the Yu clan only has 3 9 lives flowers, and they've been carefully keeping them. If he's willing to take it out, I believe that he has no intention of harming me. That person is probably instigated by someone else. Or he could be acting on his own. Yu Qilong continued. That's a good idea. But what if he's not willing to take out the 9 lives flower? What will you do? Ling Xiao asked. Then I can only resign myself to fate. After all, this kind of thing isn't something I can control. Zilong smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect that my life would be in the hands of others. Sigh. Right, didn't Su Mengzhen give you an Earth Escape talisman? Why didn't it work? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. I used it, but it doesn't seem to work. It's probably because my cultivation is weak. Zilong shook his head. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed. This Su Mengzhen looks cultured and refined. She doesn't seem to be in a rush when doing things. However, I can't see through this person. So, Zilong, you should also be on your guard. Compared to Yu Qilong, he's even more terrifying. Who are you? Is there something wrong with his talisman? Zilong exclaimed. Not necessarily. Anyway, it's just my intuition. Ling Xiao said. Alright, I believe you. I'll be careful of that daoist in the future. Zilong nodded, his face looking even paler than before. Take this healing pill of mine first. Although it can't make you fully recover, it's enough to keep you alive. Ling Xiao took out a healing pill and gave it to Zilong. This healing pill was meant for divine core warriors. Ling Xiao had only recently refined 2 pills. He didn't use it himself, but it came in handy here. Thank you. Zilong didn't hold back. He swallowed the healing pill, and his complexion looked better. He didn't feel as bad as before. Good stuff. I really don't know how to thank you this time, brother. You've saved me twice. I even suspected you had other intentions. Zilong said with a bitter smile. It's nothing. We weren't close before, and I even thought about using you. But now, we're good brothers, aren't we? Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Yes, we're good brothers now. Zilong nodded his head. He was an arrogant man, and he rarely made friends with others. But Ling Xiao, he really got along well with him. Especially after being saved by Ling Xiao twice in a row. Zilong was really thankful. If he couldn't make friends with a brother like this, it would be his loss. But this time, it's a blessing in disguise for you. You've finally made a breakthrough in your cultivation. If you meet that assassin again, you won't be afraid anymore, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. I'll have to wait until I get the 9 lives flower. Zilong said with a bitter smile on his face. Ling Xiao didn't really agree. Even without the 9 lives flower, he still had ways to help Zilong. But, he didn't want to expose his pill concoction skills. If he did, there would be people visiting him every day, and it would be troublesome. Let's just wait and see. If he really couldn't get the 9 lives flower, he would do it himself. While chatting, both men left the bloody battlefield at high speed. According to Ling Xiao's original plan, he wouldn't leave the bloody battlefield until he broke through to the divine core realm. But now, in order to save Zilong, he had no choice but to leave for a while. Although it would take some time, for his friend, it was worth it. Along the way, he tried his best to avoid any dangers and chose the safest path. If he could avoid a fight, he would. Therefore, in just 3 days, they arrived at the Purple Spirit Sanctuary. Being on the move was also a very good way to cultivate. In just 3 days, Ling Xiao's cultivation had increased by 10%. Besides that, he had also comprehended the final form of the 9 transformation divine fiend skill. The strength of the final form was comparable to a 2nd grade Emperor Realm Martial skill. For him, his combat strength had increased by a lot. Also, the Blood Thunder God had swallowed 150,000 upper rank soul stones. This had caused the amount of soul stones he had to drop rapidly. But, the Blood Thunder God's activity had made him feel even more confident. This thing could even injure a 2nd grade Divine Core warrior. Also, it had swallowed 100,000 upper rank soul stones. If it had swallowed 150,000 upper rank soul stones, perhaps its strength would be even more frightening. Along the way, both men had become more familiar with each other. Besides not telling Zilong that he was from the western region, Ling Xiao had told him everything that wasn't important. But even so, in Zilong's eyes, Ling Xiao had become even more mysterious. As for Ling Xiao, he also learned about the situation of the Purple Kingdom from Zilong. Ling Xiao's next step was definitely to go to the Purple Kingdom Royal City. Because, through the Purple Kingdom Royal City, he would be able to reach the Dongsheng Strong Kingdom and the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. He might even be able to leave the Golden Heavenly region and travel to the Eternal Emperor region. Simply put, the Purple Kingdom was one of the great kingdoms that belonged to the Dongsheng Strong Kingdom. Jiang Chen already knew this. But, what he didn't know was that the king of the Purple Kingdom wasn't hereditary, he was appointed by the Dongsheng Strong Kingdom. Strictly speaking, the Purple Kingdom's army belonged to the Purple Kingdom, not the king's private army. In other words, no matter how the king was changed, the army would only listen to the current king. The king of the Purple Kingdom was also the strongest warrior in the entire Purple Kingdom. He was a peak 6th grade Divine Core warrior. Below him was the Purple Kingdom's chief marshal. He was also a 6th grade Divine Core warrior, but he was a late 6th grade Divine Core warrior. He was slightly weaker than the king. Then, there were the 5 great generals. All of them were early 6th grade Divine Core warriors. As for Zilong's sister, she was a peak 5th grade Divine Vein warrior. Compared to the great generals, she was much weaker. But, compared to the lieutenant general, she was much stronger. Chapter 3665. As for the Z family, they once had a great general when they were at their peak. But too bad, that general was killed in the war with the Empire. Although he had brought great honor to the Z family, his death had also foreshadowed the decline of the Z family. As a result, Zi Qianye could only be the king of a small purple spirit kingdom. The king of a small purple spirit kingdom wasn't a hereditary position, it was appointed by the king of the Purple Kingdom. My sister has been working very hard, but she is still far from becoming a king. Therefore, on one hand, she doesn't like Yu Qilong, but on the other hand, she doesn't want to offend the Yu family who has a king. It's really hard for her. Zilong sighed. After listening to Zilong's explanation, Ling Xiao had a basic understanding of the situation in the Purple Kingdom. The strongest warrior was at the 6th Divine Core realm. There was no one above that. With his current situation, if he wanted to fight with the king of the Purple Kingdom, he would need to be at least at the 3rd or 4th Divine Core realm. In other words, he would need to be at least a lieutenant general. Of course, he didn't have any grudges with the king of the Purple Kingdom. But, if he didn't want to be controlled by someone, he had to work hard and increase his strength. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. You couldn't be sure who would become your enemy tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll take it one step at a time. I was able to break through from the 4th Divine Vein Realm to the 8th Divine Vein Realm in just half a month. I don't think anyone would believe me. If someone else wanted to do this, it would take them at least 5 years. But for me, it only took me half a month. Therefore, as long as I cultivate diligently, I will be able to meet the reincarnation of the Moon Girl as soon as possible. Yu Fanghua. He knew that if he wasn't strong enough, Even if he met Yu Fanghua, it would still be a tragedy. Therefore, strength was the key to success. With Ling Xiao's healing pill, Zilong's injuries didn't worsen. But, if he wanted to fully recover, the 9 Lives flower would be extremely important. They walked into the shelter. 2 first divine core captains who were in charge of guarding the shelter threw their gazes at them. One of them said, "If you want to leave, use the portal over there." Their responsibility was to guard the shelter and prevent anyone from fighting. As for the people who came in and went out, they didn't care too much. Thank you. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, liked people who were straightforward. He stepped into the portal and left the bloody battlefield. Wasn't that young man earlier the one being chased by Tang Yi? One of the captains suddenly said. You must be seeing things. How can someone who was chased by Tang Yi still be alive? Besides, the difference in their auras was too great. The previous one was only at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm, but this one was at the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Half a month. Impossible. That's true. Could it be that I'm seeing things? Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know how shocked the 2 captains were. After he exited the portal, he walked out carefully. In the past, many people had come out of the bloody battlefield. Therefore, the Chiliarchs guarding outside didn't pay too much attention to it. But Ling Xiao, this kid, was really too eye-catching when he went in. Moreover, Tang Yi had chased after him to kill him. None of the Chiliarchs here didn't know him. Come here to register. Then you can leave. If you want to go in next time, come back to register. Give me the waste token, the Chiliarch in charge of registration said without raising his head. Repeating the same thing every day, he was too lazy to raise his head. It was tiring. But when he got the waste token, he suddenly jumped up. Ling Xiao. His shout attracted the attention of the others. It's actually Ling Xiao. Is he the Ling Xiao who was chased by Tang Yi? That's right. It's him. I remember his appearance very clearly. He's really not dead. The group of people looked as if they were looking at a rare animal. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Sir, let's register as soon as possible. I have urgent matters. Purple Dragon's matter couldn't be delayed. Moreover, once this matter was over, he still had to return to the bloody battlefield. Saving people couldn't be delayed. Cultivation couldn't be delayed either. Oh. The Chiliarch was stunned for a moment. He knew that Ling Xiao wasn't dead because the name on the stone wall hadn't turned grey. But not only was Ling Xiao not dead, he even dared to come out. Moreover, his aura had become much stronger. This made him very shocked. After the registration, Ling Xiao didn't stop. He directly headed out of Chaoyang City. Logically speaking, if an ordinary Purple Mansion soldier wanted to leave Chaoyang City, he had to report to his superior. For example, Ling Xiao belonged to the battling dragon camp. So he had to report to his sergeant. He could only leave after the sergeant agreed. But Sergeant Lei Bao had already been killed by Ling Xiao. Centurion Tang Chu Nunnery had also been killed. Even Chiliarch Cheng Qian had been killed. He really didn't know who he should report to. Helpless, he could only go to Captain Fang Ming. But Fang Ming was in a meeting. He gritted his teeth and could only leave first. As long as he could rush back within a day, at most, he would be fined his salary and whipped a few times. He could still take it. The guards of the inner city were usually guarded by experts at the level of a captain. But today, the person guarding the city gate was his enemy, Tang Yi. Together with Tang Yi was Yang Bing, who had just been promoted to a captain. Yang Bing was originally a Chiliarch, but in this half a month, she had made a breakthrough in her cultivation. With her military merits, she wouldn't have any problem becoming a captain. Yang Bing was also the chief examiner for Ling Xiao. She was quite fair. The two of them sat under a pavilion near the inner city gate and chatted. Tang Bing, that child, has finally been trained. I didn't waste my half a month of training. Tang Yi said happily. Tang Chu Nunnery was dead. Tang Mo was dead. Tang Yi had lost both his son and grandson. Perhaps the higher-ups wanted to appease him, so they specially recruited Tang Bing into the army. This Tang Bing didn't disappoint. Previously, He was in the 5th level of the divine vein realm and was about to break through. Now, he had reached the 7th level of the divine vein realm. Although Tang Yi had spent a lot of elixirs, now that he was in the 7th level of the divine vein realm, he wouldn't have any problem becoming a captain. Tang Bing was now a captain in the battling dragon camp and Ling Xiao's immediate superior. However, many people were very disdainful of this kind of martial artist who relied on medicinal pills to advance. There were also rumors and slanders in the army. However, Tang Yi was a tribunus, and because of the death of his son and grandson, no one cared about him. He could still live for a long time. As long as he could train Tang Bing into a captain, it would be worth it even if he died. Senior officer is right. Tang Bing is really outstanding among the young people. Yang Bing said something that didn't match her heart. She couldn't help it. Tang Yi was more senior than her. Anyway, it was just a compliment. She wouldn't lose anything. If that Ling Xiao was still alive, he wouldn't be a match for Tang Bing. Tang Yi suddenly said fiercely. Chapter 3666. Old commanding officer, you still can't forget about Ling Xiao. In my opinion, he forced his way into the bloody battlefield with his cultivation at the 4th level of the divine vein realm. Now that half a month has passed, he should be dead. Yang Bing shook her head. I hope so. But if he's still alive, I won't let him go. Tang Yi snorted. He didn't tell anyone that he was injured by Ling Xiao. In fact, this was the reason why he killed Ling Xiao. He couldn't let such a scandal spread. At this moment, there was a commotion. A Purple Mansion soldier came to reporting to the two captains. Someone is leaving the camp. He's been stopped. So what if he's leaving? As long as he has the permission of his superiors. Maybe he's going out to carry out a mission. Yang Bing didn't take it seriously. They were captains, a mere Purple Mansion soldier. They were the weakest in the Purple Mansion army. Why would they care about it personally? It was enough for a corporal to handle it. That person is called Ling Xiao. The corporal looked at Tang Yi and said, Ling Xiao. Hearing this name, Tang Yi stood up abruptly. Are you sure? It's absolutely true. Corporal Tang Bing and the other corporals are stopping him. He didn't force his way in. The corporal replied. Tang Yi didn't say anything. His body flashed and he dashed out. Yang Bing knew that things weren't going well and followed him. She was still puzzled. Ling Xiao actually came back alive. This young man had given them too many surprises during the test. Now, it was too surprising. Ling Xiao looked at the 100 or so corporals and frowned. He then looked at Tang Bing in the crowd and frowned even more. How did this bastard enter the Purple Mansion army? It seemed like the Purple Mansion army wasn't as strict as the rumors said. As long as one had connections, they could let anyone in. He knew that he couldn't force his way in. If he were to force his way into this matter, he would be in the wrong. After all, he was still a soldier of the Purple Mansion army. He still had to abide by military discipline. I wonder who is the current Chiliarch of the battling dragon camp? Ling Xiao asked. Chiliarch? You don't have the right to see me. I'm your boss now, your corporal. Tang Bing walked out from the crowd. Being eliminated in the assessment had always been Tang Bing's pain. Although he had entered again, he was carrying the burden of entering through the back door. This kind of person might be fine in the Z Mansion army, but on the bloody battlefield, he would not be able to do well. She would always be laughed at. You're my sergeant. Ling Xiao glanced at Tang Bing and mocked. You think you're worthy? That old bastard Tang Yi must have opened the back door for you. To tell the truth, with Ling Xiao's current strength, he had no idea how strong Ling Xiao was. Unless it was a second-level divine core warrior, Jiang Chen wouldn't be afraid even if Tang Yi came here personally. Not to mention a mere corporal. He could cripple the other party with just a flick of his finger. This Tang Bing actually dared to behave atrociously in front of him. He really didn't learn his lesson. Shut up. Tang Bing was infuriated. This Ling Xiao was too daring. He even dared to insult his grandfather. You're the one who should shut up. Alright, I'm in a hurry, so I'll leave first. There are so many people here today, I'll ask for a leave of absence in front of them. I have something urgent to attend to. Ling Xiao didn't want to argue with this little trash Tang Bing. He just wanted to leave. Although Zilong's life was no longer in danger. But for something like this, the longer he delayed, the more trouble he would have to face. If the 9 Lives flower couldn't help Zilong, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he really had to hurry. If there was no other way, he would have to force his way in. What a joke, do you think I'll approve? Tang Bing said with disdain. You won't approve? Fine, in front of so many people, I'll make you lose your position as a corporal. I want to challenge you. Although he had successfully challenged Lei Bao last time, he still couldn't become a corporal. Because Tang Chu Nunnery didn't approve. Therefore, this time, he could still challenge Lei Bao. Challenge? Hehe, fine, give it a try then. With my grandfather's help, my cultivation has reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. You're just a trash at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Go to hell. After saying that, Tang Bing used the 9 stacks of demonic execution to kill Ling Xiao. He had always wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Previously, he didn't have the strength, so he didn't have the confidence. But now, it was different. His cultivation had improved greatly, and it was time for revenge. The other corporals and soldiers were standing there to watch the show. Everyone knew that Tang Bing was brought in by Tang Yi through the back door. Offending Tang Bing was the same as offending Tang Yi. They wouldn't ask for a rebuff. This challenge was proposed by Ling Xiao. Tang Bing had a legitimate reason to deal with Ling Xiao. If he were to accidentally kill Ling Xiao in battle, he believed that his grandfather would be able to settle the matter. Although that was against military discipline. But who asked him to have such a strong background? Looking at Tang Bing's 9 stacks of demonic execution, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that this guy was a little pitiful. Tang Mo's 9 stacks of demonic execution was stronger than this guy. If they were on the blood battlefield, he would definitely kill Tang Bing in one move. But this was the Z Mansion army after all, and he couldn't kill people casually. He was an ordinary soldier and didn't have any backing. But teaching Tang Bing a lesson was no problem. He didn't need to use any moves. He walked straight up. The earth-shattering 9 stacks of demonic execution was easily blocked by his bare hands, and then it stopped abruptly. Slap. A slap landed on his face. Half of Tang Bing's face swelled up. Slap. Another slap, and the other half of Tang Bing's face also swelled up. In the end, Ling Xiao kicked Tang Bing's crotch and sent him flying. This grandson was in so much pain that he covered his crotch and rolled around in pain, crying for his father and mother. Seeing this scene, everyone else was stunned. Completely dumbfounded. Is this still Ling Xiao? He's too strong. He blocked a first-level Emperor-class martial skill with his bare hands. Are you kidding me? What is his cultivation level? Everyone was discussing, but no one dared to help Tang Bing up. They didn't want to offend Tang Yi, but they also didn't want to offend Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao was too strong. Perhaps his current strength couldn't be judged by his past strength. How dare you hit a sergeant in broad daylight? Do you still have any military discipline in your eyes? Right at this moment, an old man helped Tang Bing up. He stared at Ling Xiao and furiously roared out. Tang Yi, you're old, don't be so rash. I violated military discipline? I think you're mistaken, I was just challenging a sergeant. Who was the one who made this piece of trash a sergeant? Isn't he just looking for trouble? Who dares to be my sergeant in my troop? Ling Xiao stared at Tang Yi without showing any fear. He said with a cold smile on his face. In the past, he had only managed to injure Tang Yi after using all sorts of methods. But now, he was no longer afraid of Tang Yi. Tang Yi was just a new divine core warrior. He didn't even need to use the martial soul of Tyrant to kill Tang Yi. Just like how he killed the president of the Sworn Society. The Blood Lightning God was a heaven-defying divine skill. Although it consumed a lot of upper-grade soulstones, it was still extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 3667. Grandfather, kill him now. Tang Bing howled out in anger and pain. Don't worry, my good grandson, grandfather will definitely help you vent your anger. As a major, Tang Bing was above all others. Even if Tang Yi killed a few ordinary Purple Palace soldiers, it wasn't a big deal. Even though it was against military discipline. But who would blame a major for killing a few Purple Palace soldiers? Even if this matter was brought to the king of the Purple Palace, no one would say anything. He circulated his energy and unleashed a frightening aura. He was about to attack Ling Xiao. "Senior officer, please wait." Yang Bing hurriedly stopped Tang Yi and said, "This Ling Xiao has a close relationship with the King Mansion, you better be careful. If you kill him, the Purple Palace army might not blame you. But the King Mansion will definitely cause you trouble. It's not worth it. The King Mansion will blame me for a trash like him? Ridiculous. Yang Bing, don't try to stop me, or else I'll beat you up too." His son had been killed, Tang Mo's grandson had been killed, and this time, Tang Bing's grandson had been kicked to the point where he almost had no descendants. How could he not kill Ling Xiao? "That's enough, you two can stop arguing. Lieutenant Yang Bing, since you're here, things will be easier. I have an urgent matter to attend to in the King Mansion." "It's urgent. I'll explain everything to you later. I'll take my leave now." Ling Xiao didn't look at Tang Yi, he just cupped his fist toward Yang Bing. In his impression, Yang Bing was a fair and just person. Besides, Yang Bing was Fang Ming's man. Fang Ming was a major as well, and he had a good relationship with Zilong. As long as Zilong said something, this matter wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any more time. He stomped his foot and activated the cosmic body. Blood-red lightning surrounded him as he sped away. With his speed, he might not be a match for a second-level Divine Core warrior. But a first-level Divine Core warrior would never be able to catch up with him. You're courting death." Seeing Ling Xiao escape from the inner city, Tang Yi laughed. There was nothing he could do in the Purple Palace army. But in the outside world, even if he killed Ling Xiao, he could do it without anyone knowing. Just like when Ling Xiao killed Tang Chuan and Lei Bao, the Purple Mansion army couldn't find anything. However, Tang Yi was shocked and helpless. As soon as Ling Xiao left, he chased after him. However, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. He said he wants to go to the king's residence. "I'll wait near the king's residence." Since he could not catch up, Tang Yi simply changed his strategy. He chased after Ling Xiao all the way to the king's residence, but he did not see any sign of Ling Xiao. He heard a few passers-by talking about it. There was indeed a red shadow that was heading in the direction of the monarch palace. He could finally confirm it. Ling Xiao did not say anything. That kid really did go to the king's residence. The king's residence was actually a small imperial city. The internal structure of the city was also very complicated. The Purple Spirit capital city did not have any walls. However, the monarch's residence had them. The walls sealed off everything from the outside, and no one knew what secrets were hidden inside. However, there were rumors saying that the overall strength of the king's residence was comparable to the million-strong Purple Mansion army. When he arrived at the entrance of the king's residence, Ling Xiao immediately released Zilong from the beast ring. He carried him on his back. Zilong was the pass. It allowed him to travel freely in the king's residence. The reason why he didn't let Zilong out when he was in the Purple Mansion army was because Zilong's prestige in the Purple Mansion army couldn't be compared to the king's residence. His speed was much faster than those who came to report to him. He arrived in front of the king's palace. Only then was he stopped by two Divine Core warriors. "Young Master Zilong is severely injured, he wants to see the king." Ling Xiao's words were simple. "We'll bring young master to see the king, you just wait here." The two men said. "Bastard, how dare you stop me? Apart from my sister and brother Ling, I don't trust anyone else. Get lost." Zilong said furiously. When the two men saw that Zilong was angry, they had no choice but to open up a path for him. Right at this moment, Zi Chenye appeared in front of them. This mighty king unleashed a frightening killing intent when he saw his younger brother was severely injured. It almost made Ling Xiao feel as though there were thousands of soldiers and horses charging towards him. It was a very real feeling. Luckily, the killing intent only lasted for a split second before it disappeared. "Bring him in." Zi Chenye didn't ask any questions. He just looked at Ling Xiao and said, She didn't know what was the relationship between Ling Xiao and Zilong. But she remembered that Ling Xiao had saved Zilong's life once. Although Zilong's life wasn't in danger, his inner core was severely damaged. He urgently needed treatment. Otherwise, if it was delayed any longer, it would really cause a permanent contusion. If that happened, he would be beyond saving. After arriving at the king's residence, Ling Xiao placed Zilong on the bed. Zi Chenye had already summoned some imperial physicians. These imperial physicians were all powerful martial artists. One of them was a divine core warrior. King, young master's condition isn't good. Although his internal injuries are mostly healed after consuming the healing pill. But the damage to his inner core is very troublesome. We need a certain herb to cure it. Otherwise, although he won't die, his inner core will shatter, and he will become a cripple. The imperial physician lowered his head, not daring to look at Zi Chenye. What herb is it? Zi Chenye asked. 9 Lives Flower. Ling Xiao said, I heard from young Master Zilong that the 9 Lives Flower is with Lieutenant General Yu Qilong. Is that so? Zi Chenye looked at the imperial physician and asked. That's right, the 9 Lives Flower is the herb. But the problem is, young Master Zilong has wasted too much time. This herb alone isn't enough, it needs to be combined with 49 other herbs to concoct the 9 Lives pill. Too bad, the 9 Lives pill is extremely difficult to concoct, and the alchemists of our tiny purple spirit kingdom have to concoct this pill. The highest success rate is only 30%. I'm afraid we'll need a few more 9 Lives flowers. The imperial physician said with a frown. Go find Lieutenant General Yu Qilong, tell him I want to see him. If possible, ask him to bring a few more 9 Lives flowers, and come back as soon as possible. Zi Chenye wanted to go personally. But, when he thought of his brother lying on the sickbed, he didn't want to leave. Therefore, he had no choice but to send his right-hand man. Right at this moment, many mighty warriors had gathered in the king's palace. Most of them were mighty warriors from the Zi family, and many of them were divine core warriors. Ling Xiao had rushed in here, so how could they not know that Zilong was in trouble? The man hurriedly left. Zi Chenye's expression was solemn. Inside the room, there were only the imperial physician, Zilong, Zi Chenye, and Ling Xiao. Everyone else was standing outside the room, not daring to enter. Chenye, I heard Xiaolong is injured. Suddenly, an old lady walked into the room. She was holding a dragon head walking stick. She was very old. Although she was weaker than Zi Chenye, she was still a divine core warrior. Grandma, why are you here? Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Zi Chenye hurriedly walked up to the old lady and helped her up. You've always been strong since you were young, don't always shoulder the burden alone. Not all of us from the Zi family are dead yet. Who dares hurt my Xiaolong? Even if I have to sacrifice all of my old bones, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. The old lady said furiously. Chapter 3668. Grandma, don't be angry. Xiaolong will be saved. As long as Yu Qilong brings the 9 Lives flower, everything will be fine. Zi Chenye hid her hatred in her heart. She didn't want her anger to cause chaos in the king's mansion. But now, she was angrier than anyone else. This was Ziling Kingdom. She was the king here. Her brother, Zilong, had been assassinated twice. They didn't take her seriously at all. And until now, she still couldn't find out who wanted to kill her brother. She didn't even know if the person was really after her brother or after her. Who is this little guy? The old lady suddenly saw Ling Xiao and was curious. He brought Xiaolong back. They entered the bloody battlefield together. Zi Chenye answered. Oh, not bad, little guy. You're not as strong as Xiaolong. You can come and go freely in the bloody battlefield without any injuries. That's rare. The old lady squinted at Ling Xiao and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. I was just lucky. Ling Xiao knew that the old lady was somewhat suspicious of him. After all, he was so weak and had saved Zilong twice. It was too much of a coincidence. As long as it wasn't too bad, he didn't want to pursue it. Grandma, I don't like what you said. Zilong suddenly said, Ling Xiao saved my life twice. The second time, He was almost killed. You shouldn't doubt him. If he didn't give me a healing pill on the way, I would have died. It's better to doubt your grandson than him. Okay. I won't doubt anyone. Little guy, you should rest well. The old lady comforted Zilong, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, I'm old and dim-sighted. If I said something that offended you, please forgive me. No, you're as kind as my grandfather. I won't fuss over such a small thing. Ling Xiao shook his head. It's good that you don't fuss over it. Oh right, about what happened on the bloody battlefield. Can you let me listen to it? The old lady's tone was much kinder. In fact, this was exactly what Zi Qianye wanted to know. They wanted to analyze some clues from it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rest easy as long as the murderer wasn't caught. No problem. Ling Xiao stated the matter objectively in a very objective tone. He did not add his own subjective speculations. After all, it would be troublesome to talk about things without any evidence. If things didn't go well, it would be a fatal disaster. After listening to Ling Xiao's words, both Zi Qianye and the old lady were shocked by Ling Xiao's strength. In just half a month, his cultivation had risen from the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm to the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. This in itself was already extremely heaven-defying. Furthermore, with his 8th level Divine Vein cultivation base, he was able to severely injure a 2nd level Divine Core warrior. This was truly inconceivable. If it wasn't for Zilong nodding his head, they wouldn't have believed it. Saving Zilong the first time could be attributed to luck. The second time, this was a display of true strength. However, Ling Xiao did not mention the details of the process. For example, he wouldn't tell them about his rebirth from the ashes and the blood lightning god. But, both Zi Qianye and the old lady were smart people. Knowing the real process might be even more thrilling than what Ling Xiao had told them. They had no choice but to admit that Ling Xiao was indeed extraordinary. No wonder Zilong chose to befriend him. They had underestimated this little guy. Ha ha ha, not bad, little guy. This grandson of mine has been spoiled since he was young. He has his eyes on the top of his head, and his personality is extremely arrogant. He doesn't take any ordinary people seriously, let alone befriending him. You're not bad at all. You're able to make this grandson of mine obey you, this is rare. The old lady laughed out loud. It seemed like the grudge she had with Jiang Chen had disappeared. Little brother, who do you think is the murderer of Zilong? Zi Qianye suddenly asked. Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile, even you can't guess it, I'm just a nobody. How could I guess it? All I know is that those who entered the bloody battlefield are from the Zi Palace army. Ling Xiao didn't want to get involved in a grudge like this. Therefore, he only said a sentence that everyone knew, which was equivalent to not saying anything. You're not a nobody. Not only are you strong and talented, you're also very smart. There was no way Ling Xiao could hide his thoughts from these two female foxes. But, he didn't care. So what if they found out? If he didn't want to tell them, no one could force him. Big sister, grandma, I've embarrassed you. Zilong let out a sigh. He felt that he was still too weak, at least when compared to Ling Xiao. He really couldn't. If it was Ling Xiao, perhaps he wouldn't be so miserable. What's there to be embarrassed about? He's a 2nd level Divine Core warrior, and he's obviously an experienced man. Compared to him, you're still too young. It's normal that you can't defeat him. You're lucky to be able to keep your life, so don't think too much about it. What you need to do now is to focus on recovering. As for other things, you have big sister and grandma, we won't let you suffer for nothing. Zi Qianye said with a smile. Big sister, do you think it was you Qilong who sent those men to kill me? Zilong was different from Ling Xiao, he wasn't afraid to mention that man's name in front of his big sister. Xiao Long, although big sister doesn't like you Qilong, he's not a despicable man. If he really wanted to kill you, he wouldn't have chosen to do it in the bloody battlefield. Isn't that telling everyone that it was the Zi Mansion army who did it? Besides, he used the 100 Steps Divine Fist, it's obvious that he's framing the Zi Mansion army. Zi Qianye said with a smile. Hearing this, Zilong let out a helpless sigh. His big sister seemed to have a lot of trust in the Zi Mansion army. Even this annoying Yu Chilong didn't suspect anything. Since he didn't have any evidence, he had no choice but to shut his mouth. Lord, General Yu is here. A voice came from outside. Let him in, quick. Zi Qianye hurriedly went out to welcome him. After that, he walked into the room together with Yu Chilong. Zi Qianye's trust in Yu Chilong wasn't without reason. Yu Chilong didn't refuse at all and took out 2 9 lives flowers. Their Yu clan only had 3 stalks of 9 lives flower. This made Zi Long feel a little guilty. He felt that he might have wronged Big Brother Zi Long. Judging from the past, Big Brother Chilong was really good to him. They walked into the room. Yu Chilong saw Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "You're Ling Xiao, right? You've made a great contribution by saving Zi Long. When we go back, I'll reward you handsomely." Although he said so, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye caught a trace of killing intent. He wants to kill me. Why? Because I violated military discipline? Or because I saved Zi Long? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The matter inside was really too complicated. He really didn't want to deduce. Chapter 3669. Thank you, General. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said without batting an eyelid. Yu Chilong nodded and looked at Zi Long. Brother Chilong, you are in the wrong this time. If I had known, I would have sent experts to help you. Sigh, the 100 Steps Divine Fist is a martial technique that only major generals in the Purple Mansion Army are qualified to cultivate. Who could it be? Chilong, don't worry too much. The Purple Spirit Kingdom isn't the only entrance to the bloody battlefield. Maybe it's someone from other places. Zi Qianye said. No, this is a serious matter. If we don't investigate properly, we will be criticized. Qianye, Xiaolong, don't worry. When I return, I will investigate thoroughly. Yu Chilong gritted his teeth and said. Qianye, look at Chilong. He treats Xiaolong really well. It's not good for you to ignore people all the time. The old lady was touched by Yu Chilong's words. Yu Chilong quickly took out a jade box with 2 9 lives flowers. Let's not talk about other things. I brought the 9 lives flowers. But what about the pill refining? Do you want me to ask father to send experts from the royal city? It's too late. Zi Qianye shook his head and said, let my alchemist try. Whether it succeeds or not, it will depend on Xiaolong's luck. The 9 lives flower needed to be refined into a 9 lives pill. This was something Ling Xiao didn't expect. Seeing Zi Qianye in a difficult position, he smiled and said, Ruler, are you willing to trust me? What do you mean? Zi Qianye asked curiously. My strength isn't that great, but I know a little about alchemy. Why don't you leave the refining of the 9 lives pill to me? Ling Xiao said. Nonsense. You are only in the first revolution. Although I am grateful that you saved Zi Long, you can't waste the 9 lives flower like this. There are only 2 9 lives flowers. Without waiting for Zi Qianye to say anything, Yu Chilong said sternly, enough, go back to the Purple Mansion Army. You have no business here. As for the reward, I will give it to you when I return. Big brother Chilong, let him try. Don't we have 2 9 lives flowers? One for brother Ling, and the other for the alchemist of the country lord's mansion. It's safer this way. Zi Long suddenly said. Since Xiaolong has said so, I think we should do as he says. Zi Qianye added. Actually, she had only given the 2 9 lives flowers to the alchemists in her residence to try her luck. Because the success rate of only 30% was too low. He might as well take a gamble. This Ling Xiao had created miracles time and time again. Perhaps he could really create another miracle this time. Forget it. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. How about this, Ling Xiao, you can stay here for the time being to refine pills. As for the Purple Mansion Army, I will help you suppress them. No one will say anything. Qianye, I'm going back to investigate Zi Long's assassination. If one looked at Yu Chilong from the surface, there really wasn't any problem. He had no reason to assassinate Zi Long. Moreover, he had given 2 9 lives flowers to him without hesitation. Everything was well done. However, for some reason, Ling Xiao felt that this person was very hypocritical and unreliable. But because it was just his own feeling, he didn't say it out loud. Let me send you out. Zi Chenya's attitude toward Qi Long was obviously much better. In the past, she had always kept Qi Long at arm's length as if she was afraid that something would happen between them. But now, it was very different. At the very least, she was treating Qi Long like a friend. After Zi Chenya returned, Ling Xiao said, "Country lord, please arrange a quiet place for me to refine pills. It's best if it's a place with abundant spiritual qi." "No problem. Don't you need a furnace? Our country lord's mansion has very good furnaces." Zi Chenya asked. "I don't need one." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "This matter should not be delayed. Take me to a quiet place with abundant spiritual qi. How many days will it take for you to finish refining pills?" Zi Chenya asked again. After all, the longer it took, the more unfavorable it would be for Zi Long. "It'll be done today." Ling Xiao was very confident. But the herbs to refine the 9-life pill still need to be provided by the country lord's mansion. "I've already asked someone to collect 10 sets. How many sets do you need?" Zi Chenya asked. "1 set is enough. Anyway, it's just a 9-life flower. If it doesn't succeed, it's meaningless to ask for so many." "Okay. Men, take Ling Xiao to Danxia Hall. Without his permission, no one is allowed to enter. Otherwise, kill." After Zi Chenya sent Ling Xiao away, she summoned the best alchemist in the country lord's mansion. She asked the same question. However, when it came to time, the alchemist said, "It'll take at least 10 days to succeed." 10 days? Others don't even need a day. Zi Chenya frowned and said, "Country lord, don't be fooled by the swindler. It's common knowledge to refine the 9-life pill in 10 days. Besides, the success rate of 1 9-life flower is too low. Country lord, you'd better ask the swindler for the 9-life flower and let me refine it." The alchemist, Gui Shu, said. "Gui Shu, if there are 2 9-life flowers, can you guarantee success?" Zi Chenya asked. "No, but at least I can increase the success rate." Gui Shu replied. "Then forget it. Quickly go and refine the pills. Don't let an outsider get ahead of you." Zi Chenya waved his hand and said, "Yes, country lord." Gui Shu was unhappy that the country lord didn't believe him and would rather believe a swindler. This made him a little dissatisfied. However, the country lord was the country lord. He didn't dare to have any complaints. He could only go and refine the pills. After that, he waited. About an hour later. Suddenly, a strange fragrance filled the entire country lord's mansion. In Danxia Hall, Ling Xiao smiled. In the immortal fire, 3 9-life pills were spinning, and the fragrance was enchanting. "Kid, you're really going to graduate. It's difficult for others to refine a 9-life pill with a single 9-life flower. But you can refine 3 perfect 9-life pills with a single 9-life flower. TSK, such a technique is unique even in the immortal court. I really didn't choose the wrong person." The Yuan Venerate was very happy when he saw the 3 9-life pills. "Thank you for the compliment, Master. Zi Long only needs 1 of these 9-life pills. I'll keep the other 2 for myself. In case my inner core is damaged, these 9-life pills are excellent pills." Ling Xiao put 2 of the 9-life pills into his storage ring. The 3rd pill was placed in a jade box that he had prepared beforehand. At the same time, the country lord's palace where Zi Long was located was really gloomy. News had just come that the alchemist, Gui Shu, had failed to refine the 9-life pill. Just because he had added a little too much of a medicinal ingredient, it had caused an uproar just as the refinement started. Gui Shu knelt there with an ugly expression on his face. "Your Majesty, please quickly bring me the other 9 lives flower so that I can try it. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. I will definitely succeed." Chapter 3670. Zi Chenya was hesitating as well. If there were 2 9 lives flowers, she could let Ling Xiao try. But if there was only 1 left, she couldn't afford to lose. Just as she was about to give the order, a strange fragrance suddenly assaulted her nose. "What's going on?" Zi Chenya asked. "My lord, it's coming from the direction of the Danxia Palace. Could it be that he succeeded in concocting the pill?" "No way, it's only been an hour." Zi Chenye was completely dumbfounded. But after a brief moment, Ling Xiao walked into the room excitedly. He even forgot about the announcement. As for Gui Shu, who was kneeling on the floor, he didn't even look at him. Xiaolong, hurry up and eat this 9 lives pill. I told you, you've profited from a disaster. He didn't even look at Zi Chenye and old madam. He walked straight to the bed and gave the 9 lives pill to Zilong. Zilong trusted Ling Xiao, just like how he trusted his own sister. Therefore, before anyone could say anything, he swallowed the pill. After a brief moment, 9 different colored lights shone from Zilong's body. Following that, he let out a painful roar. A mouthful of black blood was spat out. Zi Chenye was about to rush over. Stop! No one is allowed to come over, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao's shout. After spitting out the mouthful of blood, Zilong's pale face instantly regained its color. Then, he walked down from the bed. Circulating his true yuan, he charged toward Zi Chenye. Zi Chenye easily blocked his attack. Zi Chenye was surprised. Xiaolong, you've broken through to the 2nd-tier divine core realm. Hey, now you know how powerful my brother is, right? Ling Xiao, no, I'll call you brother Ling Xiao from now on. You're qualified to call me that. Zilong was extremely excited. This time, not only had his injuries healed, he had also broken through to the next realm. Just like what Ling Xiao said, he had profited from a disaster. You can leave now. Zi Chenye glanced at Gui Shu and said, you should thank him for helping you. If it wasn't for his success, I wouldn't be in such a good mood. Gui Shu would thank Ling Xiao? No. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. If Ling Xiao also failed, then it would prove his words that the 9 lives pill was extremely difficult to refine. But now, Ling Xiao had succeeded. Wouldn't that mean that he was incompetent? Clearly, Ling Xiao had done nothing wrong in this matter, but the sinkhole hated Ling Xiao. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. Only then did he turn around and leave. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this. He was still immersed in the joy of the purple dragon's recovery. The old madam and Zi Chenye were also very happy. At the same time, the good news spread throughout the king's mansion. At that moment, most of the people in the king's residence were overjoyed. Sister, let's not just celebrate. We haven't thanked brother Ling Xiao yet. Now that Zilong called Ling Xiao big brother Ling Xiao, it was really smooth. Hearing Zilong's words, Zi Chenye nodded and said, pass down the order. Set up a banquet. I want to treat the benefactor of the king's residence well. The banquet at the king's residence was very lively. But Ling Xiao didn't like this kind of liveliness. Zi Chenye seemed to have seen through him. So, she ordered everyone to eat. Instead, she brought Ling Xiao and Zilong to the top of the pavilion and looked down at the entire purple spirit capital. She chuckled and said, Ling Xiao, tell me, what reward do you want? As long as it's something I can do, I'll give it to you. She had to give him a reward. Otherwise, it would be difficult to repay a favor. To be honest, Ling Xiao really hadn't thought of what he wanted. It was not that he didn't need it, but it was precisely because he needed too many things now. The 9 transformation technique was gradually unable to keep up with the improvement of his strength. A set of 2nd-level Emperor-class martial arts techniques was a must. In addition, he also needed the Demon Beast Crystal Core, especially the Demon Beast Crystal Core that could help his beast soul level up. He still needed a lot. In addition, he needed as many upper-level spirit stones as there were. Don't worry, you can think about it slowly. Zi Chenye smiled and said, there's another thing that I want to tell you. Do you know that the small purple spirit nation will hold a national martial arts competition in 3 days? I really didn't know about this. Even in front of Zi Chenye, Ling Xiao's performance was still as calm as ever. He wasn't overbearing or arrogant, but he wasn't afraid or nervous either. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Wow, so the national martial arts competition is in 3 days. I almost forgot. Zilong said excitedly, Brother Ling Xiao. This national martial arts competition is amazing. As long as you're below 30 years old and your cultivation is above the 6th level of the divine vein realm, you can participate. The champion of the martial arts competition will not only get 5 million upper-level spirit stones as a reward. There are other good things too. Can I participate in this martial arts competition? Hearing that there were 5 million upper-level spirit stones as a reward, Ling Xiao was tempted. After he obtained the Crimson Thunder God, he could spend money like water. With 5 million upper-level spirit stones, he could at least use it for a while. Of course you can. I'm telling you this because I want you to participate in this martial arts competition. In addition to the 5 million upper-level spirit stones, the top 3 of the martial arts competition can also become my inner disciple. I'll personally teach you and answer your doubts. Zi Qianye looked at Ling Xiao, hoping to see excitement on Ling Xiao's face. But she was disappointed. Compared to the 5 million upper-level spirit stones just now, this reward didn't seem to attract Ling Xiao at all. You don't want to be my disciple? Zi Qianye was surprised. I just think that the monarch seems to be a little stingy. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I've saved young Master Zilong twice, if you really want to thank me. If you really want to thank me, you can take me as your disciple directly. If I participate in the martial arts competition and get the first place, it's my own strength. That's my own ability, it can't be considered a reward or a thank you at all. Yes, sister, you're too stingy. Zilong teased as well. Cough cough, I, Zi Qianye, am very particular when I accept a disciple. How can I accept one so easily? If others knew about this, they would say I'm messing around. Zi Qianye let out 2 dry coughs and said, all right, this isn't a reward, just treat it as my expectation. Zilong smiled and said, Brother Ling Xiao, the reward is something else. You have to participate in this martial arts competition. Although 5 million upper-level spirit stones isn't a small amount. But, if you become my sister's inner disciple, you'll get a lot of benefits. In this tiny violet spirit kingdom, more than 1 billion young men want to become her inner disciple. Actually, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in becoming Zi Qianye's disciple. Zi Qianye was only a peak 5th heavenly core warrior. It wouldn't take long for him to surpass Zi Qianye. There was no need for that. Besides, he would soon leave this tiny violet spirit kingdom. Becoming a master didn't mean much to him. Although many people wanted to become Zi Qianye's disciple, Jiang Chen didn't care. He didn't have that kind of thought. Can I not become your disciple? Let's talk as equals. How about I call you sister like Zilong? Ling Xiao suddenly said. If it was his sister, he didn't need to care too much. Sometimes, she was even closer than his master. If it was his master, didn't that mean he was a generation younger than Zilong? Chapter 3671. Hehe, you're an interesting young man. Looks like your ambition doesn't lie in the Purple Kingdom. Zi Qianye smiled and said, no problem, if you get first place, we'll call each other brother and sister. I'll treat you like my own brother. I'm sure Zilong will be happy as well. For Zi Qianye, if Ling Xiao could really get first place in the national martial competition, it would mean that he was talented. If that was the case, then it meant that he had extraordinary talent. It was not a big deal for him to be his younger brother, master and disciple, or sister and brother. It was just a formality. She didn't care. What she cared about was Ling Xiao. This is great. Then we'll really be brothers, Zilong said excitedly. But, Brother Ling Xiao, I'm worried for you. How dare you refuse to be sister's disciple? You're really something. I believe Sister Queen isn't an unreasonable person. Ling Xiao smiled. His confidence came from what he had done. He had saved Zilong's life twice, and he had concocted a 9-life pill within an hour. Others might not be able to concoct it in 10 days. Zi Qianye wouldn't kill him. At least, she wouldn't do it in front of Zilong, otherwise, the relationship between the two of them would never be the same as it used to be. Of course, he didn't think Zi Qianye was a stingy person. This was one of the most important reasons. If he became Zi Qianye's brother, his status would rise as well, although it might not be as high as Zilong's. But, in the Purple Kingdom, if anyone dared to bully him, they would have to look at the Buddha behind him. No one dared to offend him. You seem to be very confident in yourself. The National Martial Competition has gathered all the geniuses from the Purple Spirit Kingdom. You can't be careless. Zi Qianye reminded him. May I ask if there are any second-stage divine core warriors in the martial competition? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. Of course there aren't any. After all, Xiao Long is the only one in the entire Purple Kingdom who is as lucky as him. I don't think there are any first-stage divine core warriors. A first-stage divine core warrior below 30 years old, besides those geniuses from the King City, it's rare to find someone like this in our Purple Spirit Kingdom. Of course, I'm not sure. If you really do encounter it, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. But as long as you can get into the top 3, I don't expect you to be the champion. Zi Qianye smiled. That's simple. I dare say that no one below the divine vein realm is a match for me. If he didn't even have this bit of confidence, how would I dare to be your monarch's younger brother? Isn't that overestimating himself? Ling Xiao said. Actually, Jiang Chen was being modest. If he had the chance, even if he was a second-level divine core warrior, he would still be able to defeat Jiang Chen. He might even be able to defeat him. In his eyes, a divine vein realm cultivator was no different from a wooden puppet that could not move. They were easily dealt with. Of course, he would not underestimate his opponent. After all, he was not the only genius in this world. Perhaps others could also challenge those of a higher level like him. I hope you're confident and not conceited. Zi Qianye looked at Ling Xiao and said, after all, even I wouldn't dare to say such words at your age. You'll be laughed at for boasting shamelessly. Why would I care if others laugh at me? Since the day I started practicing martial arts, there have been endless jokes. But, those people have become jokes in front of me. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone, Sister Monarch, since we've finished talking about the martial Dao competition, shouldn't we talk about the reward? Don't you think it's a bit vulgar to ask for a reward directly? It's as if you saved my Zi Long just to get some benefits. Zi Qianye laughed. Of course, she was joking. Vulgar. I'm just a vulgar person. I only know that it'll be a waste if I don't take something that can increase my strength. Saving Zi Long is my business, and it's up to Sister Monarch to ask for a reward or not. It's up to you. As long as you're not afraid of others calling you stingy, I don't care. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You're really different from others, you're straightforward. How about this? To thank you for saving my Zi Long, I'll give you a gift. Also, I'll give you a divine grade Emperor weapon, and a set of second-order Emperor martial skill. What weapon do you use? Zi Qianye asked. Sword. Ling Xiao said. Okay, I'll take you to the Monarch's mansion's private storage now. Among them were weapons and martial techniques. You can choose for yourself. Zi Qianye was straightforward and directly brought Ling Xiao to the private storage. Since Zi Long was bored, he followed along as well. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the private storage, he opened his Tai Chi eye. In an instant, he found a good item. He cultivated the Carnate Godfiend Sword Soul, and the most suitable weapon for him was the Yin-Yang Twin Swords. The Ice Age was of the Yin attribute, and if it was forcefully separated, its power would naturally be weakened. Therefore, he had been looking for a weapon that could be used together. That's it. Ling Xiao pointed in a direction. There was a black metal box over there. That won't do. Zi Qianye frowned. Sister, you won't regret it, right? Zi Long teased. Don't talk nonsense, that metal box has been sealed long ago. It's an evil sword, Bloody Sun World. Those who have used this sword have all died without a burial ground. Zi Qianye explained, that's why this sword has been sealed. What if I want it? Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. I still can't give it to you, I can't harm you. Zi Qianye shook his head. How about this, let's do a test. Let's see if my life is tough enough, or if this evil sword is evil enough. Ling Xiao looked at Zi Qianye and said. Zi Qianye had no choice but to open the seal. In an instant, the temperature in the private storage increased by a lot. The Ice Age in Ling Xiao's storage ring reacted as well. It's indeed a good sword. A divine emperor weapon, I can use it until I reach the third divine core realm. During this period of time, this Bloody Sun World will be able to accompany me. Ling Xiao excitedly grabbed the sword. Just like the Ice Age, this sword was stubborn. Even in his hand, it was still resisting, as if it was going to rebel. Ling Xiao sneered, then a frightening and domineering aura erupted from his body. In this universe, only I am the strongest. Even Zi Chenye and Zi Long were shocked by his aura. Both of them nearly kneeled down in front of Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's overall strength was weaker than them, the aura he emitted was just too powerful. When the Bloody Sun world sensed the frightening aura, it immediately became obedient. Ling Xiao suddenly threw the sword into the air. Zi Chenye and Zi Long were startled. If the sword fell straight down, it would definitely pierce through Ling Xiao's head. Don't move, just watch. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the Bloody Sun world. The sword did emit an evil aura, but in front of him, it was nothing. When the tip of the sword was less than a foot away from Ling Xiao's head, something miraculous happened. That sword actually stopped on its own. It seems like my life is stronger than the evil chi of this sword. Ling Xiao let out a hearty laugh. He retracted the Bloody Sun world. Zi Chenye was dumbfounded. Chapter 3672. Seeing Ling Xiao put away the Blood Sun Palace, Zi Chenye suddenly said, "Actually, this Blood Sun world is just a replica. The real Blood Sun world is a genuine Heavenly King weapon. If you can break through to the third divine core realm, I'll give it to you." "Really?" Ling Xiao asked excitedly. "Although I'm not a gentleman, I still keep my word." Zi Chenye nodded her head. "Thank you, Sister Monarch." Ling Xiao was really excited. The real Blood Sun world was a Heavenly King weapon, and it was on the same level as the 100 Transformations weapon. Once he broke through to the third divine core realm, he would be able to combine the two swords. The 100 Transformations weapon could turn into a treasured sword with the same element as the Ice Age. "Don't thank me, this is your performance, and it's the decision I made." To be honest, Zi Chenye never expected that Ling Xiao would be able to make the Blood Sun world submit to him. Especially that terrifying domineering aura, it was as if he was the most powerful being in the world. Even Zi Chenye was trembling. In front of her, Ling Xiao had become even more mysterious. "Where's the martial skill you chose?" Zi Long asked. Zi Long was curious about this brother of his, who wasn't his real brother, but was closer to him than his real brother. Ling Xiao responded with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a jade slip appeared in his hand. Emperor-level martial skills, many of them couldn't be described with simple words. Most of them only had one source. Then, they would be stored in something, and people would be able to comprehend them. Everyone would comprehend the same source, but the actual usage of the martial skill would be vastly different. A martial skill that was recorded in words might not be suitable for oneself, as it belonged to someone else's experience. It was too rigid. Therefore, it was better to use a martial skill that varied from person to person. "Little guy, you have a good eye for martial skills. This is the best second-level Emperor-class martial skill in our King's Mansion. When cultivated to the Great Perfection stage, it is comparable to a third-grade Emperor-level martial skill. When cultivated to the Perfection stage, it is even more incredible. But, this martial skill is very difficult to cultivate, even I could only cultivate to the first form. This martial skill only has a total of 4 moves. No one has ever successfully learned the last 3 moves." Zi Chenye truly admired Ling Xiao's foresight. "Hihi, then I'm in luck." Ling Xiao looked at the jade tablet. There were only 3 words written on it: Blood Shadow Sword. He hadn't read the details yet. He hoped that he could master the first move by the time of the National Martial Arts Competition. Although the power of the last move of the 9 Revolutions Godly Demon technique was comparable to a low-grade second-order Emperor-class martial skill, it was only a matter of time. However, compared to a true high-grade second-order Emperor-grade martial skill, its power was still far inferior. This could become one of Ling Xiao's trump cards. "Alright, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Zi Long will arrange a room for you. Cultivate well and prepare for the National Martial Arts Competition in 3 days." Zi Chenye smiled. He led them out of the private vault. This private storehouse was equivalent to the combination of a large sect's armory and a book collection vault. Not only was it heavily guarded, but it was also heavily guarded. If not for Zi Chenye, Even Yu Chilong wouldn't be able to break in. Let's go, brother Ling Xiao. I will take you to your room. You can stay next to me. Zilong grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and said excitedly. This Zilong was still a child after all. Compared to the mature Ling Xiao, Zilong was much younger. Of course, that was only his mental age. On the way, Zilong filled Ling Xiao in on the details of the national martial arts competition. Other than the 5 million superior grade spirit stones and the title of the Lord's inner disciple, there were other rewards. In addition, there were 3 purple sun pills and an oracle bone fossil. The purple sun pill was needless to say. Ling Xiao only needed 2 more pills to complete the 10 pills. With these 3 pills, he could begin to make the purple sun fortune pill. As for the oracle bone fossil, he had heard of it before. It was a key material for the cultivation of defensive martial arts or physique. Ling Xiao's divine body of the black tortoise was a little outdated. Obtaining this oracle bone fossil was also extremely beneficial to him. However, other than the apprenticeship, the other rewards could only be obtained by the champion. This time, he had to give it his all. He could not lose to the geniuses of the small purple spirit kingdom. After returning to the room, Ling Xiao and Zilong went to cultivate separately. Zilong had just broken through and needed to consolidate his cultivation. Ling Xiao had obtained the blood shadow sword and needed to cultivate. At the same time, Yu Chilong had returned to his mansion in Chaoyang City. Tang Yi was kneeling in front of him, not daring to move. Tang Yi was yelled at by Yu Chilong outside the Lord's mansion. Tang Yi was really shocked at that time. He did not know how he offended Yu Chilong. Even now, he was still in a daze. Where were you waiting for Ling Xiao just now? Yu Chilong finally spoke. Tang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. That deathly silence was enough to scare someone to death. Yes, General. That Ling Xiao had no respect for his superior. He injured the corporal and escaped from Chaoyang City. Tang Yi hastily said. I don't want to hear about this. Tell me the real Ling Xiao. Everything you know, I don't want to hear any exaggeration. Also, don't hide anything from me. You know my temper. A mere captain was nothing in front of a lieutenant general. Yu Chilong didn't even ask Tang Yi to stand up. Instead, he asked him to kneel down. But Tang Yi didn't complain. After hearing what Yu Chilong said, he suddenly realized something. Ling Xiao must have offended this lieutenant general. Just as well, I'll tell him everything I know and let this Ling Xiao have his way. Of course, he didn't dare to exaggerate. A 4th-level divine core warrior's divine sense was extremely powerful. As long as he lied, Yu Chilong would be able to tell. But Tang Yi still hid some things. He believed that Yu Chilong wouldn't be able to tell. The thing he hid was that he was seriously injured by Ling Xiao. It was too embarrassing, and he couldn't bring himself to say it. As for the rest, he told Yu Chilong everything. In fact, he knew a lot of things about Ling Xiao. He knew about how Ling Xiao killed Lei Bao, Tang Chu Nunnery, and Cheng Qian. Great, this is great. He actually killed my sergeant, centurion, and even a chili arch. Even a 9th-level divine vein realm martial artist isn't a match for him. Yu Chilong was actually very surprised. He didn't know what had happened to Ling Xiao before, but now that he knew, he felt like he had invited a wolf into his house. He didn't like this kind of wild and unruly man. He preferred dogs, obedient dogs. Since he couldn't keep this kind of man for his own use, he had to kill him. Report. Right at this moment, a black figure dashed into the room. Tang Yi, you can get lost now. Yu Chilong sent Tang Yi away, then he turned to the black figure and said, Tell me, what happened? General, the King Palace has successfully concocted the 9 lives pill. The black figure said. That's impossible. I've obviously done something to those 2 9 lives flowers. Even the alchemists in the King City wouldn't be able to do it. Gui Shu from the King Palace doesn't have the ability to do so. Yu Chilong shouted. Chapter 3673. Not Gui Shu, it's Ling Xiao. The black figure answered. Ling Xiao. How is this possible? Are you sure? Yu Chilong was shocked. General, my information has never been wrong. It was that Ling Xiao who concocted the 9 lives pill in just 1 hour. The black figure said with certainty. All right, is there anything else? Although Yu Chilong still couldn't accept this fact, he was after all a man who had been through a lot. He wouldn't mess himself up because of such a small matter. Yes. The black figure continued. Lord Zi Chenye asked Ling Xiao to participate in the national martial competition, and it seems like she wants to use this opportunity to publicly announce her disciple. She wants to recruit Ling Xiao as her disciple. Chimph, in her dreams. Yu Chilong let out a cold snort and said, this Ling Xiao, since he has such amazing alchemy skills, he can't fall into Zi Chenye's hands. But, with Ling Xiao's strength, he can kill a 9th-level divine vein warrior. I'm afraid even a half-step divine core warrior might not be his match. It's very easy for him to enter the top 3. The black figure said. It's not up to him. Go to the Blood Sun Kingdom right now and bring Nai Shuang back to me. She's from the Purple Spirit Kingdom. I'm going to the Blood Sun Kingdom for my lifelong happiness, but that bitch Zi Chenye always keeps me at arm's length. This time, I don't care anymore. Yu Chilong said coldly. Yes, Lord. The black figure disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Nai Shuang was Yu Chilong's favorite woman. But, for the sake of the family, he couldn't be with Nai Shuang. He had no choice but to let Nai Shuang leave the Blood Sun Kingdom. But now, he didn't want to pursue Zi Chenye anymore. Because he had given her 2 9 lives flowers, that bitch Zi Chenye only treated him slightly better. She called him a friend. This made him very angry. He wanted to use a more radical method to solve the mission assigned to him by the family. With this, Nai Shuang could come back. Besides, Nai Shuang was younger than him, and she was more talented than him. She was the true #1 genius of the Purple Spirit Kingdom. He would definitely surpass Zi Chenye in the future. Right now, Nai Shuang was 25 years old, and she was a peak first divine core warrior. If she were to make a move, Ling Xiao would not be a problem at all. He wanted Ling Xiao to die in the martial arts competition. A moment later, another person entered the hall. He was a major general. A major general at the 3rd divine core realm, second only to Yu Chilong. Yu Hao. Is everything settled? Yu Chilong looked at Yu Hao and asked. General, don't worry. No one will ever know that it was us who sent people to assassinate Zi Long, Yu Hao said indifferently. Too bad, he's a 2nd divine core major general, and he's extremely loyal to me. But he had to die. It's all that Ling Xiao's fault. Yu Chilong actually knew that after the 2nd assassination attempt failed, he had already begun to act. Yu Hao was his cousin and also his most capable helper. Thus, he carried out the operation of silencing the witness for him. Because he couldn't afford any mistakes in his plan. That assassin had failed twice. He was even forced to use the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Once his identity was exposed, he had to die. Ling Xiao will be a variable in the future. If we want to get the real Bloody Sun world from the Zi family, I'm afraid we have to kill him. Yu Hao suddenly said. Bloody Sun world. Nai Shuang has investigated thoroughly, the family's suspicion is correct. There is a huge secret hidden within the Bloody Sun world. In order to get the 1st and 2nd generation Bloody Sun world, our family has sacrificed many people. This time, we have to succeed. Yu Chilong gritted his teeth and said, therefore, Nai Shuang has to come back. In just 2 days. A mysterious girl appeared in Chaoyang City. Chaoyang City never lacked women. There were many powerful female warriors in the Zi family army as well. But, there weren't many who were as feminine as Nai Shuang. As she walked, she exuded a certain charm, as if she was a walking flower that could attract bees and butterflies wherever she went. This girl was Nai Shuang. Her name didn't match her personality at all. Her name was cold, but her personality was hot. Her appearance was charming. But, no one dared to look at Nai Shuang. Everyone knew that Nai Shuang was Yu Chilong's woman. Because of Zi Chenye, she left the small Purple Spirit Kingdom. Now, she was back. The purple dress made Nai Shuang look noble and graceful. She was also a beauty, but the Moon Lady was fresh and elegant, like a fairy. Nai Shuang, on the other hand, was the best in the mortal world. She seemed to be more in line with the tastes of most men. No one stopped Nai Shuang. She swayed her graceful body and followed Major General Yu Hao to Yu Chilong's residence. The man she had been thinking about day and night finally changed his mind. He was no longer obsessed with that bitch Zi Qianye. She was very happy. Most of the soldiers in the Zi family army didn't dare to raise their heads. Occasionally, a few of them raised their heads, but they were all new recruits. However, when Nai Shuang glanced at them, they were immediately attracted to her and walked up to her subconsciously. Then, they heard a scream. His eyes were pierced by a sword. Nai Shuang, they are all Zi family army soldiers. It's a pity that they are blind. Yu Hao laughed. He didn't mean to blame them at all. It was more like chatting. Then I'll kill them. Nai Shuang sneered. Her sword flashed and the blind man became a dead man. How terrifying. That woman. After Nai Shuang left, the people finally dared to whisper. Yeah, she killed people without saying anything. She's a devil. Sure, do you want to die? She's the general's woman and a peerless genius. I heard that the nation Lord Zi Qianye and our general are not as talented as her. She's so powerful. No wonder she looks so young, but her aura is already as terrifying as that of a captain. I know, right? I heard that her talent is in the top 10 even in the entire Zi family kingdom. She's just a little cruel. I really hope someone can teach her a lesson. I suddenly thought of someone. Who? Ling Xiao. Bah, Ling Xiao is not worthy of being compared to her. Don't be ridiculous, even Ling Xiao is going to die for disrespecting her today. Ling Xiao was able to defeat a 7th divine vein warrior, that's already pretty good. She is a divine core warrior. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps both of them will participate in this year's national martial competition. At that time, we'll know who's stronger and who's weaker. While they were talking, Nai Shuang and Yu Hao had arrived at Yu Chilong's residence. The general is waiting for you in the mansion. I won't be going in. Yu Hao smiled at Nai Shuang, then he turned around and left. Nai Shuang looked at the general's mansion in front of her. She felt like she had never seen it before. When she left, she was only 16 years old. Now, 9 years had passed. It was all because of Zi Qianye that she had to leave her home. But this time, she was finally back. I wonder why Brother Chilong is looking for me. While thinking about this, Nai Shuang had already stepped into the general's mansion. Chapter 3674. Baby. When he saw Nai Shuang, Yu Chilong was more excited than anyone else. Although he had many women, however, Nai Shuang was the only one that he could not forget. He missed her day and night. Although Zi Qianye was beautiful and had a high status, she was too cold. He didn't like her. He preferred women who knew how to please men. Brother Chilong. When Nai Shuang saw Yu Chilong, she was like a flower that bloomed, releasing all of her fragrance. In this general's mansion, they weren't a superior and subordinate. They were purely a man and a woman. After a round of craziness, both of them sat down on the bed and started chatting. Baby, I've been in the Blood Sun Kingdom for so long, it's so tiring. I have to endure Zi Qianye's cold face every day, I can't take it anymore. Yu Chilong's body was covered in sweat. This round of craziness lasted for half an hour. And he didn't even use any true yuan. That was even more exciting. Shuang doesn't want to hear about that woman, why don't you get down to business? After being nourished by the rain, Nai Shuang looked even more charming. She was extremely attractive. If not for Yu Chilong's extraordinary willpower, he wouldn't have been able to take it. Alright, let's get down to business. Yu Chilong suddenly became serious. You know, the Yu family has always wanted the 2 Blood Sun World Swords from the Zi family. One is the 1st generation, and the other is the 2nd generation. One is a heavenly king weapon, the other is a divine emperor weapon. Of course I know. But, although a heavenly king weapon is precious, the Yu family should have one as well. As for a divine emperor weapon, the Yu family doesn't lack one either. Nai Shuang was puzzled. That's why I don't understand why the Yu family sacrificed dozens of warriors for those 2 swords. Is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. Those 2 swords were made by the weapon craftsman from the Blood Sun Kingdom. You've been in the Blood Sun Kingdom for 9 years, and everything you've investigated is related to the Blood Sun world. Yu Chilong said with a smile. The Blood Sun scripture is related to the Blood Sun world? Nai Shuang was shocked. That's right. According to a reliable source, the first and second part of the Blood Sun scripture is hidden in the Blood Sun world swords. You should know that the first part of the Blood Sun scripture is extremely fast for warriors between the Divine Vein and the Divine Core realm. It is a cultivation's accelerator. It can increase one's cultivation speed by 10 times. Furthermore, it could also increase a martial artist's comprehension and success rate in cultivating martial skills. The most amazing thing was that it could ensure that the inner core would not be damaged if Zilong cultivated the Blood Yang scripture. This time, there was no need for the 9 lives pill. As for the second section of the Blood Sun scripture, it has the same effect for those between the 3rd and 9th Divine Core realm. Yu Chilong explained, according to my observations, the Z family doesn't seem to know the secret of the Blood Sun world. Originally, I wanted to marry Zi Chenye and take the 2 Blood Sun heavens for myself. It was just 2 lousy swords. He believed that she would not be stingy. The reason why he wanted to get rid of Zilong was because he didn't want him to become a contender. However, there was some trouble now. According to the latest news, Zi Chenye, that stupid woman, actually gave Bloody Sun world to a young man called Ling Xiao. This young man had repeatedly done shocking things. This marshal is worried that he will discover the secret of Bloody Sun world. At that time, it will be even more difficult to obtain it. That's why I asked you to come back this time. Aside from marrying this marshal, it's more important. It's to deal with him. Who is this Ling Xiao? Nai Shuang asked curiously. An ordinary Purple Palace soldier. Yu Chilong said. Hehe, brother Chilong, you're so funny. How can an ordinary Purple Palace soldier pose any threat to us? Why don't you just ask him to hand over the Blood Sun world? Nai Shuang didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In the beginning, I had the same thought as you. But now, I don't dare to look down on him. Do you know that he stopped my subordinate from assassinating Zilong twice? That subordinate is a 2nd-level Divine Core Major General. Yu Chilong furrowed his brows and said. So strong. Don't tell me his cultivation is at the 3rd Divine Core realm? Nai Shuang was startled. No, he is only at the 8th Divine Vein realm, there is no doubt about that. But, this young man is too strange. When he was at the 4th Divine Vein realm, he killed one of my chiliarchs, Cheng Qian. He has a lot of secrets. Yu Chilong shook his head and said, I'll give you all the information about this young man now. He stretched out a finger and pointed it at Nai Shuang's forehead. After a brief moment, a series of images flashed across Nai Shuang's mind. She now knew a lot about Ling Xiao. Hehe, what an interesting young man. He saved Zilong the first time because your men were careless. His speed is pretty good, but you need to be careful of that strange escaping skill. He killed Cheng Qian because of his strategy. First, he sneak attacked Zilong while invisible. Then, he attacked continuously, not giving Cheng Qian any chance to breathe. This proves that he is smart and calculative. When he was at the 4th Divine Vein realm, his attack was strong enough to kill a 9th-level Divine Vein warrior. The second time he saved Zilong, this is interesting. That blood-red lightning bolt is probably one of his magical items. Your men didn't underestimate him, but they underestimated the power of the lightning bolt. Also, this young man knows how to attack with his soul. His purpose was to catch your men off guard. When all these coincidences came together, it became the second rescue. Judging from this young man's mentality is terrifyingly strong, and is good at finding his enemy's weaknesses. He's not someone easy to deal with. I'm guessing that without using any magical items, his combat strength should be higher than a half-step Divine Core warrior. If he uses a magical item, he might even be able to fight a first Divine Core warrior. Nai Shuang gave a comprehensive analysis. You're indeed my baby, your analysis is exactly the same as mine. But, he has a magical item, and so do we. Shuang, go and participate in the Purple Spirit Kingdom's national martial competition. During the competition, kill this young man for me. Yu Chilong's expression suddenly became gloomy. Not only is he cunning, strong, and talented, he's also an alchemy master. If a man like this falls into Zi Chenya's hands, It'll be very troublesome. Shuang'er understands. With my strength, I can easily become the champion of the national martial competition. Nai Shuang said with a smile. Of course, in order to ensure your success, I'll prepare some talismans and magical items for you. We can't let that young man take advantage of you. Yu Qilong said with a cold voice, once I become the champion, I'll become Zi Qianye's chief disciple. Although I know you don't like Zi Qianye, I have to admit her talent. You can cultivate under her. You'll definitely benefit a lot from it. You'll also have the chance to get your hands on 2 Bloody Sun World. Once I get my hands on one, I won't have to smile at that woman anymore. Don't worry, Brother Qilong, I won't let you down. Nai Shuang said with a smile, actually, even if I don't use any magical items, I won't lose to that young man. That man of yours is brave, but he's not smart enough. He's being played like a fool. I won't. Chapter 3675. Of course I know what you're capable of. After this, I will bring your brother Nai Feng back from the Purple Spirit Underworld. I will let the two of you reunite. Yu Qilong knew that if he wanted Nai Shuang to listen to him, he had to play the emotional card. Nai Shuang only had Nai Feng as her family. The two of them had relied on each other since they were young. When he took over Nai Shuang's body, Nai Shuang did not resist because of her brother Nai Feng. Therefore, it was certain that the two of them had a good relationship. Brother Qilong, you are so good to me. Nai Shuang knew that the underworld of the bloody battlefield was a terrifying place. As long as her brother did not come back, she would not be able to feel at ease. It was also her wish to make use of this matter to bring her brother back. Cough, cough. Are the two of you done chatting? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the general's estate. It's Yu Hao. Shuang'er, go back and rest first. Wait for this marshal to finish his business. After I finish my business, I will go and fight with you for 300 rounds. Yu Qilong smiled. Brother Qilong, you are so bad. Let's go. Nai Shuang swayed her body and walked towards her own residence in the general's estate. She believed that Yu Qilong had always kept that place for her. Brother, you really dote on this woman. Aren't you afraid of spoiling her? After Nai Shuang left, Yu Hao arrived and said with a smile. She is just a woman. If she is obedient, I will treat her as one of us. If she is not, I will just kill her. Why are you looking for me? Yu Qilong asked. Nothing important. I don't dare to disturb you. Yu Hao suddenly became serious. The entrance to the ruins has been found. The final hiding place of the Blood Sword Supreme? Yu Qilong suddenly stood up and asked. That's right. Yu Hao nodded and said, at the end of his life, the Blood Sword Supreme had left behind everything he had learned in his life. Now, only our Yu clan knows this secret. Therefore, the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme should belong to our Yu clan. That's strange. The Blood Sword Supreme is from the Blood Sun Kingdom, but he hid in the Purple Spirit Kingdom's underworld. Yu Qilong smiled and said, but that doesn't matter. The key is, can the entrance be opened? No. Yu Hao shook his head. I can't. That's right. There's actually a special array at the entrance. It requires that only martial artists who cultivate the Blood Sun scripture can enter. It seemed like the Blood Sword Reverend Shui Yang wanted to pass down his legacy to his descendants. However, he did not know that the 2 Blood Sun World swords that contained the Blood Sun scripture had now fallen into the hands of the monarch of the small Violet Spirit Kingdom. Yu Hao replied. It's the Blood Yang scripture again. Yu Qilong's frown deepened. That's right. It doesn't matter if it's the first or second chapter. Only then can you obtain the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. Yu Hao said with certainty, Blood Sword Supreme has told us this through the incantation. We've tried many ways to get in, but none of them worked. It seemed that he wasn't lying. Furthermore, if we really enter, I'm afraid that without cultivating the Blood Sun scripture, we won't be able to inherit his legacy. Yu Qilong gritted his teeth and said, no matter how difficult it is, we can't miss out on the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. One should know that the Blood Sword Reverend was the person who had created the Purple Mansion Kingdom. The Purple Mansion Army was created by him as well. His strength in the past was much stronger than the current monarch. He had reached the frightening perfect 8th divine core realm. He was one of the strongest warriors in the entire Dongsheng Strong Kingdom. All the other strong kingdoms had to pay tribute to him. He was in the limelight. His blood sword supreme was extremely frightening. The entire Dongsheng Strong Kingdom was terrified by his name. But too bad, the blood sword supreme was too ambitious. He wasn't satisfied with the current situation, and he tried to overthrow the Dongsheng Strong Kingdom. He wanted to create the Purple Mansion Kingdom. As a result, the monarch of the Dongsheng Strong Kingdom was afraid of him. Therefore, an earth-shattering battle broke out between the two men. The battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, the Blood Sword Supreme lost because of his cultivation base. But, even the monarch of the Dongsheng Strong Kingdom couldn't kill him. He escaped into the bloody battlefield. Since then, he disappeared without a trace. A few thousand years have passed since then. I think he's already dead. But even so, when mentioning this Blood Sword Supreme, many older generation warriors still feel fear. Yu Hao nodded his head and said, "That's right. Who would have thought that the mighty Blood Sword Supreme would be buried in the Purple Spirit Underworld? Luckily, brother, you've become the commander of the Purple Mansion Army. If not, you wouldn't have been able to find the Blood Sword Supreme's hiding place. Speaking of which, it was dangerous that time as well. I personally stepped into the Purple Spirit Underworld and killed the Hell Demon Beast. That was how I found that place," Yu Qilong said with mixed emotions. Because of that, brother's status in the Yu family rose quickly. As for the inheritance, you're naturally the first in line to inherit it. Yu Hao said with a smile. Let's not talk about this first. Since the key to unlocking the inheritance is the Blood Sun scripture, we must get those 2 Blood Sun heavens. If we can't, let's just ask father to slaughter the entire Z family. Those 2 Blood Sun heavens will belong to our Yu family, Yu Qilong said with a ferocious expression. That's a last resort. Unless it's the last resort, it's better not to use it. As a general, every move of yours will be watched. If we really do that, no one will be stupid. In the end, we'll be the ones causing the trouble, and everyone else will have to share the profits. Yu Hao reminded. Of course I know that. So now, the most important thing is Nai Shuang. As long as he can kill Ling Xiao and take the 2nd Blood Sun heavens, it'll be half of the success. The other half will be when Nai Shuang becomes Zi Chenya's chief disciple. Fortunately, the Z family still doesn't know the secret of the Blood Sun heavens. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for us to carry out our plan. Yu Qilong said, I'll take Nai Shuang to meet Zi Chenya later. We still have to be polite on the surface. By the way, where are Su Mengzhen and his 3 disciples? They've already gone to travel. Their next stop is probably the Blood Sun Kingdom. Yu Hao said. That's good. Su Mengzhen is really an old fox. Even my father told me not to offend him. It's good that he's not here. Yu Qilong was relieved. Purple Spirit Country, King's Mansion. Tomorrow was the deadline for the National Martial Arts Competition. As the organizer and person in charge of this National Martial Arts Competition, Zi Chenya was very busy. However, even if she was busy, she was very happy. Her younger brother, Zi Long, had recovered from his injuries and made a breakthrough in his cultivation. And she also got a younger brother, Ling Xiao. Although the martial arts competition hadn't been held yet, Zi Chenya had already recognized Ling Xiao as her younger brother. It wasn't a problem whether Ling Xiao could enter the top 3 or not. It was just a formality. While she was thinking, a report came from outside. It said that Lieutenant General Yu Qilong wanted to see her. Invite him in. Because of the 9-life flower, Zi Chenya's attitude toward Yu Qilong was much better. Chapter 3676. Because of the 9 lives flower, Zi Chenya's attitude towards Yu Qilong had become much better. Although she still didn't love him, at least she didn't reject him as much as before. Who is this girl? Zi Chenya saw a young girl standing next to Yu Qilong. In terms of age, Yu Qilong was old enough to be this girl's father. Aren't you going to treat me to a cup of tea? Yu Qilong said with a smile. Oh, someone, serve me some tea and give me a seat, Zi Chenya said with a bitter smile. He was so focused on this girl that he had forgotten about this matter. After the three men sat down, Yu Chilong took a sip of tea and said, "Chenya, I've mentioned this to you before. I have a fierce warrior under my command. His name is Nai Feng. He has a little sister called Nai Shuang. This is the little girl." Nai Shuang greets the king. In front of Zi Chenya, Nai Shuang had completely restrained her charm. She was like a fresh flower that had suddenly wrapped around herself. She had turned into a flower bud. "Aya, amazing. 25 years old and a peak first divine core warrior, your talent is even greater than mine," Zi Chenya said with a smile. "You need to learn more from Chilong in the future. There aren't many strong female warriors around. You need to make us women proud. Chenya, stop praising her, or else she will grow wings." "Actually, I'm here because I have a favor to ask of you," Yu Chilong said. "What are you talking about? Just tell me what you want. If it wasn't for your 9 lives flower, my little brother's life would have been in danger." Zi Chenya was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Although she had her doubts about Chilong, she wasn't as suspicious as Ling Xiao. Also, she didn't have any proof. She didn't want to wrongly accuse a good person because of her own assumptions. "All right, I'll be frank with you. Nai Shuang just came back from the Blood Sun Kingdom. She begged me to join the national martial competition. I told her the registration period was over, but she didn't want to listen," Yu Chilong said with a bitter smile. "The registration period isn't over, but Nai Shuang is a first divine core warrior. Don't you think it's a waste for her to join the martial competition?" Zi Chenya said. "Sai, as you know, I'm a man, and her brother is a man. When a man trains a woman, he always doesn't know how to control his strength. It's inconvenient. I also heard that you want to recruit the top 3 of the martial arts tournament to become your disciple. That was why he agreed to her request. She has always worshipped you." Yu Chilong sighed as if he was in a difficult position. He knew that Zi Chenya cared a lot about relationships, and he knew that Zi Chenya cared a lot about repaying a debt of gratitude. She would never reject him. As expected, Zi Chenyi glanced at Nai Shuang and nodded. "There's no problem with the registration. However, if you want to become my disciple, you have to pass the National Martial Arts Competition's test." "Can you?" "I can." Nai Shuang stood up excitedly like a hot-blooded little girl. Because his idol had agreed to his request. With her acting skills, it would be a pity if she didn't go into acting. "All right, since that's the case, we'll gather at the martial arts arena tomorrow. Every year, the National Martial Arts Competition is held there." Zi Chenya smiled. "Since that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. Tomorrow is the martial arts competition. I'm sure you have a lot of things to do." Yu Chilong was not willing to stay for long. He didn't want to be exposed. Zi Chenyi looked like a simple woman, but in fact, she was smarter than anyone else. If not, she wouldn't have been able to stay on the throne for so long. After both men left, the smile on Zi Chenyi's face disappeared. This Yu Chilong, what is he trying to do? Why did he bring Nai Shuang back at this time? Is he trying to go against Ling Xiao? She wasn't stupid. In fact, she was very smart. If Nai Shuang really wanted to be her disciple, all she needed was Yu Chilong's recommendation, and she would definitely agree. But now, Nai Shuang had decided to participate in the National Martial Arts Competition one day before it began. It was obvious that she had other plans. Whatever, let's just wait and see. Ling Xiao isn't someone who can be easily bullied. Zi Chenyi had a lot of confidence in Ling Xiao. Being able to severely injure a second-level divine core warrior, even if he used a magical item, it was still an incredible feat. The National Martial Arts Competition that was held once every 4 years. It was the biggest event in Violet Spirit Kingdom. The martial arts arena was used as a tourist attraction. When the martial arts competition was held, the arena would be renovated and decorated. It was to welcome the arrival of the grand event. The scale of the National Martial Arts Competition wasn't any worse than the Purple Palace soldier recruitment. On the day of the competition, the martial arts arena was already packed with people. Countless people from all over the Violet Spirit Kingdom had arrived here a few days in advance. They all hoped to be lucky enough to witness the grand event. However, Most of them weren't qualified to enter the martial arts arena. After all, the population of the Violet Spirit Kingdom was over 1 billion, and nearly 100 million people were here to watch the grand event. How big would the arena be if all of them were allowed to enter? Therefore, the rule was that only warriors above the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm were allowed to watch the competition. Of course, those who were related to the martial arts competition were excluded. But those people were in the minority. The city guards were in charge of guarding the martial arts arena. The Purple Palace Army wasn't involved. But, if something big happened, the Purple Palace Army would be the first to arrive and solve the problem. Although there were many rewards in the past martial arts competitions, there had never been a reward for becoming the disciple of the king. This year's special reward caused all the young martial artists in the Little Purple Spirit Kingdom to feel highly agitated. Zi Qianyi was the #1 beauty in the Violet Spirit Kingdom. She was also the #1 in terms of strength. Because of these two factors, she had become the goddess in many men's hearts. She was the idol in every woman's heart. There were many people who wanted to become her disciple. No wonder Zi Long and Zi Qianyi were so surprised when Ling Xiao refused to become her disciple. Because there were too many people who signed up, the organizer of the martial arts competition raised the registration requirement to the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. As a result, the number of people was reduced. But there were still more than 50,000 people. Basically, except for those who didn't get the news, the entire Violet Spirit Kingdom had reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Those who were below 30 years old had all come. Many people from the Purple Palace Army had also come. Although the Purple Palace Army was glorious, ordinary soldiers were also punching bags. But, if they became the disciple of the king, Zi Qianyi, it was no different from reaching the heavens in a single step. Only a fool would refuse such a good opportunity. The top 3 would be chosen from 50,000 people. The probability was very low. Moreover, the rules of the martial arts competition were similar to the Purple Palace Army's recruitment. At the beginning, 50,000 people would be put together to fight against 40,000 puppets. The remaining 5,000 people would enter the main competition. The rules of the main competition were very simple. It was a 2-on-1 elimination system. The loser would be eliminated immediately, and the winner would stay. Because the alchemy skills of the 4 major regions were more complicated. So, the competition would continue. There would be time for rest and healing in between. The king's residents would treat the contestants who had advanced and ensure that everyone could compete in a fair situation. The real experts would be chosen. But even so, it was still a great test for the warrior's endurance. Chapter 3677. Continuous battles would consume a lot of energy in all aspects. So, the most important part was how to distribute the energy properly. Right now, all the participating warriors were waiting quietly in order to conserve their energy. Some of them were resting with their eyes closed, while some were chatting with each other in low voices. The top 3 will become the goddess disciple, although that Nai Shuang will definitely take one of the spots. But the other 2 spots are still up for grabs. No one knew who spread the news about Nai Shuang's registration. Right now, 99% of the participants were no longer thinking about becoming the champion. This was because Nai Shuang was a peak first-rank divine core warrior. They were no match for her. Instead of being greedy, they might as well set their goal lower and be more realistic. Enter the top 3. Actually, Nai Shuang might not be able to become the champion. There are 50,000 participants here. Who can guarantee that there are no other divine core warriors here? It's hard to say. In the past, there have been people who hid their true strength. You're right, if someone can defeat Nai Shuang, then it will be fun. I wonder what Yu Qilong's expression will be. I think the possibility of that happening is too low. Do you think the divine core realm is a cabbage that can be found anywhere? Even in the Purple Palace Royal City, there are only a few divine core warriors below the age of 30. Stop dreaming, the champion will definitely be Nai Shuang. I think so too. Even if there are other divine core warriors, with Nai Shuang's relationship with Lieutenant General Yu Qilong, I'm sure she has a lot of treasures. Even if she uses treasures, she will be able to smash her opponent to death. Sigh, if we meet Nai Shuang, let's just admit defeat. Hopefully, we won't be so unlucky. No one wanted to be eliminated so early, even if they couldn't get into the top 3. If they could show off in the national martial competition, they would have a bright future. Many high-ranking officials and nobles would invite them to join. Although it wouldn't be as crazy as becoming the Lord's disciple, it wouldn't be too bad. While the crowd was discussing, Ling Xiao and Zi Long had already arrived at the venue. They were sitting on both sides of Zi Chenye. They looked like 2 guards. Gui Shu and the other important figures were sitting at the back. Gui Shu didn't like this kind of occasion. But today, he was here. Because he wanted to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Ling Xiao had refined the 9-life pill, causing him to lose face. He had always been brooding over this matter, and there was no way he could let it go so easily. Big brother Ling Xiao, why don't I go up as well? Nai Shuang can go anyway. Why can't I? I'm afraid that those guys will harm you in the chaotic battle. Why don't I help you get rid of the trouble? Zi Long said to Ling Xiao. Nonsense. Zi Chenye snapped. Elder sister, how am I messing around? That Nai Shuang clearly harbored ill intentions. She's going to participate in the martial Dao competition all of a sudden, and she's only a divine core warrior. Why is she so shameless? Zi Long pursed his lips. You can't say that. Ling Xiao smiled and said, she completely meets the requirements to participate in the martial arts tournament. The key is that our queen did not set a cultivation upper limit. You're saying that because you're confident? Zi Long asked. Who am I? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, it doesn't matter if it's Nai Shuang or anyone else, it makes no difference to me. All I have to do is defeat them. Or, if Nai Shuang wasn't here, I would feel bored. Also, if I win too easily, people might think that Queen Sister cheated. That won't be good. Although it wasn't easy to defeat a first-rank Divine Core Warrior, he wasn't afraid. Besides, a first-rank Divine Core Warrior could help him improve his cultivation. He was looking forward to it. Young man, it's better to be humble. Gui Shu suddenly spoke, don't always be so arrogant. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was startled. He looked at Gui Shu with a puzzled expression and asked, who is this idiot? Idiot? Gui Shu nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. How dare Ling Xiao call him an idiot? He didn't even know who Gui Shu was. This made Gui Shu extremely depressed, and also extremely angry. Don't talk nonsense. This is the #1 alchemist in the King Mansion, Gui Shu. Although Gui Shu had disappointed Zi Chenye with Zi Long's matter, but he had still contributed a lot in the past. Therefore, Zi Chenye still trusted Gui Shu. I'm sorry, I didn't know this old idiot was your #1 alchemist. He's not good at alchemy, so he must be blind. Ling Xiao didn't give Gui Shu any face. He didn't have a good impression of Gui Shu. He didn't offend this old fool, but this old fool kept giving him trouble. In the past few days, Gui Shu had given him trouble a few times. If it wasn't for Zi Chenye's intervention, Jiang Chen would have killed this old fool. Gui Shu wasn't strong, he was only a first-rank Divine Core Warrior. What he was good at was alchemy. It wasn't impossible for Ling Xiao to kill him. Zi Chenye shook his head and smiled bitterly. This Ling Xiao was a stubborn donkey. When his temper flared up, he wouldn't give face to anyone. You're pissing me off. Gui Shu was so angry that his blood was boiling. If you're afraid of being angry, then shut your stinky mouth. It's not up to you to judge my performance. Ling Xiao gazed at Gui Shu coldly, then he turned to Zi Chenye and said, Sister Queen, do you also think I'm weaker than that Nai Shuang? Nai Shuang has a close relationship with Yu Qilong, and she has a major general brother, Nai Feng. I'm sure she has a lot of treasures that she can use. Zi Chenye didn't answer Jiang Chen's question directly, but reminded him. I know. Ling Xiao smiled and said, if she doesn't have any treasures, then this battle is meaningless. To be honest, if Ling Xiao used the Blood Lightning God, Nai Shuang would be severely injured. That would be meaningless. What Jiang Chen wanted was an exciting battle. He wanted to prove to the world that he didn't become the champion through the back door, but with his own strength. This wasn't for him, but for Zi Chenye. As the king, Once Zi Qianye lost the trust of the people, it would be troublesome. Jiang Chen had to stabilize Zi Qianye's position. Only then would he be able to get more support. Hey! Who's that young man? He looks younger than young Master Zi Long. They were not wrong. Ling Xiao's actual age was indeed much younger than Zi Long's. It was just that he was too mature. That was why Zi Long called him Brother Ling Xiao. I don't know. Is he the younger brother of the queen? I've never heard of him. Many people noticed the two young men beside Zi Qianye. They knew Zi Long. But Ling Xiao didn't know them. Hey! That guy seems to be called Ling Xiao. He participated in the recruitment of the Zi Mansion army. Finally, someone recognized Ling Xiao. After all, many of the participants of this martial arts competition had participated in the recruitment of the Zi Mansion army. Ling Xiao's performance was very eye-catching. How could they forget that he killed a corporal? Why is he so familiar with the goddess? Is he a predetermined disciple? That's depressing. Chapter 3678. Internally decided. Are you kidding me? If that was the case, the king wouldn't have allowed Nai Shuang to participate in the competition. Besides, this guy doesn't seem to have a strong cultivation base. Besides, if the king really wants to recruit this guy as his disciple, he doesn't have to go through the competition. You're right. Just like young Master Zi Long, he isn't a disciple, but his status is higher than a disciple. This guy is sitting at the same level as young Master Zi Long. This shows how much the king values him. You're right, we'll know later. If he really wants to get into the top 3, he'll have to defeat a lot of people. It's not easy to cheat. Ling Xiao's existence was just another topic for people to talk about. After all, he was only an 8th level Divine Vein warrior. In front of so many 9th level Divine Vein and Origin Core warriors, he was nothing. On the Zi Mansion army's side, Tang Yi had brought Tang Bing here as well. Tang Bing would be participating in the national martial competition as well. After all, he was qualified to participate. Grandfather, Ling Xiao is now highly valued by the king. It'll be even harder for us to take revenge. Tang Bing stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with anger. That kick from Ling Xiao almost caused him to die without descendants. More importantly, he had lost all his face. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. Don't worry. Tang Yi said with a smile. Nai Shuang came back to deal with him. Nai Shuang is a 1st-level Divine Core warrior. And she has many magical treasures. Even I, your grandfather, am no match for her. Ling Xiao is even less likely to win. Just wait, we'll be able to watch this guy make a fool of himself. Let's see how he dies. This is great. Hearing this, Tang Bing became excited. Right at this moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. Zi Qianye stood up and announced, "The national martial competition begins now." She didn't need to waste time explaining the rules. There were posters everywhere in the competition grounds, and anyone who was participating could see them. Brother Ling Xiao, I'll go and host the competition. Zi Qianye was the person in charge of this competition, and the final judge. However, in order to nurture his younger brother, Zi Long, she made Zi Long the host and referee of this year's national martial arts competition. There were also a few 2nd-level Divine Core warriors assisting them. Because there was no need for scoring, only the winner and loser. Therefore, they were only giving suggestions. The one who truly made the decision was still Zi Long. If Zi Long's judgment was different, Zi Qianye would naturally take action. That was not a problem. All contestants, please enter the arena and prepare for the first battle royal. When the time comes, there will be 40,000 puppets fighting alongside you in the arena. Of course, you can also think of ways to eliminate your opponents. There was no time limit. The competition will end when there are only 5,000 people left. Zi Long made the announcement. The contestants who were originally seated stepped into the arena. The arena was incomparably huge. It was more than enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. In any case, a martial artist's eyesight was very good. They could see things clearly even from far away. Begin. When the martial artist and the puppet stepped into the arena together, Zi Long immediately announced the start of the battle. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that he was being watched. Among the 50,000 contestants, at least 10,000 of them had their eyes on him. Nai Shuang wasn't one of them. "Brother Qilong, did you arrange this?" Yu Hao turned to Yu Qilong and asked. "No, I didn't." Yu Qilong shook his head, but a grin emerged on his face. Of course, he was the one who arranged this. He was worried that Nai Shuang wouldn't be able to defeat him. Therefore, if he had the chance, he would kill Ling Xiao first. Besides, not all those who attacked Ling Xiao were from the Purple Mansion army. Many of them were recruited by Yu Hao with money. He won't be able to survive this," Yu Hao said with a smile. On the other side, Nai Feng wasn't interested in Ling Xiao. After returning from the bloody battlefield, he only cared about his sister. Nai Shuang was being targeted by many people in the arena as well. Many people thought that as long as they killed Nai Shuang, they would be able to fight for the championship. They couldn't kill Nai Shuang one-on-one, but they could still fight her in a group. A bunch of idiots, they can't understand how frightening a divine core warrior is. Nai Feng didn't seem to be worried about his sister at all. He said with a grin on his face. Just as he said, the situation in the arena had changed. Nai Shuang was indeed not on the same level as most people. It was just a single strike. Hundreds of the thousands of men who attacked her were killed. The attack of a divine core warrior was extremely frightening. The strongest puppet was only at the nascent core realm, and it couldn't pose any threat to her. It could even be said that they couldn't break through her defense. She was like an idle person, killing people in a leisurely manner. She was complaining in her mind. "Brother Qilong, why don't you trust me? Why did you arrange so many men to fight Ling Xiao?" She felt that if she attacked, she would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. But, although she had such thoughts, she didn't dare go against Yu Qilong's decision. On the spectator stand, Zi Qianye had a serious expression. "Big sister, these people are too shameless," Zi Long said anxiously. "Shut up. Don't forget that you're the main judge now, you can't be partial to anyone." "You can't say that. Besides, they didn't break any rules. Trust Ling Xiao, he's not that stupid." Zi Qianye reprimanded Zi Long, then he turned his attention back to the arena. Right at this moment, the battle between Ling Xiao and the thousands of men had become the focus of everyone's attention. Although the battle was chaotic, everyone was just here to watch the show, and they wanted to see the most important part. 1 against 10,000, this was interesting. "You want to kill me?" Facing over 10,000 men, and many of them were nascent core warriors, Ling Xiao was surprisingly calm. "Kid, you're unlucky, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Today, you'll die obediently. It's better if you kill yourself, but if you don't, we'll cut you into pieces." One of the men sneered. "I won't show mercy to those who kill me," Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. "Ha ha ha ha, so what if you don't show mercy? Could it be that you really think you can kill over 10,000 of us with your own strength?" The man laughed out wildly. "Don't waste your breath on him, he has the ability to turn invisible. Remember to drink the appearance potion later," another man said. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned. Originally, he did want to rely on the ability of the Shadow Warrior to avoid this battle. But now, it seemed that it wouldn't work. "It seems that you came prepared. But do you really think that you can deal with me like this?" Ling Xiao sneered and took out a formation refining stone. Phantom disorienting formation. This illusory formation didn't have any lethality. But it could make people who didn't understand formations completely lose their target. The formation that Ling Xiao used didn't cover a large area. It was only within a radius of 100 meters with him as the center. Soon, the people in the stands saw a strange cloud of smoke filling the air. Then, Ling Xiao disappeared. Those warriors who were close to Ling Xiao also disappeared. Chapter 3679. I didn't expect this kid to be an expert in formations. Zi Qianye was very surprised. His talent was outstanding, his alchemy skills were brilliant, and he could even set up formations. Xiaolong, you really brought back an amazing treasure for me. Hihi, now you know how powerful my brother Ling Xiao is. In fact, Zi Long was also very surprised. He didn't know much about Ling Xiao. At this time, seeing this strange formation, He was a little stunned for a moment. Once the illusion formation was activated, even Zi Chenye and Yu Qilong didn't know what was going on inside. Not long after, people heard shrill screams. Ghost! What is this thing? Ah! Help! I don't want to die. This kind of sound made many people who were fighting in the arena feel their hair stand on end. They all avoided the area wrapped in the fog for fear of being implicated. No one knew what was going on inside. But it was obvious that the battle inside was not 1 against 10,000. It seemed that the 10,000 people had encountered some kind of monster. Their judgment was not wrong. Because Ling Xiao had released the Gate of Hell in the illusion formation. It was the advanced skill of the three-headed hellhound. The Gate of Hell opened. Even Ling Xiao himself didn't know what would come out of it. Skeletons, skeleton archers, skeleton mags, zombies, death knights, vampires, demons, and so on. And the strength of these things was not weak. The strongest attack was equivalent to a second-level emperor-level martial skill. The weakest was the lethality of a king-level martial skill. Controlling the illusion formation and opening the Gate of Hell. The slaughter began. Those pitiful plans couldn't even see anything more than a meter away in the illusion formation. And these monsters released from the Gate of Hell could listen to Ling Xiao's command. They attacked accurately. Although the overall strength of the 10,000 people was stronger than these monsters, what was the use? They were all blind. What greeted them could only be a massacre. It didn't last long. The fog gradually dissipated. People could finally see the situation there clearly. Not a single strand of Ling Xiao's hair was out of place. He stood there calmly and stared coldly ahead. And in front of him, the corpses of 10,000 people were lying there in disarray. Some of the corpses were extremely terrifying. It's too scary. What happened? That young man didn't seem to be fighting, but those 10,000 people are already dead. What the hell? Could it be some kind of treasure? He has a good relationship with the king. He must have obtained some kind of treasure. That must be it. Everyone was discussing among themselves. None of them believed that Ling Xiao had done anything. Instead, they gave all the credit to Zi Chenye. But at this time, Zi Chenye and Zi Qiu, the 10,000 people were all dead in less than 10 minutes. It seemed like this Ling Xiao really had an unbelievable secret. How si? Tess. Yu Qilong shook his head and said, but that kid's combat power is definitely not that strong. I think he used the treasure Zi Chenye gave him. This guy is ruthless. He killed those 10,000 people. He didn't show any mercy. When Yu Hao said this, he seemed to have forgotten that they were much more ruthless than Ling Xiao in many things. Moreover, Ling Xiao was ruthless because he wanted to save his own life. They were doing it to harm others. There are many Purple Mansion army soldiers in there. Nai Feng reminded. Humph. Ling Xiao killed thousands of Purple Mansion army soldiers in public. He must be severely punished. Yu Qilong snorted. His killing intent towards Ling Xiao became stronger. While they were talking, the battle in the arena didn't stop. In addition to the 10,000 people Ling Xiao killed, many people were eliminated during this period. They took the initiative to escape from the arena. The number of people was close to 5,000. And there were only about 10,000 puppets left. This martial arts competition was really ruthless. After a few minutes, the tangled battle finally ended. The 5,000 people were eliminated. Zilong let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that Ling Xiao would continue to be besieged. However, it seemed that because of Ling Xiao's strength and ruthlessness, no one dared to trouble him. What he needed to deal with were only puppets. Those who advanced, rest for an hour and then the one-on-one elimination matches will begin. Draw lots in half an hour. Zilong announced the rest and the draw lots. Then, he hurriedly rushed towards Ling Xiao who was walking out. Brother Ling Xiao, are you okay? What can happen to me? It's only the others who are in trouble. Ling Xiao smiled and said, don't worry. Trust me. At least in this martial arts competition, there are not many people who can pose a threat to me. That's good. It seems that I was worried for nothing. You should go and rest. Zilong didn't dare to disturb Ling Xiao. He asked Ling Xiao to go back and rest. Half an hour later, the draw lots began. Ling Xiao looked at his lot. It was very close to the front, ranked 10th. But to him, it didn't matter where he was ranked. For a person who wanted to win the championship, it didn't matter whether he appeared first or last. After the draw lots, it was the official match. 5,000 people, 100 arenas. 100 matches could be held at once. Each arena was allocated 50 people. According to the lot, Ling Xiao was allocated to the first arena. He noticed that Nai Shuang was allocated to the second arena, which happened to be next door. After the allocation, the battle immediately began. He didn't care about the battles in other arenas except for Nai Shuang's battle. He only cared about the battle situation in his arena. The first 4 martial artists were all quite exciting. At least they were all fooling around. The least one fought for 30 rounds before it ended. "Kid, what are you looking at? It's your turn." Suddenly, a voice sounded out. It was a person standing in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to this person all along. Now it seemed that this person was his opponent. A 9th level divine vein realm cultivator with decent strength. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested. Oh! His gaze was still focused on the second arena. This was because Nai Shuang was fighting with a primal core realm cultivator there. Nai Shuang seemed to be hiding her strength on purpose. She didn't show her true strength. However, she still finished off her opponent in one move. Very strong. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. He had already walked up to the arena. "Kid, you actually dare to look down on me. Do you know who I am?" Xiao Chen's disregard made his opponent very angry. "No matter who you are, just admit defeat. Otherwise, you will suffer physical pain." Ling Xiao looked at his opponent and said indifferently. The person before him had delicate skin and tender flesh. With one look, it was obvious that he was a cultivator from a large clan. Xiao Chen wasn't interested, so he asked his opponent to surrender directly. Chapter 3680. Damn it, I'm Shangguan Feng. I'm from the Shangguan Trading Company, the son of the richest man in Violet Spirit Capital. How dare you look down on me? Shangguan Feng was furious. When Ling Xiao heard the name, he was startled for a second. Shangguan Feng? Do you know Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu? The reason he was able to come to Violet Spirit Capital was because he was here to escort Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu. Those 2 sisters were actually not bad. That was why he had a good impression of them. That's why he asked. Hihi, those 2 pieces of trash. They failed to escort the Violet Sun Pills. Now, they have been demoted to slaves by the family. You know them. You're also a piece of trash. Shangguan Feng sneered. Demoted to slaves? How is that possible? Ling Xiao was surprised. Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Mingyu were the direct blood relatives of the Shangguan family. Weren't the people of this family a bit too cold-blooded? It looked like he would have to pay them a visit when he had the time. No matter what, they were still friends. If it was convenient, he wouldn't mind giving them a hand. Kid, you know those 2 pieces of trash, but you don't know me, Shangguan Feng. You're too ignorant. I'm one of the top 3 men under the age of 30 in Violet Spirit Nation. Although I'm only at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm, even an Origin Core Warrior is no match for me. What's the difference? Ling Xiao said with disdain. Those who weren't Divine Core Warriors might not be able to hurt him, let alone defeat him. Perhaps it was because of Ling Xiao's special identity, and the fact that Shangguan Feng was quite famous. Therefore, the first arena had attracted the attention of nearly half of the audience. Yu Qilong, Yu Hao, Nai Feng, Tang Yi, Tang Bing, and Nai Shuang, who had just finished her fight, were all looking at the arena. As the main judge, Zilong paid special attention to this fight as well. As the person in charge, Zi Qianye was no exception. Barbarian Xiong was also standing among the crowd, shouting excitedly. Although he knew Ling Xiao couldn't hear him, he was still very excited. Gu Yishu said in a strange tone, "King, you shouldn't have admitted Ling Xiao's identity so early. Otherwise, if he loses the first battle, it will be a disgrace to you." Even though Shangguan Feng's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm, he was stronger than most of the Essence Core Realm martial artists. In addition, the Shangguan clan was a big family with a lot of businesses, so they definitely had a lot of magic treasures. It will be very difficult for Ling Xiao to win. Is it embarrassing? I don't think so. Zi Qianye believed that a man who was able to severely injure a 2nd-level Divine Core warrior, even if he had used some sort of special method, he would still be able to do it. He wasn't someone that a martial artist at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm could defeat. Yu Hao, what do you think? Yu Qilong asked. Aya, it's really hard to judge this kid's strength. The illusion formation from before was really terrifying. However, I am certain that even if he can defeat Shangguan Feng, his consumption will be huge. He might even be seriously injured. The rest time that followed was definitely not enough for him to fully recover. Therefore, he was unlucky this time. To think that I would encounter such a powerful opponent right from the start. Yu Hao analyzed. Your opinion is exactly the same as mine. Yu Qilong nodded. Tang Yi and Tang Bing were gloating at Shangguan Feng's misfortune. Shangguan Feng had offended one of the top 3 geniuses in the Purple Spirit Kingdom. Ling Xiao had finally received his retribution. Kid, don't think that just because you're the king's favorite, I won't beat you up. Today, I'll let you know how powerful Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng saw that Ling Xiao didn't take him seriously at all, and had an uninterested expression on his face. Shangguan Feng was instantly enraged. He didn't want to waste any more time. He wanted to use his own strength to make this Ling Xiao kneel down and beg for mercy. He wanted to show the king that he was a true genius. A piece of trash with an unknown background like Shangguan Feng was not qualified to sit next to the king. Shangguan Feng started circulating his true yuan, unleashing a powerful aura. The shadow of a sword appeared behind his back. Sword Martial Soul. Although it was a simple weapon Martial Soul, it was much easier to strengthen. Right when Shangguan Feng unleashed his sword Martial Soul, the terrifying sword will immediately caused many people to reveal shocked expressions. Ha ha ha, Feng is indeed the #1 genius of the Shangguan family. At the age of 18, he has already cultivated to the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. That opponent shouldn't be his match, right? Only a few people knew that Ling Xiao was powerful. Most people only knew that he was at the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. With Shangguan Feng's combat strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with an 8th level Divine Vein Realm martial artist? Maybe Feng will give the king some face and give him 3 moves. After all, Ling Xiao is related to the king. That's true. The gap between the two of them is too big. The people of the Shangguan family were obviously full of confidence in Shangguan Feng. After all, Shangguan Feng's strength wasn't bragged, but gained through battle after battle. No one dared to underestimate him. Facing Shangguan Feng's rising aura, Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent. He didn't even use his beast soul transformation. He only unleashed his innate divine demon sword soul. Although they were both sword martial souls, Ling Xiao's innate godfiend sword soul gave off an overwhelming aura. Shangguan Feng's sword martial soul actually began to tremble. The aura of his martial soul also became much weaker. Looks like you're not good enough. Ling Xiao sneered. In order to prevent others from saying that he cheated, he wanted to defeat Shangguan Feng after he used all his strength. In this way, he could clear his name. That was why he waited and didn't make a move. Otherwise, with his speed and attack power, Shangguan Feng would already be below the arena. Ling Xiao's sword martial soul is so terrifying. Is it an innate sword soul? But his only at the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. How could he cultivate an innate sword soul? It seems to be of a higher level than mine. My martial soul is only at the 10th level of the innate realm. Zi Qianye was very surprised. Ling Xiao gave her another big surprise. However, I'm afraid that he can't defeat Nai Shuang with his innate sword soul. She's a real genius. I guess her martial soul has reached the innate realm. Zi Qianye frowned. She hoped that Ling Xiao would win the championship. But some things couldn't be achieved with just hope. After all, the enemy was too strong. Kill. Shangguan Feng was furious. His sword martial soul was suppressed by his opponent. His opponent was still mocking him. He couldn't bear it anymore. His feet trembled, and he instantly rushed out. His speed was extremely fast. Anyway, Ling Xiao had seen many martial artists at the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm. None of them could match Shangguan Feng in terms of speed. Shangguan Feng not only cultivated a first-level Emperor realm movement technique, but also wore galloping boots on his feet. It's a very expensive treasure. It can almost double a martial artist's speed. Each pair of boots is worth at least 1 million upper-level spirit stones, and it's extremely difficult to make. Only the top spirit augmentation masters in the 4 major regions can make them. But it can only be used for 100 days. The 100 days refers to the actual time it can be used. So the more it is used, the sooner it will lose its effect. How will Ling Xiao deal with it? Zi Qianye thought. Chapter 3681. Zi Qianye watched the fight on the stage. She was analyzing the situation in her mind. Although she had promised to be Ling Xiao's sister, but she had to say something embarrassing. She knew too little about Ling Xiao. She knew nothing about Ling Xiao's abilities. But, when she thought about it carefully, Ling Xiao was able to save Zi Long from a 2nd-level Divine Core warrior. He shouldn't be too slow, right? Looking at Shangguan Feng's attack, Ling Xiao yawned in front of everyone. It was as if he was bored. Bang! The frightening attack finally landed on Ling Xiao's body. It was a sword. The sword pierced right into Ling Xiao's chest. Many people were so scared that they closed their eyes. Some people were screaming. Some people were so excited that they stood up. Someone had died right at the beginning of the arena. This was quite exciting. Not to mention the fact that the person who died was related to the king, Zi Qianye. But, in the next second, everyone was stunned. Including Zi Long and Zi Qianye. And Shangguan Feng, who was still attacking. The sword in his hand was a divine-grade emperor artifact. Only big families like the King's Palace and the Shangguan clan could get their hands on a weapon like this. Most Divine Vein warriors couldn't even afford a weapon like this. But, the sword couldn't pierce through Ling Xiao's body. Is the sword in your hand a toy? Ling Xiao sneered, if this is your so-called strength, then I'm going to end this fight. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand and punched Shangguan Feng's body. Shangguan Feng was sent flying away. Crack! The sound of ribs breaking could be heard. Ling Xiao had actually gone easy on Shangguan Feng with this punch. After all, he didn't have any grudges against the Shangguan clan. If he did, he wouldn't have used his fist, but his sword. Shangguan Feng was sent flying away, and he fell heavily onto the stage. Blood was pouring out from his mouth. This was impossible. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. It didn't matter if it was those who believed Ling Xiao or Shangguan Feng. They all had the same thought. No one had expected such a strange scene to occur. Shangguan Feng. That was Shangguan Feng, a terrifying existence that even Primal Core realm martial artists feared. He had countless treasures on him. Disregarding everything else, just the divine-grade Emperor artifact and the galloping boots were not something that others could possess. Moreover, he should be wearing some kind of defensive soft armor. Even so, his ribs were still broken. This was too outrageous. Cough, cough. Everyone, did you see that? I'm not the only one dreaming, right? It's not a dream, it's real. No wonder this Ling Xiao is qualified to sit beside the king and goddess. His strength is one of the best among the young people, right? *T. I think Shangguan Feng showed mercy because he wanted to give face to the monarch. This was the reason why he was ambushed by Ling Xiao. Young Master Shangguan still hasn't used his Emperor-grade martial skill yet. Once he uses it, do you think Ling Xiao will still dare to stand there and let him hit him? Obviously, there were also some people who thought highly of themselves. They felt that Ling Xiao could send Shangguan Feng flying purely because Shangguan Feng had underestimated him. For example, Tang Yi and Tang Bing thought so. Or rather, those who didn't want Ling Xiao to win basically all thought so. Interesting. I only thought he was fast. I didn't expect his defense to be so strong. Qianye's eyes flashed with excitement. To her, it was really worth it to take in this younger brother. Even Long, who was the main referee, almost cheered. If it weren't for his identity as the main referee, he would have jumped up. Monarch, that Ling Xiao is too cocky. He actually pretended to take his opponent's attack head-on. Isn't this mocking the Shangguan family? Even our monarch residence doesn't need to offend the richest person in Purple Spirit Capital. The ruins of Sinkhole was extremely displeased. Ling Xiao had the upper hand, which made him quite angry. At this time, Shangguan Feng had already climbed up from the arena. Compared to before, his eyes were crazy and scary. It was as if he wanted to kill someone. His face was extremely ferocious. There's no need to be so angry. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I've already shown mercy. You'd better go down obediently. I have no enmity with your Shangguan family. I don't want to kill people casually. You don't want to, but I do. If I don't kill you today, my name is not Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng was furious. He had lived in the care of his elders since he was young. And he had never left Purple Spirit Capital. So he had never been bullied by others. Among the younger generation, he had a great reputation. Today, all of this was torn apart by Ling Xiao. He was extremely violent. He wanted to regain his face. You want to tear me apart alive? You can't do it in your current state. Take whatever pills you have. I'll wait. Ling Xiao wanted to establish his prestige in this battle, so he wanted to make Shangguan Feng admit defeat. He wanted to silence those who doubted and questioned him. After saying that, he simply sat there and looked at the other arenas. Right now, many of the first battles on the arenas had already ended. Then, the second round of battles began. Because there were more people in the beginning, there was a huge gap in strength between the warriors. Most of the battles were settled with just 2 to 3 strikes. But, the closer it was to the end, the harder the battles would be. But, Ling Xiao only had one target, and that was Nai Shuang, who was a first-rank divine core warrior. After a while, Shangguan Feng's injuries had basically healed. The Shangguan family was a wealthy family, so they naturally had a lot of pills. Something as small as a broken rib couldn't even be considered an injury. Ling Xiao, you'll regret this. How dare you let me heal my injuries? Looking at Ling Xiao, Shangguan Feng revealed a hint of Ling Xiao. Ancestral strength, bless me. Shangguan Feng suddenly let out a loud roar. The red dot on his forehead suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was a frightening energy that was injected into his body. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel that Shangguan Feng's strength had reached the origin core realm. And it was the origin core realm, with a 90% completed water core. He was just one step away from the divine core realm. No wonder this guy was so confident. He actually had such a special ability. Let me tell you the truth, under this condition, I once fought 3 origin core warriors at the same time, and I killed 3 of them. Originally, I planned to use this trump card at a critical moment. Like when I'm fighting Nai Shuang. Since you've forced me to use the ancestral strength, even if I lose, it's still an honor. The dispirited look on Shangguan Feng's face had completely disappeared. What replaced it was confidence. Strong confidence. Is there nothing else? Ling Xiao yawned again. I gave you so much time to prepare, and this is all you've got. That's right, you've become stronger, but you're still within the divine vein realm. Is there a difference? That Ling Xiao is still being stubborn. After using the ancestral strength, young Master Shangguan will be able to withstand 3 to 4 attacks from a first-rank divine core warrior. How can he be so arrogant?